Meow! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another New Year. That's right, everybody. We made it! It's the year 2023, and I'm joined by everyone's favorite vowed to never curse again, Adam Friended.
I mean, I'm gonna try. I'm turning over a new leaf. I have a New Year's resolution here.
So
Look,
there you go.
I curse way too much. My whole
You
family talks
do.
like truck drivers, so I'm gonna
It's true.
I'm gonna work on it. Look, I'm gonna be a mature adult now. No more cursing.
hmm
Welcome to 2023, guys.
The year of no cursing. Every time Adam curses, I want you guys to put a little like swear
Ah,
jar or money emoji in the chat. So Adam can put a little dollar in the swear jar. That's the
all
only way
right.
we're gonna get him on this.
Okay, I'm gonna try. All right, what are we
So,
doing? We're covering a video that's gonna make me want to curse like crazy.
yes, I know. So what is this video? You brought this video to my attention.
This video is, it's I mean, it's kind of like a bunch of women sitting around complaining and stuff, which I think is kind of funny. It's it's funny that it's like there's a feminist angle to it, but
hmm
I look at feminism as, I mean, it's kind of like a religion. It really is kind of like a religion for people. So this is it's fascinating in the human psychology type of fascinating. There's a lot of interpersonal status dynamics that are going on in this video. I don't know. What was your takeaway?
No, I think that's appropriate. This is basically like watching a group of people, most of whom are part of an extreme religious cult, and then you have two people who are like the skeptics of the cult who are like crapping all over their ideology,
Right.
and they're not very happy about it. It's like how it's like you can just see like the blasphemy in their eyes. It's
There's a
when
lot of looks, a lot of dirty looks.
yeah. So this is interesting because I didn't realize it till because I just listened to this the first time I heard it, and I didn't actually watch it. I didn't realize it till I looked back that the two people that are kind of pushing back, one of them is Sydney Watson,
Yes.
and the other one is a streamer named I just believe called Pearl, just Pearl,
Okay.
and they're both professional right wing comment YouTube streamer commentator types. And I can't believe that that Vice doesn't have the names of all the people that are involved in this, like on the video. I'd be so pissed. You fly out to wherever the heck this is. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go like promote my channel, my brand, whatever, and they don't even give you a credit.
Yeah. Maybe they asked
Crazy.
not to be credited.
I I doubt it. I'm sure Sydney and Pearl would want to be in the credits.
Look, here's how the ideology flows, right?
Mm-hmm.
One person asked not to be credited, and then all of a sudden they can't credit anyone because it just wouldn't be fair,
Oh, I
obviously.
see. I see.
Yeah. We can't have some people credited and other people not. So we're just not going to credit anyone.
Okay, that could be true. Who knows?
Yeah. Cool. You want to get into it or
PC.
what?
Yo, in 1 second. PC, thank you so much, PC, for 50 gifted memberships. Thanks so much, PC.
Wow. That's awesome.
And PC also gave us $50. Thank you. It's incredibly generous. Says, Happy New Year, Sitch and Adam. Are you guys still selling free will? I was told I needed some for the new year and wasn't sure where to buy some. Oh, do you also mind telling me what I can do with my free will? They didn't really explain to me. Well, yes, because anyone that sends any donations to this channel will receive an equal amount of free will. But because it's the New Year's, the first show of the new year, double free will. So there you go, PC. You get 100 units of free will. Boom,
How long does
right
that
there.
last? I might have to get
Just
some free will.
just for today.
I might
Just
have
for
to
today.
stock up. Oh, okay. Nice. Double units of free will today. I actually go
Yes.
10x free will on my channel, but I haven't streamed in a while, so
Okay, but the problem is that
people gotta be running
Adam,
low.
listen, the free will that you get here at the Sitch and Adam show is 100%
So yeah.
grade A, organic, naturally, farmed,
Okay.
pesticide free, humanely grown free will. Okay, this is not the free will that is, siphoned out of, children in China working in shoe factories or
I'm
something.
skeptical organic free will can even exist, to be honest with you.
That's well, listen, I have a very I have a very reliable source. It's locally sourced. I've gone to where they farm it. Okay, I've seen the pit. I mean, I've seen the very open range that it's gone from. So, unlike Adam, I do not cut cocaine into the free will.
Oh my
And what you
goodness.
can use it for anything. Anytime you're ever going to make a decision in your life, you're like, what should I do here? Should I believe what this person's telling me? Should I get in an argument? Should I, pop off on someone? You just be like, boom, I have 100 free units of free will to draw from. And you just go, loop, just draw from one of those free will units, and bam, suddenly you're in control again. The elephant is silenced. It's calm. The writer's back in control.
I'm so resisting to make a comment about the cocaine. I'm trying to be good here.
Okay, that's good. The cocaine only gives you the illusion of free will. It actually makes things much worse.
Yeah, no,
So anyway,
I'm saying obviously you've never done cocaine because like it's kind of the opposite of free will. You
oh no, I
lose.
know, I
You
understand, but
lose all free
you feel like you're in control and charge. So.
That's true. Very true.
But you're right. I've never done cocaine because I'm a good boy. I'm a Boy Scout. I'm not a degenerate like you. Anyway, let's jump into the video. Vice anti-pro-feminist debate, abortion, trans right, and hashtag #MeTooVice debates.
Cool.
Did you do any like tags for this?
Yeah, of course. What do you? Sitch.
I'm skeptical. I'm gonna go look it up right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's
Get into the video.
okay.
And we have no barriers today, so we can
Who
pick
has
what
no
we want to
barriers?
pick.
Who doesn't have barriers?
Women don't have barriers?
Women, yeah. What's
We have
stopping
no
you? You can do
barriers.
whatever you want.
I
stopping
can
you?
or you can?
What's stopping you?
That woman who's like doesn't have like the lower half.
What's stopping you? I know. It's a little weird because they do drift into.
Yeah.
I mean, they go into the intersectional feminism stuff, but I mean, I guess that is feminism these days.
Well, anything you want is feminine these days. So. Gender rights. What is the? Oh my god! Wait,
I know this intro.
Wait a minute. This intro is amazing. We have to watch.
This is like cringe on fire.
Yes, this is pure 100% grade cringe. Okay, we sell pure free will here. Vice sells pure cringe. Okay.
It's like a rock. For those of you just listening, it's like a cool rock band intro where all the studio guests are like looking into the camera, like about ready to jump like 6 groupies in the back room.
No, it's like the Ocean's 11 is like shown up, but a feminist. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
You just get like a little cutaway where they look at the camera like, "I'm awesome." It's like, are you?
Yes, yeah. The confident, strong woman. Look at that. That's right.
Oh, there
look
it
at
is.
that. Go, girl. You go, girl.
Yeah. Oh, it was gender. Like, you like that it says gender and they show shoes.
Those shoes are definitely
Shoes.
gendered. Look at those shoes.
Everyone
Look at
knows.
those shoes.
Everyone knows girls like shoes. Rights. Now I don't understand this. It shows rights, and then it shows one. It's got one woman's like tits, and then it's got the other woman's stomach, I guess, and or maybe it's her hand. She's like got a wedding ring on or something. I don't know.
I mean, the rotund physiques makes it seem like the right to eat. I mean, that's the subconscious message here, right? Rights to the
That's
entire
awful.
buffet.
For shame. For shame.
Hold
How
on.
dare you.
Look, I'm not allowed to curse today, okay? I got to have some kind of outlet.
Okay, fair enough.
That's not fat shaming, right? I'm not shaming anyone. You go, girls. You want to jump into the dinner buffet at lunchtime? Go for it. I don't care.
You want to go to the Fuddruckers Burger Buffet and get everything on it? Just do it. Go
Look
nuts.
at that.
Go crazy.
Sitch is completely teasing me. No, when on the show has he ever said Fuddruckers? When?
What's wrong with Fuddruckers?
Never has he ever
What is-
said Freddie Fuddruckers.
How often does the restaurant Fuddruckers enter in a normal conversation?
Oh man, you know the Google algorithm is gonna totally translate that wrong.
It's a what?
Freddie Fuddruckers, huh?
What is Freddie Fuddruckers? You're referencing something. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fuddruckers is the restaurant, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We always call it Freddie Fudd, but we call it.
Oh, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay. I've
We
never
didn't
heard
call
this.
it. We never called it Fuddruckers.
I got you.
I think that's
you.
the legitimate name for it. But look at this.
The guy who started
totally
it was
teasing.
named. The guy that started it was named.
Fuddrucker.
Oh no! Wait, no,
Yeah.
he wasn't. No. His name was Philip J. Romano, but it was called Freddie Fuddruckers. I didn't even know that.
Oh, I
didn't
don't
there was
know
a
that
Freddy in there.
I didn't know that the Freddy was there either. I thought it was
Yeah.
just called Fuddruckers.
No,
Is it? Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah, that's what
wow.
it was originally called that in 1979.
All right.
So there you go.
That's fun to say. Oh, look at this.
Look at this smug.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, smolder. Yeah. Identity.
Mm-hmm.
We have nails, boobs, and is this other person like a shaman? What are they?
Yeah, what's up with the cuts here? Just
what are they wearing? Politics.
yeah.
It's like they just took random B-roll and they just threw it to the editor and they're like, just take little cuts of their bodies and just put words next to them or something. Like here's hands and politics. Like hand politics. What does that mean? What am I supposed to infer from this? Sydney Watson.
Ooh. Look at this.
Ready to
Blue
fight
steel.
the feminist. Yes. Oh, there's I looked up their name. Eli Ehrlich.
Eli.
They're suing, or they're
Ehrlich.
trying to sue Blair White right now.
Really?
Yeah, maybe we'll watch their video where they talk about their lawsuit against Blair White afterwards.
Ouch.
Whoa, what the That was creepy.
Should we?
Vice invited a diverse group of women to hash out the state of feminism in the United States.
Mark this bad boy at all? Oh my goodness.
Oh, here we go. Hi, welcome everybody. I'm Liz Landers. I'm Vice News' chief political correspondent, and we are here today to talk about some of the biggest issues dividing women across the country. In other words, we're here to talk about feminism. First, I just want to say we know we can't represent everybody's views, but
Don't you love it that the thing that's supposed to unite women is the thing that's now dividing women all across the country? The most divisive things all across the United States, like feminism.
but we did try our best to bring together a diverse group of women today. In today's polarized world, is feminism dead? I saw your hand.
I think that depends on the definition of feminism. I strongly think that feminism is more of an action than an identity. I would say it's uplifting all women, in which case it's very alive. At the same time,
Unless, of course, those women disagree with you and are on the right side of the political spectrum. But that's fine.
Yeah, of course. Those women don't count.
I guess, well, she's suing Blair White. Is that uplifting all women?
Internalized sexism is what it's called. Sitch, you really need to get your lingo down. Okay,
I'm
need to
lifting up all
understand
women
this thing.
by suing Blair White. Is that?
What's
is that
this-
the idea?
What's the lawsuit over? Do you know?
I don't know. It doesn't
Oh.
say. So they have a GoFundMe for it,
Mhm.
and it just says, "They." Oh my. Okay, this is what their GoFundMe says. My name is Eli. I'm a writer, activist, and graduate student. I'm also a trans woman. And the subject of Blair White's newest video. So Blair White did a video about them,
Oh, really?
apparently.
We might have to look into that.
We'll have to look at. They said, if you're here, you probably already know that Blair is a notorious trans YouTuber that promotes far-right conspiracy theories and chronically defames trans people. Her video has caused immense harm to our communities, and this fundraiser aims to push back against the damaging anti-LGBT narrative she peddles. We want Blair White to be the next Alex Jones.
Oh, so they want to delete her from the internet. Ouch.
I guess that's it.
Ouch.
They want to sue her for $1 billion. So
Yeah, did Blair White have a Sandy Hook video that I missed? What
I
happened?
guess so. I don't know. Oh, here we go. In August, Blair created a video denouncing me by implying I'm a pedophile. Uh-oh. Drug trafficker and
Oh, no.
child groomer.
No way. Oh, no.
At the core was the central claim that I harassed a former partner to suicide. Not only is this individual still alive, it's pretty bad, but Blair
Wow.
knew her statements were false. She hasn't apologized yet, even after knowing she lied on camera.
Wow.
I received countless harassing comments and misgendering messages and death threats. So there you go.
Wow. Ouch. So there's like a little cat fight going here between
There
Blair
is.
White and Eli here.
There is. Well, I mean, if it's going to be a lawsuit, I'm going to say it's more than a little catfight. But
I guess so.
though they've raised $18,000 out of their $60,000 goal. So
Okay.
there you go.
I guess the thirst to sue Blair White is not as strong as one might have anticipated.
No, I guess not.
Ouch.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you so much. J-Mac, our surrogate father gave us 50 gifted memberships.
Wow, a lot of new people.
And $100. Thank you so much. Says, I really hope that Sitch and Adam can start 2023 off by respecting the rights of women. Enough of this misogyny. It's time to grow as humans. All of us. Well, thank you. We're going to start it off right. We're going to respect all the womens, Jay. Okay. We're going to respect them all. We're going to treat every woman in this conversation with the utmost respect. We will never make fun of them, of their weights, of their eating.
Well, I mean, I respect women. I do. I don't have much respect for ideologues, which, I mean, I don't really even mind feminists. I don't like ideologues. There was a time when Sydney Watson would have been classified as a feminist. I mean, I don't think Sydney Watson is against the equal treatment of men and women, which, you know, was what feminism once stood for. This idea, it's so, once you learn the moral foundations theory, you start looking at, you know, what kind of emotion is really driving this dialogue. And I keep coming back to sympathy. Like, so much of the conversation turns to racism and you know, ableism. All the different things are like, sympathize with me, please. It's like guilt and sympathy. Those are the intuitions that these people are trying to stoke over and over and over again.
Well, it's like weaponized sympathy, though.
Yeah, totally.
It's you must sympathize with my plight and therefore, you know, be deferential to me, not only in treatment, but also in like whatever I'm saying. You just have to accept it, my opinion.
When the Christians go out and proselytize, they're not hitting those intuitions. The Christian message is very much like an aspirational message. Like, they're knocking on your door because they want to share the good news about Jesus. You don't have to worry about all this shit, right? This guy Jesus is going to sweep all your problems under the rug, right? The feminism is like, when they proselytize, it's like, oh, your life's fucked. It's over for you.
I think it depends on the sect, because some Christian sects are like what you're saying. Some are like, you know, oh, the world sucks.
The doomsday culters. Yeah, I guess
you're like, you know, immersed in sin, or, you know, the world's going to end, or you're going to burn in hell. So, I mean, there's many flavors of
I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right. What is the aspirational message of feminism, though? What does that proselytizing look like?
Do you want more power?
It does. Is it really?
I don't know.
It takes place in the sociology department. Let me sit down here. Sit down here, girl. Let me tell you a story.
Yeah, it's essentially, do you want more power and do you want to feel less anxious, I guess. So I don't think it's going to create either of those, but.
Yeah.
Cullivar for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I'm deleting my YouTube channel and Twitter account. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're deleting your YouTube channel. I'm less sorry to hear that you're deleting your Twitter account. But no, keep your YouTube channel, Cullivar. Why? What's going on?
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah. You can abandon YouTube channels all the time. Like, they're never really abandoned. You always can pop up, you know, when people least expect it. It's fun. I mean, keep your channel. Don't delete your channel.
No one's ever really gone.
Yeah.
Oh, did you curse already? Someone said you cursed.
When did I curse? Really?
No, I missed it. Mitchell Line for $50. Thank you so much, Mitchell. Says, could you guys do a response to Stephen Michael Davis's video about the rise of national conservatism? He comes across as the most stereotypically morally grandstanding libertarian, but actually offering solutions to conservatism's worries. A team is Bay team. I didn't see that. I didn't watch that video.
I mean, maybe we can do it on a Tuesday. I don't remember it much either, but I think, I mean, we're probably going to agree with Stephen Michael Davis quite a bit. Look, we have a lot of conservative fans of the show. It's up in the air how many of them are hate watchers and how many of them are just the actual genuine fans of the show. But yeah, I mean, we're not really conservatives. Like, I wouldn't call myself a conservative. I
No,
understand.
yeah.
I think conservatives serve a very valuable role in society. So I guess maybe we could respond to that.
Sure.
We
Maybe
probably
we'll talk,
think
we'll
yeah.
watch it. We'll respond. Maybe we'll talk to Steven about it.
Yeah. So we do probably have more of that inclination than Steve does. Steve.
So the video, you'll like this. It has one of your favorite people in it. It's the problem with national conservatism, featuring Christian Watson.
Oh yes, yes, yeah, yeah. Christian, and I mean, I think I put comments on that video. So yeah.
Oh, so you did see it.
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay.
Come on, Steve Michael Davis. I'm a fan. I watch all.
Yeah, I watched most of his videos.
The last one he did
was very good.
Just amazing. Yeah, you got.
You didn't put a comment on this video, you liar.
I didn't.
No. Maybe it's a different Kristen Watson video. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
If we do follow that definition, feminism has splintered off into so many different areas that you can look at people like Sheryl Sandberg, who say you should just get another nanny if you feel oppressed. And if we're talking about that kind of feminism, yeah, it's pretty dead.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the human race exists, feminism will never be dead. There's something that we're going to have to strive and work towards to make sure that there's equality. So feminism is not dead.
I don't know that it can die. As long as there's power and oppression, there will be people fighting for equity. And until that somehow goes away, feminism is alive and well.
I think feminism isn't actually about equality. It's about equality when it benefits us. I think feminism is really about women wanting special privileges and treatment at the expense of men often. And I think it's alive and well, sadly.
I think feminism is also alive.
It was just like it's the tone shift in the room. Everyone's like, oh, you just feel like the tension happen.
Who invited the atheist to our church?
I know.
Damn it.
And well, there are different kinds of feminism, right? Like, that is obvious. And for me, as a womanist, as a Black feminist, right, as someone who's really thinking about human rights, dignity, right, equity, right, as long as that need isn't met, we're still gonna keep fighting.
I'd say it's alive and well.
What was that shot? That was so weird.
Come on.
So okay, this one lady's talking.
Rights, dignity, right, equity, right.
And she's droning on and on. She's giving all the buzzwords, equity, blah, 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 blah.
As long as
dignity is not a buzzword, Sitch. I can't believe you'd say something so
callous. In the context that she's using it, it's 100%
dignity.
Oh, my dignity.
Look, dignity is way overrated. Let's
look at this guy.
Let's be
Look
honest.
at this guy.
Come on.
Dignity's overrated.
That's not.
So then it's just like, this is so weird. So then there's like a lady in front of her who's just, I don't know, she's just staring at like nothing. Mm-hmm. And they just start zooming in on her like she's like off in some deep thought or something. It's so weird.
The thing that ruins the whole dignity thing is microaggressions, because it's like all of a sudden you've done something that's destroyed someone's dignity because, you've asked them where they're from or some innocuous thing, and then all of a sudden they're like, you have threatened my dignity. Well, if your dignity is so fragile that just asking you where you're from is going to feel insulting to you, then I mean, how do you get past that, Sitch? What do you do?
The interesting thing too is that from the dignity perspective, it's only seen as dignity towards the speaker and their behavior. It's never dignity towards the recipient of whatever they're hearing. Like, there's no well, you can have like a dignified response. Like, even if someone offended you, you can,
Good point.
But no.
Yeah.
People, I mean, because the thing is this is a lot of this, and the problem with a lot of this is that it feels like a lot of this sort of rhetoric and behavior is just an excuse to not control yourself. It's just an excuse to allow what people say to you or allow events that happen to you in the world to basically control you, and you just can react however, your elephant wants to react, and no one is allowed to criticize that.
Right, yeah. It gives you a reason to respond however you feel so inclined, which,
or justification for that response.
Yeah, yeah. A rationale.
Zoom in here.
We're still going to keep fighting.
I'd say it's alive and well. I'd say that it's also very nuanced, and I think what it looks like is going to differ depending on where you are in the world.
So me and Adam both agreed before the stream that we are against septum piercings.
Right. Well, I think we agreed we're pretty much against like all piercings.
I mean,
but especially against septum piercings.
Yeah, like there's some that are okay, but septum piercings.
I guess earrings. I'm not going to go ballistic on that.
Adam sees a woman with earrings and he's like, disgusting. Get out of here, you hippie. What are these earrings?
The eyebrow one is a little much for me.
Yeah, we get a little eyebrow thing. It's like, okay. I mean, it doesn't do anything for me, but it doesn't make me want to kill myself. Is anything? Same with like the little nose piercing. It's like, okay, sure, I guess.
When
whatever.
I see an eyebrow one, I think, I want to hang like a hanger on that. I want to hang.
It's little. You want like a little one. You don't want.
I'm like, oh, that's like the perfect hook for me to just hang my T-shirt right on your brow.
But
look, it'll be great. I'll have my T-shirt right here, ready to go at any time.
The septum one to me is just, what? I mean, why do you want to look like a cow? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
That's a look.
Is it the cow look? I want to look like a cow. Like, what is that? That's what the look is. There's no way to not look at that person and be like, oh, they're going for the cow look.
That's another thing that I was thinking about, because it is so much. All of these people just completely make their aesthetic appearance fit into whatever the ideology is. There's
of course. Right.
Like I don't kind of dress to fit my ideology. I don't even know. I don't
How
even know
would
if
we?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know. Yeah.
But it is a signaling thing. It says, look, I am a member of this progressive religion, and this is the way we do our hair. This is the jewelry that we wear. It's so that you can visibly see my tribe. I mean, it's the exact same thing that they did like a million years ago, right? All the tribes, like the tribes that interacted in nature never had any, like they were the same basically race, and they had to distinguish themselves, right, by wearing different outfits and stuff. That's exactly what they're doing here.
It's like your sports team. You wear your sports team's colors of the game.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And that's what this is essentially. Yeah. So
for me, I just see it as a lens, which isn't necessarily antagonistic or protagonistic. It's just a useful tool.
Similar to what Pearl just said, I find that a lot of feminist ideology and thought today feels more of like a supremacist movement rather than something that is supposed to be advancing the goals of equality. I don't think that we can really term what's going on as feminism because it looks so different to, I think, the earlier feminist movements. So in that way, I would say it's taken its last breaths of life. It's dying.
Yeah, I definitely think it's getting more and more radicalized, for sure. So it's definitely still alive.
I think I'll preface and say that I don't know so much about modern Western feminism, and there might be a lot of terms that I don't know, like political jargon and stuff. But I believe in the advancement of women, whoever considers themselves a woman. I think there's a deficiency in society. So it's deeply rooted that feminism has always existed. I think America's a little obsessed with themselves, and it's like always feminism is rooted in America. And like, oh, white women started it. And it's kind of offensive because for thousands of years, women have been dying for their rights.
I think as a Black woman specifically.
Did white women start feminism?
Did they?
I mean, I think it's fair to say that in terms of like modern history and like the modern conception of feminism. I mean, it was a American, European movement, was it not? Am I mistaken? You know, was there some massive feminist movement in, you know, Asia or Africa or some country like that I'm just unaware of that swept the world, you know, by storm? It influenced the, you know, American feminist movement?
Yeah, I don't know much about the American feminist movement, just bits and pieces of it. I never really studied it as a movement in and unto itself.
That's because you're a bigot.
Well, I think women got women's suffrage because it looked like the blacks were going to get the right to vote. And everyone was like, oh my God, blacks are going to have the right to vote and women aren't going to have the right to vote. So we need to fix that ASAP.
Right.
So women got the right to vote.
Yeah, I mean, I know like the suffragettes in England, you know, they were like a big thing.
Well, so women also campaigned for the right to vote pretty vociferously.
Yes.
So
yes.
Which I mean, that fits into my understanding of the world. Like you get the rights that you fight for. So that needs to happen. Like there are, like the world is out there ready to subjugate you at the drop of a hat. So you really have to be prepared to fight for your rights. So this is my problem with the whole natural rights argument. Yeah.
Well, it's annoying, like, you know, that last person talking, because, you know, this whole like the anti-white kind of sentiment, when all the like intersectional gobbledygook garbage, you know, that she's gonna like, you know, vomit out here. I mean, this is all that stuff. Like, it's not all created exclusively by white people, obviously. You know, intersectionality was created by Kimberly Crenshaw, but a lot of it is rooted in philosophies created specifically by white people. And it's only the only reason I would argue, the only reason it even has dominance in the conversation is because American culture has so much dominance in the world. So any cultural development that comes out of America has a lot of global reach.
Right.
And yet, but like America never gets the praise for that. It only gets, you know, the penalty for, you know, the past sins, the past transgressions, essentially.
Well, by people who hate America, obviously. Yeah, but America is like the aspirational society around the world. I don't know how you could see it any other way.
When you talk about feminism, the mainstream first thing you think about is a certain type of feminism that tends to exclude still, even today, even with intersectional feminism, exclude African-American women. And it's always kind of done that. And also like, upper middle class white women has predominantly been the face of what we quote unquote consider feminism.
I think feminism is a time.
Well, okay, wait. So first of all, like obviously historically when, you know, country was racist, country was segregated, you know, obviously there wasn't going to be a lot of black women in the feminist movement, you know, in the 1920s, 40s, 1950s. Even.
Racists.
Right. Sure, that makes sense. But, and you could say, okay, when you think of like a feminist, you know, people, like if when I hear the word feminist, the first image that pops in my head is a bunch of people wearing pussy hats, you know, shouting. Right. So I don't know, maybe that's me. But like this, it's so toxic. It's so incredibly toxic for them, for people on the left, to create these categorizations of like, well, there's white feminism. There's like black feminism. It's like, well, what does that even mean? What is white feminism? What is black feminism?
Well, intersectional feminism is basically a thing, right?
Yeah,
this,
but
this
basically
is intersectional feminism.
Right. But it's to me, it's essentially like when I hear this stuff, it's like, oh, you're not complaining about some very specific issue that I'm complaining about. So, you know, screw you, essentially.
Yeah. Got to complain about my issues.
Right.
Tempting to say, okay.
Watch all the guilting that's going to go on here.
Yeah,
that's what the good part is.
The first thing we agree on is that there are barriers and friction to what I need and what I want based on the fact that I'm a woman. What it ignores is that, and what privilege is that you may not have to think that being a woman and being a black woman and being a black woman who has a disability, for example, impacts you further. You have more barriers, you have more friction, you are less able to get what you want. You're undervalued in a way that's like, okay, well, you know, that's life. That's what I mean by equity, and that we're able to, without friction, all get the same needs met.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, see, I disagree with that. I think life is easier if you're a girl. Actually,
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of benefits.
Look, the hot girl totally turns around like, yeah, that's right, bitch. Of course it is. Look, I show up at work and everything's already done for me. I just have to file my nails all day.
You're right. You're right. You're talking about the woman in the front who's like probably the most conventionally attractive there.
They do call out the pretty privilege thing, which
Sure.
I think, that's what you're really talking about. So, yeah, it is what it is. She is, she's dressed as a conservative, but she's definitely says things that are more along the lines of the left. So I don't really know where she falls.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, Sydney Watson and Pearl are both wearing, they're wearing their uniforms too, right? Their conservative uniforms.
I guess.
They are. What are you talking about, you guess?
They're just kind of wearing like, I don't know. There's nothing really stand outish about their outfits.
That's what conservatism is. Look,
they're not wearing like MAGA hats, like American flag out
Look, that's not. Look, you understand. You would look at that girl and you would think, oh, she's conservative.
Well, to be fair, like a lot of the girls that are not conservative, only a couple of them are wearing specific things that like shouts, their team membership.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you remove the septum piercing from that lady, she's not wearing anything specifically that's like.
She's got an entire thrift store worth of jewelry on her.
Yeah, but that's not a. I've seen women with that look. That's not like a political. That doesn't signal like a political stance.
Okay.
You disagree? You sound
the woman dressed in green.
Yeah.
In the back has definitely. That's kind of business attire, conservative attire. So
I would say like the septum piercing. And the only one that's really wearing the outfit is the one that's dressed like a shaman. So. She looks like she's like came out of the 1970s or something. But
yeah. It's just interesting. I wonder if it's the look that makes him that. Does the look come first and then dictate the politics, or does the politics dictate the look?
I think no. The politics dictate the look.
Well, if you're conventionally attractive, though, aren't you going to be more conservative? And if you're like not conventionally attractive, you're going to be more.
I don't know if that's true. I'm sure there's lots of hot, left wingers out there. So.
I guess you're right. There aren't there? Yeah.
There's like the stereotype of the guy is gonna like pretend to be all into leftist crap in order to hook up with whatever chick.
Right. Yeah.
That was your college experience then.
Well, goth girls don't really have a political ideology, so.
Well, it depends.
It wasn't really political.
Is it just a goth aesthetic, or is it like a goth personality?
Is there? Does Edward Scissorhands? Is there like a political message in Edward Scissorhands? I don't really think so.
Well, no, but when I think so, there's like a visual goth aesthetic, but there's also a personality, which I would say is like the Daria,
depressed,
no one is like. Hopefully, no one is like to the level that Daria is, but somewhere in that camp.
Who's Daria?
You ever seen Daria?
What show is that?
Daria from Daria, the MTV cartoon show.
No, I don't know.
No, I don't even. I'm shocked that you've never seen about this, heard about this, know about this.
Okay, but it's like Edward Scissorhands aesthetic.
No, it's about these two girls in the 90s in high school who are just so like they're like the poster children of counterculture, apathy towards the system.
Yeah, Ghost World.
Yeah, exactly. That would be a good comparison. Yeah.
That men don't have. I'm not going to speak anything to race. I'm just talking about gender specifically. It's usually like an excuse. Like, honestly, I think as a girl, you have equal opportunity in the world. I think there's benefits. Like, for example, we have quotas for women in specific jobs that are given to us that aren't given to men. So yeah, I would say it's easier being a girl.
Just from a viewpoint over here, though, it seems there's a lot of pretty privilege in what you're saying, and that you're white and you present.
Do you think I'm pretty? Thank you.
I think that you present in a way that beauty standards have accepted. And so
she's like, no, bitch, I didn't say you're pretty. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's weird that she said that. I don't think Pearl is ugly or anything, but she's not like some banging, smoking hot like 10.
How dare you?
I don't know. It's a weird comment. I don't know what she means, but unless she just means like, oh, you're white, you have like long, light hair. Like I don't know what she's trying to get at here.
You present in a way that's conventionally attractive. Well, yeah, you don't make yourself look ugly.
Look at the girl. Look at the girl who I think is probably the hottest girl there in the front. Look at her face. She's like, she ain't pretty. Like, look at her face. She's like, how dare you call someone else on this panel attractive?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Be ugly on the internet all the time. They be roasting me daily. I swear to God.
I don't mean to say I think you're gorge. I just mean that there is a certain value that we give to certain bodies.
I mean,
we do. There's a certain value we do.
Like society as a whole. Okay.
See, I thought about this for a long time because I was like, I kind of feel like men are the ones that are giving the value to those bodies and women are just kind of arguing about it. Is it? I mean, you got to admit women have gained some political and economic power.
Mm-hmm.
And they have used that political and economic power to kind of try to change men's what men find desirable. This is the whole idea of changing the looks in various magazines and whatnot, and
right.
trying to take sexualized characters out of movies and video games and stuff like that. That's them basically trying to say, no, men, this is what you should find attractive. And does it work? I don't feel like it does. I feel like you're just
no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because what the lady is saying. She's like, oh, you fit some sort of societal decision about what's attractive.
Wrong.
It's like, yes, like that, like to me, that's like such a BS idea. Like this is like obviously there's fashion and fashion changes, and people, fashion can make people look, more attractive, less attractive, blah 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 blah. Sure, but I still think there's like a pretty general baseline of when you look at a person, they're like, oh, this is an attractive person, this is not an attractive person. That seems to be like constant through all cultures and all human history.
Yes.
People talk about face symmetry, there's all sorts of like things, and it seems to cut across all, races, whatever. So, I think culture gives you some malleability, there's some give in terms of attractiveness for culture, but I don't think there's that much.
It is completely unfair that men put such a premium on physical looks.
Right.
I mean, it's just true though. I mean, it's a fact of life.
Yes.
And I admit it. It's the women are the body, which totally sucks. You can also look at this whole panel thing as kind of like there's a pecking order thing going on here. Like they're really trying to order themselves. And so much of the female pecking order comes down to physical attractiveness. It sucks, but it's kind of a thing. Men, I mean, they do order themselves according to physical attractiveness, sure, but they also order themselves in like making each other laugh, being able to do things, knowledge, like all these other areas that I don't feel like women necessarily compete in. Which I think is unfair, but obviously that's just life.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And like, so there's I think there's some truth to it, which, women far more is obviously, I think everyone agrees, there's far more importance is given to a woman and how she looks than a guy and how he looks. A lot is put into what the guy does is more important than the way he looks. And we saw this, and I talked about this. This came up a lot in the Hillary Clinton-Trump presidential election. Like if Trump insulted Hillary's appearance or insulted the appearance of a woman, everyone's like, oh, he insulted the way a woman looks. Oh my God. But everyone is totally fine with insulting the way Trump looked.
Yeah.
And to me, that double standard showed like, oh, well, for all the talk of feminists and feminist society we live in, we're still valuing women's appearance so much that attacking that appearance is like such a transgression socially, where no one gives a crap. Everyone can make fun of Donald Trump's, orange skin or his fat ass or, whatever, his hair, whatever you want to do. And it's just kind of socially acceptable to do such a thing. So the thought process is like, okay, so it's unfair for women because women can't, like, you can control the way you look to some extent. Like, you can work out, you can, dress a certain way, put on makeup, but, you have to work with what God gave you, essentially, right? You're kind of locked in there. And then the idea is like, well, men have more control because, they can choose what kind of job they have. They can, trying to change their personality. But I don't know if I really buy that.
Yeah, I don't know that they can. I don't know that guys have infinite elasticity for their personality.
Right. So I think it's kind of like, I think guys have more, like, I think there's more elasticity to it, but I still think for a lot of guys, it's just as much as like you're all kind of only working with what God gave you. It's just a different criteria that you're working off of than women are working off of.
Yeah. Guys do have a height issue, which constantly comes up in internet forums. So
yes.
Yeah.
Women
would rather date a tall guy who's a loser than a short guy who's like a billionaire.
Yeah.
it's I mean, that's pretty demoralizing.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sucks for most guys. It's not like if you're in like I would say if you're like in the 5'7", the 5'11" range, you're probably fine. But if once you get lower than 5'7", I think that's when you start to run into some issues with. And it sucks for short guys. There's nothing really could do about it. But.
I just read a book on the history of the Cold War, and I
nothing but short Russians.
No, I believe they said Joseph Stalin was like 5'4" or something. I was like,
what?
Holy shit!
Is that like Joseph Stalin?
I know, immediately.
Height.
I immediately was trying.
It's funny. I typed in Joseph Stalin, and height was like one of the things. Like it was like the fill-in thing. So
yeah. So he obviously was like just trying to kill everyone that was taller than him. He's like, I'm going to kill my way to the top here.
Mm-hmm. While Joseph Stalin's cult of personality subsequent statues at certain photos and paintings may have you thinking he was a giant man, in truth, he was only 5'5".
5'5". Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
Look at that. Both of us tower over Joseph Stalin.
There you go. Yeah, look at that.
That's insane.
Wow. Well, there you go. That explains a lot. So
yeah.
That's why he wanted to kill everyone.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's weird because when you see pictures of him, it doesn't look like he's tiny next to all these other people. So
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's very selective with his pictures or something.
He doesn't let a general over 4'4" come near him.
There you go.
For obvious reasons.
That was why. See, that was why the Soviet Union's was managed so poorly. Because he wasn't picking people based on confidence. He was picking people based on their height.
Yeah.
He's like, no one taller than me.
That's so sad.
Winston Churchill was only 5'6". Wow, that's pretty shocking.
Bunch of shorties.
And Harry Truman was only 5'8".
Wow.
Now that's interesting. Now, okay, here's the question. Is that because back in those days, like today, no one that short could get elected?
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna have a 5'6" president win an election. So is that why, like nowadays,
because of television?
Because of television, or is it? I mean, I've heard. I don't know if this is true. I've just heard this randomly that people are like taller now because of nutrition and the way we
more
eat
food.
And stuff.
Yeah,
more food and stuff.
Well, also because none of these women will have sex with a guy who's short. What are you talking about? All the short guys have been bred out of the gene pool.
But I type in, are people taller? And then the fill-in is not now. The fill-in is in the morning. Who thinks they're taller in the morning? Yeah, like.
That's ridiculous.
What do you think happened? Let's see. It says average height in the UK, at least, rose by 3.9 inches during the 20th century and up by 7.8 inches in other countries as nutritional health improved. So there you go. So we are getting a little taller.
Wow, we got a bunch of tall people in our audience. Everyone's screaming out their height in the chat. I guess, know, if you're 6 foot, like, I don't feel like I need to take over the world.
Yeah,
right?
Of course, all the people on the internet who cannot be fact checked are like, oh, I'm 6'3".
Well, I mean, why would they lie? I don't know that they have any incentive to lie about it, but.
Gravity pushes you down as you're awake. Oh, well, because you stretch out, your spine stretches out while you're sleeping. I guess that makes sense to some extent. I mean, is it really that much though? It's got to be like pretty insignificant. Quacker for $20. Thank you, Quacker. Says, my New Year's resolution is to start making videos. I want my first one of the year to be about children voting. Adam, what are some good books to read about the topic? Also, S-Class is the second best class. Thank you, Quacker.
I mean, The Dictator's Handbook is a great book to read on the topic.
Right.
Yeah. Selectorate Theory. Know why voting matters.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Renaro Zero was here for $20, says, feminism has always been about women getting rights without responsibilities that go with them, so they effectively became privileges. Don't believe me, women can vote, but they don't have to register for selective services. Well, I think that kind of happened to some respect. I don't think that was like the intention. I don't think the intention was I want rights without responsibilities. Wasn't it? I know, like the very famous, suffragettes in America, like demanded to be arrested when the police came to break up their protest because they literally wanted to be treated the same as men.
They were like, just go home, ladies. Go home to your husbands.
Yeah, exactly. But see, that's part of there is a weird trade-off, and that's sort of the $1 million question here. There's a weird trade-off that, women were not given, certain rights, like the right to vote and, other things, but they were afforded some privileges. And the question is like, okay, well, if people want that to change, if women want that to change, then sure. But I agree, though, it should just be equal. And this is kind of why, we both subscribe to the liberalism proponent or view of how these things should be, where you just don't treat someone on the basis of their skin color or their gender.
Well, I mean, do you honestly want them to draft your wife or daughter? I mean, who do you think that policy is really for, to be honest with you?
No, sure. And I think that's fair for like the armed services specifically. There's a physical requirement there that
they
I
also
don't think
had
women
like
necessarily make up for, but
didn't they have like a single son thing where they couldn't draft your sole surviving? It's like the Sole Surviving Son Act, I think it is. So that
I think there was in some wars, and then in some they got rid of it later. So
they're like, fuck that.
When they were pretty hard up for people
in Vietnam
in certain wars, yeah. So like I know like my uncle, he was the only male. I mean, it was my mom's brother. That was the only male that they had. They only had my mom and her brother, and he was in the draft. I mean, he didn't get drafted. He was lucky because he had a high draft number, but he was in the draft. So,
yeah.
Sir Rebel Palsy for 30 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says, as a quote, or as a parentheses, not racist, far right conservative-ish atheist, I hate watch. I hate watch for Sitch and fan watch for Adam. A-Team reigns supreme. As also a longtime watcher, first time super chatter. Here's to an amazing 2023. Well, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
So,
and thank you for hate watching S-Class. That's awesome.
There you go.
S-Class needs more haters.
Let's also dig into quotas exist and why these, what you're calling
because
privileges
we want
exist.
special treatment.
No, it's because there have historically and presently in most jobs been fewer women and because of sexism.
How is it sexism when we have no barriers today? So we can pick what we want to pick.
It doesn't have barriers.
Women don't have barriers?
Women, yeah. What's
we
stopping
have no
you? You can do whatever you want.
I can or you can?
What's stopping you?
Look, she totally tries to turn it around on her. She's like, listen, I don't have any legs, you fucking bitch.
I know.
Oh, shit.
It's rough. It's rough. But... Well, I mean, the problem is that it's like there's truth at first. Okay. So like right when we're coming off of, women working, we lived in a culture that was very sexist. Women, they're not perceived of as being as smart as men, being able to do certain jobs as men, blah, 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 blah. They could say, okay, maybe we need to quote at some point, are we past that point? I would say absolutely we are 1000% past that point. I mean, women are making up the majority of graduates in law school nowadays, are making up the majority of graduates in medical school. I believe women are making up the majority of graduates for every single field in college, with the exception of certain STEM fields.
Right. Yep.
And so, like, how can you possibly make the argument? Because, okay, maybe we needed some quotas, or maybe women needed a leg up back then, but we're obviously beyond that. We're so obviously beyond that.
Yeah, any college is going to obviously look at the female applicants first for whatever program they're looking to fill people in. That's just the norm now.
Right. And that's part of this huge problem is that like it's actually, young men that are getting left behind when it comes to college and education and a lot of jobs, and no one cares.
Yeah.
The mainstream culture doesn't want to have a conversation about it. All they can fix it on is, well, 30, 40, 50 years ago, it was, it was the other direction. It's like, okay, but that was 50 years ago. Like, we have to deal with what's going on today.
Yeah, let's talk about today.
Right.
They don't want to talk about today, though.
No.
They want to guilt trip you. They'll be like, what the hell? They want every single advantage and to make you feel like they're oppressed. That's why it's so insane. That's why it's so painful. It is painful. It's like it's delusional and privileged at the same time, which is just a particularly toxic combination.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
As a woman.
That
See,
I know, she's like, call off the dogs here.
It's just like, wait a minute. I don't want to walk into this bear trap you just threw.
There's a lot that I'm.
Not as a legless American.
Ooh, listen. Let's be nice to this lady. Okay.
What was that? Is it the Oblongs? What was that show where they had the dad was like a paraplegic?
That was the Oblongs. Oh, come on. Don't be. No.
Look, I feel like we have had representation.
No. Oh, that's so mean. Oh my God.
That's mean? Is that really mean?
That's so mean. He didn't have arms too. I hated that show.
Yeah.
God,
I don't remember that show very much.
I just remember the dad had no arms, or he had no limbs of any kind.
Yeah.
But there would always be a running joke where he would somehow play piano, and everyone would look on in horror.
Right.
You just have to imagine how he was playing it.
With his dong.
Obviously.
Okay.
I'm a woman with a disability, so there's a lot stopping me that you don't have to think about.
Well, as I said before,
it's just so bad because it's like, okay, we're supposed to be talking about feminism.
Right.
I feel like they've planted a lot of conflict in this that was unnecessary.
Well, what do you mean? This is what makes like good content.
Well, that's true. I mean, obviously. Obviously that's good.
Right. But I mean, that's the issue, is that like, if we're talking about feminist issues, you being disabled, that affects you obviously in your life, and it's going to make it much harder for you. But that's not like a female issue. If you were a guy and you were in a wheelchair, you'd have the same issues.
Yeah, of course. And no one would give a fuck. You'd be like, fucking nut up, dude. Get yourself in the wheelchair Olympics and stop whining about it. Stop being a little bitch. That's what people would say, right? That's probably a good thing.
I'm speaking about women.
You're speaking for yourself.
You're speaking as an able-bodied white woman.
That is white.
All these.
They all jump on,
It's just
buzzwords.
Everyone just wants to guilt trip. This is where right here is where the pecking order comes in. They're like, here we go. She stepped out of line. Let's get the pecking going. Boom, boom, boom. Peck her back in the corner over there.
I mean, you can read this in, Kimberly Crenshaw's original intersectionality paper. Like, so much of the entire purpose of intersectionality is a
pecking order.
It's just a shut up and you have to listen to what I'm saying.
Right.
I match a bunch of criteria of the oppression Olympics. So you have to just take whatever I'm saying and just accept it.
Yeah. Wow.
Of course, there's going to be other barriers if you're disabled. I'm sure. Like I'm talking about as a woman.
So you're just going to ignore
white
the
women
pay
have it
gap.
easier. Yes, I would agree.
What?
You're just going to ignore the pay gap, regulation over bodies.
The pay gap has been disproven and debunked.
Regulation over our bodies. I just gotta laugh. I really gotta laugh.
No.
I mean, you're laughing too, right? For the same reason.
Yeah, well, you have the 2 cents. First of all, the pay. It's the year's 2023. People still bringing up the pay gap.
I know.
Like, what are we doing?
She's the one also that talked about conspiracy theories. I'm like, what's a bigger conspiracy theory than the pay gap?
Yes.
Holy cow.
which has been eviscerated by everyone. That was like starting basic skeptic YouTube 2014, 2015. It was
But
like
the
pay gap.
Democrats, look, the Democrats are still driving voters to the polls with that conspiracy theory.
Right.
So that's never going to go away. It's never going to go away. It's just designed to make you show up and vote.
It's kind of fallen out of favor for most because most know that they can get smacked around when they bring it up. But I guess this person doesn't. This Eli person doesn't know that.
Right.
But then also the control of women's bodies.
Well, coming from a trans woman is just...
Well, first of all, yeah, because obviously they're talking about abortion.
Hilarious.
Right, they're talking about abortion. I would assume they're talking about abortion. I don't know what else they were talking about. You're right. Trans woman is never going to need an abortion.
How dare you try to regulate my body?
Okay. But it's so annoying because this conversation with the abortion stuff, it's always like this idea like, oh, well, it's my body. I can do whatever I want. It's like, well, wait a minute. There is a conversation here. And James Lindsay, who I agree with a lot of things and disagree with a lot of things, he put it very intelligently on Twitter recently.
Oh, I know. I saw that.
He was like, there's a conversation here about, the woman has rights over her body and her bodily autonomy, but also when do the rights of personhood begin? At what point does that begin for the fetus?
Right. And
that's the conversation. And so to just have this kind of like stick your hands in your ears and close your eyes and just say, it's my body. It's an insane position to have. You have to talk about, there's got to be some sort of conversation about how the rights of each individual intercede and how they intercede, when they intercede.
We're honing in on that, like 10 weeks, 20 weeks, whatever you want to do. I wish we could just settle it as a society, but it occurred to me that we're never going to be able to settle it because of conservatives. Because conservatives are always going to push for conception. That's ideologically what they're fixated on.
Right.
So
some will.
It's never gonna.
That's true.
Even if we solved it, you'd still have a bunch of people voting based on abortion.
Yeah, I mean, there are the opposite. There are people left that want like abortion up until basically it's born. But I think
those people would go away if you.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'd either go away or that position is so not liked that they would be too embarrassed to bring it forward.
Yes. Yeah.
So you're probably right.
It doesn't exist,
my friend.
It doesn't. It's the industries that women pick.
Let's talk about it.
There's a pay gap, but it's because women don't want to do the hardest industries.
I don't think it's that simple. I think that's an oversimplification. I think the fact of the matter is that women structure their lives differently to men. Men don't give birth. Men don't have to carry pregnancies. Men don't have to be the primary caregiver most of the time. Women also don't hold jobs for as long as men do. They often will stop and start. They'll go back into work. They'll take time off. They'll take part-time jobs. The way that men work and women work are astronomically different. And to try to say that they're comparable is where this issue comes from. They're not comparable.
Two things. First of all,
so I give Sydney a lot of credit here because she is trying to she's trying to frame it in a way that won't get everyone triggered.
Right. Yeah.
She's like, oh, well, women are the primary caregivers. Women have to have babies, blah, blah, blah. And all these things are true, but she's at least trying. That's not going to work, but she's at least trying to present the information in a way that's like not going to get everyone's elephant rampaging.
Yeah.
Pearl, trying to find some middle ground.
Pearl said, yeah, men do all the hard jobs. Women do all the easy jobs. Of course. I mean, I love it. I know.
I love it too.
Pearl's like, yeah, let's just stir this shit up.
Pearl came in with she has a little wrecking ball. She just slams into the feminist, and Sydney's trying to massage them gently as she slides the knife in.
Right? Yeah.
You're not gonna feel the knife.
You're gonna like it.
Yeah,
you're gonna want more.
First of all, let's dig into why they think that they should take these jobs, which is societal sexism, and then also,
So it's just annoying because there's literally. As you said, you have, women are graduating at higher rates than men.
Right.
Law school, medical school, most fields ever. And this is what's so insane to me. When you hear the feminists complain, there's all this sexism that's keeping women out of programming or something, right? Mm-hmm. And it's how does it make any sense that you have professions like being a lawyer, being a doctor, professions that go back for thousands of years in human society that were created in society when society was very sexist, when women literally couldn't do these jobs. For some reason, women were able to break into those fields, but these new fields that only came about, in the 80s and the 70s, like programming, where women had so many more rights then than historically.
It's a great point.
How come the women, for some reason, sexism is the barrier in these new fields, but not in these ancient fields, which came about in a more sexist time?
Yeah, because they're just making shit up.
Yes,
they look. Women love drama. A courtroom is full of drama. What are you talking about? Of course they're going to want to get into the legal field. Look,
I see.
The legal field is like you basically get paid to fuck with people. It's like it's a woman's dream come true. Look, of course they're gonna flock to that. And women do like helping people. They do. They're more compassionate than men generally. And I mean, medicine is like the field of compassion, right?
Right.
Who doesn't want to go in and tell somebody, we're going to save your life today? Geez, that's totally rewarding. It makes sense. Women want to get into these fields where, they can gain a lot of status and get a lot of life satisfaction. Coding? Like you sit in your room and come up with some computer app? I don't know if women are going to find that satisfying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the classic, when they do the personality
people versus
test,
things. Yeah.
Yeah, women are more interested in people and men are more interested in things.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Men like to start shit too, okay? Men like to be attorneys as well. I don't want you to get the wrong impression.
Adam loves to start shit. That's like his primary motivator.
Sitch loves to start shit too. Come on, this is why we're friends.
No. I'm a good boy.
We're both a little.
I would never do anything.
We're both a little prone to some drama from time to time.
Well, and also like when you look at other countries across the globe, the better a country's economy is, and the more free and egalitarian the economy is. You can look at this. This has been well documented. There's more division of sex in certain job fields.
Right. Yeah.
And it's only in countries where either there's stricter, or not stricter gender rules, because obviously that'd be not the opposite, but it's only in countries where there's not as much economic opportunity, where basically you have to take whatever job that you can. That's when you see like equal, representation of men and women in most or all
coding.
Fields.
Yeah. Women are like, if I have to feed my kids, if I have to code to feed my kids, I'm going to code.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But have a choice, maybe not.
I mean, Department of Statistics, at least speaking in the U.S., have found that when compared for the same jobs, there still is a pay gap, particularly when it pertains to race.
Because 60% of women have never asked for a raise. So how can you complain about your pay if you don't ask?
Why are they not? What happens when women ask for a raise?
Sorry, I've been wanting to say something, but I want to be respectful. I don't want to interrupt people, and I want to let them finish their thoughts.
Jump in,
but
go through the wall.
It is a very privileged label, right, to be able to.
Well, before we get into that, because she said, what the studies that I've seen, whenever they compare actually the same occupation, it's almost always women and men are either paid equally, or women will actually be paid slightly more until they have a child.
Right.
And that's kind of that's the thing that's really going on here, is that it's not really the wage gap isn't like a male female gap. It's really like, oh, once you have a kid, obviously your hours are going to go down or you're going to stop working. And that's really where the gap, enters into.
I mean, didn't they just do a big study with Uber drivers where they figured out that women will work less and also drive slower? They had all these different metrics for why men made more money on Uber. Yeah. Because men are like higher risk. They would go into riskier neighborhoods. There's like all this different shit that they did. But it's all like completely conforms to what we know about the biological sex differences between men and women, right?
Right.
Like, why does a woman want to go into a terrible neighborhood? And
there's an alligator problem in my lawn, so I might be gone for like 5 minutes or so.
Okay. I can handle it.
Okay.
The thing that was bugging me about this particular section was if I have like a hair down in the middle of my face, like right between my eyes, how can this woman look like this without just, it seems like that one hair just keeps going in front of her eye. That would be so annoying to me.
Say that you're feminist, right? And I say that because I come from a working class background of Dominican immigrant parents. My mother would not necessarily identify as a feminist. I look to my mother and I do think of her as a feminist. A lot of my ideas and my...
See, they identify feminism with hardworking, which, I mean, I can respect that. If you want to say feminism is about women working and you know, having jobs and stuff like that, it seems like that's what feminism used to be thought of, which, I mean, I can agree with that, definitely. That's not saying that men are causing strife. That's saying that women want to take an equal role in society as producers. Which I mean, I like that.
Empowerment comes from seeing her like survive and put food on the table. When I'm thinking about feminism, I'm always thinking about who's not part of the conversation. What are the barriers? How do we think about equity? How do we think about self-empowerment and agency and having a voice, right? And having choice and thinking about our basic human rights, education, access to health, homes, like having
access to women's sports, access to women's only spaces. Those are rights too.
Bread, having food, and those things are very important, right? And they're at the crux, right, of what a lot of us here know that we need. It's like there are the barriers, right, that we constantly ignore that are very much systemic and microaggressive, right? We see them and experience them every day.
Like what in the U.S.? So, like what?
She said the microaggressive word.
What would you like to know an example of?
I know you said that there's like barriers. I want to know what barriers in the U.S. today as a woman.
Well, as a woman or as a woman of color? Let's be specific.
As a woman.
Look at that. She's like, listen, race is a bigger problem in my life than being a woman. So it's just so telling. Look at this girl over here rolling her eyes too. I wonder if she's rolling her eyes at the woman of color thing or at the woman thing.
And we don't. Well, no, I can't answer as a woman.
I just feel like your question is kind of hostile when you're like, there are no barriers to what I want. Congratulations. That means you have a privilege where you're not facing any friction, and that's showing. And I feel like it's
I think as an American, you're very privileged.
I'm not ignoring that.
Or like a basic level of what the feminist movement is when it comes to just being born a woman, right? Physically, pound for pound, we are born as women and we have less lean muscle mass than men. So there are issues of violence and assault and stuff like that. And so therefore, there are policies, there are things to help women physically, like, for example, I believe being able to carry a firearm and being able to use that safely to defend yourself against men who are born naturally with more muscle mass than a woman.
We got some nods from the conservatively dressed woman in the front. So maybe she is more conservative. I feel like there's a lot of feminists in the conservative movement that are just kind of like silent feminists. Like they do believe in obviously equality for women, but they would never call themselves feminists because of where feminism has ended up with all this grievance, which just, it looks bad. It's kind of a loser philosophy.
I keep hearing the term equity. What would a world that has equity look like? Like, would it be 50% of everyone in the same jobs? Would it be like prison, 50%?
That's equality.
50%. So what does equity look like?
So equity is generally described as a state of fairness because historically a lot of people have been arguing for equality. But what does that give us? Like 0.5 of the 1% being woman. This doesn't really do anything for us. And so people have talked about equity instead, which is instead of sameness, it's fairness. And this would mean that we remove systemic barriers to engage in society, not just for women, but also for everyone.
So which barriers?
Those barriers that you don't believe in.
What does it do for you to have a bunch of ramps in your life? It doesn't do shit. I need those ramps, right?
Can we stick to male versus female? That's my question. So I'm thinking male versus female.
But feminism includes ability, it includes race.
My question is
you guys
women.
can talk.
Women versus men. Like what barriers do we need removed? Because that's my statement. I'm not stating anything else. I'm stating women versus.
This look. Oh, she's so demoralized by it. She just is like, oh, my challenges. I mean, Pearl has pointed out correctly here. The challenges she faces are not because of her sex. They're because of her disability. But she wants to throw that in with feminism. She wants to make it sound like all women have to be in a wheelchair, which is it's just not helpful for the conversation.
This is mad.
It's very silly.
Like so what barrier? I just
silly?
want
The question
it's
is
a fair
silly.
question.
So,
yeah, but
it's not a fair question. It's
how is it not a fair question?
Kind of proving the point of what people, especially Black women, other people anybody who's not white, why we hear feminism and we don't want that label because it means. I'm just gonna say it means that. Like it means that you're.
Look, it's so bizarre here because she's basically saying, look, I'm a Black woman. I don't want the label feminist because of the woman over there who's a conservative who doesn't want the label feminist either. It's like, what exactly? She doesn't like the label of feminist either, obviously. So I guess nobody wants the label of feminist. Great.
You've already gotten to a pinnacle of whatever you think your happiness needs or whatever your survivalist needs are when there are people on lower end who are trying to survive, who are trying to get to a point of what should be normal based on what other people have.
It sort of sounds like you're saying feminism is not always inclusive then.
Right. It's most of the time it's not inclusive. It's more times than not, it's not. So, and within the just feminism space, again, there obviously the very basic is male versus female versus, but unfortunately, we've only had one subset of women be the face and voice and the academics and research and everything to be able to say, well, that's the standard we need to be in, when there are other people who are still trying to get to some type of normalcy and just living.
What is the biggest issue then that feminism faces?
I think it's the mindset. Women taking the agency, women taking initiative. I think it's mindset holding them back a lot, because if you want to be in a competitive world and compete, you have to have the right mindset.
True.
And I think a lot of people blame their lack of confidence or what society tells them for the reason that they're not achieving what they need to achieve, when that's not the case. You have to have the mindset of achieving, because the men who built the world had the mindset of building it. So the women who want to engage and build.
Oh, that's got to be triggering.
Oh, look at the woman next to her.
I know.
She's like, what? What did you just say?
The men who built the world.
Did you see her look? She totally
Oh,
gets
yes.
it. It's
Yes.
like side eye off the charts. She's like,
Look, she's got side eye from 3 directions here.
I know, everyone's like Elliot in the background is like, how dare you? How dare you?
How dare you?
That further, they need to have that same mindset.
I don't think we do. I think that's like assuming that we all want to be capitalist babies.
Right.
I think that men are not well adjusted in the society, and women are not trying to re-embody what they have built for us.
So basically she's like, listen, I should get all the things I want to get, but the rules should all change to whatever I want them to be.
Of course. Well, she's saying men built the fucked up world. She's obviously a man hater, so.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, so
They want to
the
rebuild
problem-
the world without capitalism.
Right. Well, the problem I have with a lot of this, kind of feminist, nonsense talking points is they think, they all believe that there's this magical conspiracy of white men somewhere in some room, some dark room somewhere, and they all dictate the way the world runs. It's like, well, no. There's what's really happening is there's all these different groups of people and all these different systems and all these different businesses and all these different politicians, and they're all competing with each other constantly at all times. And generally, in a liberal capitalist society, the more efficient, not always, but the more efficient systems are what's going to rise to the top, of creating results. So, you have to adjust your behavior accordingly. The world will not adjust to you.
True.
I think that like voting is a very important detail, which is just like human respect and dignity.
Yeah,
and not asking people to prove what their experience is and to prove to you. Like, it is like such conservative thinking to say like, I don't understand, explain it to me, versus just saying, I don't understand and let me respect what you are saying.
I'm respecting wherever your starting point.
This is like the worst advice ever, or the worst thought ever. It's not really advice. It's the worst thought ever. Just because someone says something to you, you should just accept it. You should say, oh, well, someone said something. I mean, you can say, well, I respect your opinion and I respect your feelings, but I disagree with, like, if it's just someone saying, I feel X about whatever. Okay, sure. But that's not what this conversation is about. This conversation is about, I feel X. So therefore, the world, the country, the government, society should change because I feel a specific way. And if you're advocating for some kind of change in the world, then you better damn believe that you have to back up your experiences and your feelings with something real or tangible. You don't just get to say, well, I appreciate your feelings, and I'm just going to change everything in accordance with that because you feel that way.
Respecting that. I'm really respecting that. I'm saying that if you don't have the mindset you can even achieve it, you're never going to even try. So it's never...
achieve what? Like, what are we talking about? Because I feel like you've projected this like capitalist ideology on everyone.
Achieve whatever it is you're looking for, equality, equity. But what I'm saying is women in the feminist space and a lot of these other spaces, we don't acknowledge that we have to take the initiative. We have to take the action. We have to have the mindset. We have to demand those things.
I don't understand how we're getting so off topic. This is about feminism today, whereas everybody wants to make this about their individual, here are all the multitude of other things that factor into my person. Great. This is about feminism. It's about womanhood. I understand that all of you have your own individual experiences and the other things that feed into you as a person. That's perfectly fine. But this is where intersectionality falls off the planet and loses, I would argue, probably the vast majority of people, including me. I'm not even a feminist. I don't give a crap about feminists arguing amongst themselves about who's the most victimized. But this is annoying to listen to. I honestly I don't understand anything anybody's even trying to get at.
Look, I just want to say that I don't think equity...
Oh my God. Sydney annihilates... She just took a flamethrower and just was like... Just annihilated everyone in this conversation. Jeez.
And this concept of competition can't coexist with each other. Equity is building more facilities for people who need them. It is...
Wait. First of all, look at that screen grab. Perfect pearl face right there. Did Adam leave? Adam left. Adam doesn't have to deal with alligators like I do. Okay. I had an alligator that was chewing on the screen. Okay. On the patio screen. Adam instead has to deal with, like, I'm going to say a homeless man crapping in his bushes. I'm going to say that's what Adam's dealing with.
But he's even trying to get at.
Look, I just want to say that I don't think equity and this concept of competition can't coexist with each other. Equity is...
It literally can't, though. It literally can't. Okay.
What's up? Sorry.
So the lady with the cow piercing, she said... Equity and competition can coexist together, but they can't. That doesn't make any sense.
Equity and competition. I mean, what's the point of competition if there's equity?
Exactly, because the whole thing was like, okay, so sort of the liberal civil rights movement. We had this idea of equality of opportunity. Everyone should be presented, should have the same opportunity to succeed. That is based on the idea of competition.
Well, and you're just some people will want to work harder than other people.
Right. Yeah. And that's based on the idea of saying, okay, everyone should just be able to enter into some competition, essentially, and then they can compete to win. That's all equality of opportunity is asking for. It's for everyone to be able to participate in the competition. But equity, and the reason that they always say equity instead of equality now, is that's talking about that they want some sort of equality of outcome in terms of demographics. And that by definition goes against the idea of competition, because you're saying, well, wait a minute, we have to remove competition so that the outcome reaches some predetermined, preset thing.
It's just bullshit. I mean, I like to work 14 hours a day. Like if you want to work 14 hours a day, knock yourself out. But most people don't want to do that.
Yeah, sure. But
it's so insane.
I just don't understand how this person could be this like out of it to be like, oh well, equity and competition that can totally coexist. It's like, well, not really. They're the exact opposite.
Yeah.
So I told everyone that you were dealing with a homeless man that was crapping in your bush. Was I close?
No, I got an Amazon package showed up. Something happened.
Sure. So the homeless man was crapping on your Amazon package?
No, they want to make sure the homeless man didn't steal my Amazon package.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Building more facilities for people who need them.
You want to hear the Amazon package?
Oh, what, did you get something exciting? Like,
I got a second drawing table so I could draw. I could have a drawing table in the living room too.
Drawing table?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
A drawing tablet. Come on.
Oh, tablet.
Computer drawing tablet.
Yeah, I think you said table. Like you got like a table. Like, oh, I need a specific table that I can draw. I can't draw on any hard surfaces. It has to be a drawing table.
Yeah. No, it's got to be like an electronic drawing table. So.
Gotcha. Wait, it's not. I thought listen, I'm not an artist. I don't know these things. I thought the drawing tablets were like little like things you pick up and draw on, right? They're not.
Nah,
like
I mean, I have
thing.
a really big drawing tablet, obviously.
Oh, okay.
It's like 20-inch drawing tablet. So, and I have one down at the studio too, so I can go down to the studio and hang out with Owen and draw there.
I mean, you can't just like.
And now I have one
around with you.
And now I have one, so if I want to go draw in the living room and watch a movie with my wife, I can do that too.
You can't just pick up your drawing tablet and like bring it into the next room.
I mean, isn't it just easier to walk over to the new drawing tablet?
I don't know how expensive these things are, but
this is when you end up owning 3 drawing tablets when you draw like 14 hours a day. It's like,
I understand you draw a lot, but it's like Adam's like, listen, Sitch, I can be inspired at any moment. I need a drawing tablet in every room so I can rush over.
Look, I want to live in a world where we force people to work 18-hour days. Like if you, I feel like that's the equity people drive me to that point. I'm like, why would you want to live in a world where people who are motivated to improve their circumstances are not able to? Equity it bugs me because it's like people put in different amounts of effort and will obviously be rewarded for different amounts of effort. That makes the world a great place.
Do you have like a cell phone in each room in case it rings and you just need to like?
No, my cell phone I usually put in the other room and turn it off. Yeah.
Oh, that's a pretty smart idea.
Get rid of the cell phone.
CT says some of them need to be connected to a computer or something?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have a computer in your living room, do you?
No, but I'm just going to run a cable out to the living room. So I do have a...
Oh, so you have all these cables. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. By the way, Adam said bad words like 5 times already. I know.
What? It was once.
I heard at least 2
I said
times.
the F-bomb and then I said the S-bomb as I was
twice.
upset about the F-bomb. As I realized I did the F-bomb. Did I say, the equity stuff might get me dropping F-bombs. It drives me insane because I know you know people in your life who work all the time. They're always working. They love to work. That's them. And you know people who, work as little as humanly possible because, they don't want to work. They'd rather sit around, they'd rather putz around the house and work on their own projects and stuff.
Sure.
So the world separates itself into those people. And to say, we need to give the same amount of, we need to reward the people who don't want to do jack shit and the people who want to work their asses off the same. That bugs me. That really bugs me. Doesn't that bug you?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I look at it like a freedom thing.
Freedom.
If you want to work, in a restaurant part-time and surf all day, knock yourself out. If you want to fucking live cheaply and get a little place, a little shack by the beach and barely work at all and not like worry about your retirement or having kids or getting married or whatever you want, knock yourself out. Go do it. If you want to work your fingers to the bone, 24/7 and build a business or a family, knock yourself out. But the idea that we should regulate people doing that is just that's where equity leads. And infuriating that people like this sit around and theorize about it when generally they're the people who are they don't like the competition. They don't want to work.
I mean, listen, I don't want to work, so I agree.
Yeah, but live
everything
and let
should
live.
be provided for me, so I can just sit around and play video games all day.
Maybe it's me, but I've always, it's just like you can live and you can work and live cheaply if you want. I guess it's the artist mentality, because during my 20s, like I worked as little as possible and, you know, worked on my own projects and stuff like that. So I never had problems doing that. Who's having problems doing that, Sitch?
Well, because the issue is that people want to do that, but they also want to, you know,
drive
a family,
a BMW. Yeah, exactly.
They want to have a child that's expensive. They want to have nice things. You know, they want to live in a high expensive area.
I got you. So the problem is that they want to live cheaply and do their own stuff, but at the same time, they want to have an expensive lifestyle.
Exactly.
It's like, okay,
exactly.
I got you.
Right.
Yeah. So these people are basically just, no, okay.
They're delusional.
Yeah, they are delusional.
Recognizing that there are holes and there's opportunities for women and feminine.
But I also feel like they don't recognize that the people who do have all those things are working hard. They're delusional in a way that they think those people are just, they're just handed those things.
Right, right.
You know, they live in the big house because, you know, it was just gifted to them.
Yeah.
Inexpansive people and meeting those opportunities. I think equity can buoy the pre-existing system that we live in a good way.
And this is where we're going to get to what I think the real feminist arguments are based off of policy. And
wait.
Mm-hmm. What did I miss?
Is she wearing bullet earrings?
Oh, you're right. Look at that. Gangster. Holy
She's
cow.
got some like big old bullet. Well, they're not real bullets, but like.
I mean, those look like real bullets. What are you talking about?
Pre-existing. They don't look real to me. They look very fake. But the head is like bedazzled. Mm-hmm. The slug is bedazzled. Also very thin.
I wouldn't want to
system
get
that we
shot
live
with
in
a
a good
bedazzled bullet. I mean, how embarrassing. The
You have
bullet
glitter,
that
like,
killed
mixed
him.
into your blood.
Did you find the bullet? Yes, it's bedazzled.
And they make it very easy to find in a dark alleyway at night. You know, you just shine a flashlight.
He's in critical condition.
And this is where
the bedazzled bullet hit his aorta.
we're going to get to what I think the real feminist arguments are based off of policy. And abortion is the biggest one.
How many of you would identify as pro-choice? Let's do a show of hands for pro-choice.
I feel like pro-choice is pro-life, though.
Yeah.
Okay, and folks who identify as pro-life?
Oh, look.
So that's kind of interesting because you have, you know, the lady who seemed very feminist, but she's pro-life. Mm-hmm. So how does that work?
Which one?
That's the septum piercing.
The trans woman?
The one with the septum piercing in the back.
Yeah, that's the trans woman, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if she's trans. But
I think she's trans, yeah. She says later on that she's trans.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, it makes perfect sense, of course.
Yeah.
Look, she's pro-life.
Identify as each?
You've gone from legal, safe, rare to, yeah, I'm so proud, let me beatbox in front of a Planned Parenthood, yeah, I got murder on my mind. The fact that it's celebrated that murdering children, especially in late-term pregnancies, is celebrated, that people are so proud of themselves for mutilating a fetus is just, it blows my mind. And I don't think that you need to be pro-life to even take that stand.
And you said late time.
So I know that like this is like heavily edited. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to say, like, I don't know what she's responding to specifically, but the way it's edited, it's like, why are you pro-life? And then she gives an answer that doesn't actually explain that. And I think is actually, even though her first long comment that she made, I thought was very good. I think it's like a terrible answer because like, yeah, there are people on the left who do this weird virtue signaling performance where they're not pro-choice, they're like pro-abortion, right? I think that's definitely in the very minority of like crazy people who are doing like this weird political virtue signaling thing. and you shouldn't base your political opinion off of like what crazy people do, right?
I mean, I would have said that until I saw the congressional hearing on abortion, and like every single Democrat was basically in that position where they didn't want to even draw a distinction between late-term abortion and,
so that's not true. There was that one lady that they brought, that one speaker said that, but that wasn't every single Democrat. So there was one speaker who said that.
I'm hyperbolic.
Right. But the thing is, my broader point, which I think is the more important point, is you shouldn't base your opinion on something like saying like, oh, well, this person is a crazy person, so I'm just going to do the opposite of whatever they're doing.
No,
like,
of
that's
course,
it's a very foolish way to look at things. And I'm assuming, and now maybe she had a much more cogent answer and they cut it out. But she said like, I'm pro-life because of X, Y, Z, and then maybe someone says something else and she's responding to that. So it could all be deceptive editing. But the way it's edited, it's a very poor answer because it's not really like, you shouldn't be pro-life just because you don't like crazy people that you think take, pro-choice stuff too far. That would be a foolish argument to bring forward.
Pro-life and pro-choice are not good enough terms these days to really tell what's going on, because even most people who consider themselves pro-life are in favor of exceptions for rape and incest. So, I mean,
right.
I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know. Are they pro-life and no exceptions? Most people aren't.
Well, and I'm like, if you look at the statistics, I think we looked it up. I mean, the majority of people were in favor of abortions being available up to, the Roe v. Wade essentially time period. So when we last looked it up on stream.
Yeah. I mean, I just
pregnancy.
make it like 12 weeks and call it a day. 3 months seems to like good enough for me.
Yes. A lot of abortions do not happen.
I made the distinction specifically because lots of people still celebrate. There are people who, when the laws were passed actually here in New York, they said, yes, great, yes, I love the fact
but
that...
you need to ask about what are people celebrating, right? They're celebrating access. We're not celebrating killing kids. Like, that's not what it is.
Well, so this is what I'm saying.
So, like, here's the thing. When we're talking about access to reproductive health and to abortion rights, right, and to being pro-choice, listen, that's your body, you do you.
No. The child is not your body.
I think that's, it's sort of it's a good base point, but there's more to it. And there's this thing that everyone probably notices. Like, people are so stupid that they take, like, everything becomes hyperbolized and they take everything too far. So, like, I think there's very few people who in their heart of hearts are, like, excited about, like, murdering, fetuses, right? Like, if they lived in a vacuum, they wouldn't be excited about getting an abortion. But what happens is, like, they know it triggers people on the right. So it's like they're just trolls. Like, they're excited because they know it triggers someone on the right. That's what they're excited about.
Yeah, they're trolling the right.
There's like, oh, look, I'm trolling the right. I'm dancing from a bush clip. I'm going to get into, like, my 20th abortion. Oh, my, like, that's what they're, like, excited about.
Yeah, you got the Lindsay Ellis's of the world. That's all they live for, is to troll the right.
But then these ideas like, oh, this is, and it's interesting because the left usually falls for this more so. Like, someone on the right is trolling someone on the left about, I don't know, some issue relating to religion or race or gender or something. And then the person on the left, like, assumes the troll position.
Yeah.
Or assumes, like, because there is some problems where if you troll too much, I think the troll position becomes the real person's position. Like, they can fall into that. But it's like, I guess the way I'm trying to think of how to conceptualize
the troll position has become the position for a lot of people on the left.
Right. But it's like it's the energy and the excitement of the position comes from the troll. It doesn't come from the position, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it comes from triggering the right or the left.
And it's important that people, both the troll and the trollee, understand that, and they don't. Because if the troller doesn't understand that, then they end up basically adopting the troll position, which I've seen. And if the trollee doesn't understand that, then they essentially assume that the person that's trolling them is like some sort of like evil individual that's like excited about doing some evil action, whatever that action may be.
A zygote.
A baby. It's so scary for me to hear people calling like guns the biggest equalizer for women, but taking their choices away from them at a policy level.
Why is that?
Having a gun is an equalizer.
It is.
Having rights is an equalizer.
Yeah, that's
Having
right.
choice is
Right.
an equalizer.
Just like a gun right.
And in this country,
41 forms of
the
birth control.
policies that are pushed to continue perpetuating patriarchy.
Look, she's gonna use that bullet.
No.
She's gonna use that.
She's gonna take that bullet off of her.
She's like, bitch. I know, we should have known. She is the gun rights lady. She's got the bullet earrings.
Bullet earrings, yeah.
I do feel like guns, guns are the great equalizer for women, man.
Of course they are.
Every woman should be pro-gun.
Of course.
And anti-women, like taking the autonomy away from women, it is heartbreaking to see women pushing that propaganda. It's all brainwash. Like you,
it's brainwash because you don't agree with me.
No,
so
because
therefore
I've been
I'm
brainwashed.
brainwashed.
I have lived deeply institutionalized.
Ma'am,
I have lived under Islam. I'm not interested in any of that. Like, there's no like
You're not
guilt
interested
for
in
me.
human-
No, I'm not interested in like
living,
thinking that like women are doing this really bad thing. Like in my religion, abortion is actually allowed. If the woman needs it, she's allowed, because it's very interesting how like fundamental America is. Like fundamentalist.
This is nothing to do with
like
even
deep
religion. This is very
conservative
basic
thinking.
scientific human rights.
We're also talking about people not.
So again, I wish we could find. I would love to see what the unedited version of this is.
Sitch
To see where
wants the unedited shit.
Well, I'm curious to see like where these conversations, like if they actually go anywhere, because they edit it to just like put in the quote unquote good bits in the drama, and so like I can watch this and be like, oh well, there's like this conversation is dumb, or there's like a breakdown, but maybe there wasn't. Maybe they actually resolved it, but we just don't know because they got it out.
It's true,
because like the central issue to what the lady dressed like a 70s shaman was saying is, she's like, oh, her position was, it makes no sense to me that there's women are complaining and caring about gun rights, but they don't care about the right of their bodily autonomy regarding to pro-choice. That's her conception. So she's accusing the gun person on the panel, or the pro-gun people on the panel, but are pro-life people on the panel, as being hypocrites. That's what the accusation is that she's levying. But that's not really, no one addressed that. And the problem is that needs to be addressed and say, well, wait a minute. This is the problem with your argument. And this is the problem with a lot of the pro-choice argument, is that you don't give any rights whatsoever to the fetus or the baby, depending on how you perceive it. And so you're just literally looking at it like it's just a bodily autonomy issue. You're negating the entire perspective of the pro-life side, which is that no, there is a person there and that they have some right to life, and there needs to be some respect, or there needs to be some conversation about, when the rights of the mother and the rights of the baby intercept and how exactly that's supposed to play out. And until you can talk about that and have that conversation, then it's just like a bunch of idiots virtue signaling and talking past each other.
Of course, yeah. 12 weeks, they should buy the fetus a gun. And then the fetus can defend itself, right?
It could shoot the doctor. That's what you're saying.
Well, I'm just saying.
I don't think
the charge of hypocrisy is pretty hilarious. It's just, it's like, oh, okay. It is kind of a self-defense issue, isn't it?
It is. Well, I would be curious if, and the problem is like since all these things are rooted in tribalism, there's so much hypocrisy, because it's like, how many of the people that are pro-choice, and then they'll make every bodily autonomy argument in the world, they're pro-vaccine mandate, right?
Yeah.
So why does the bodily autonomy not have anything, not have any say in that part of the argument?
Because you're hurting society.
Well, but see, that's the thing. When it comes to the vaccine stuff, let's pretend because they believe that the vaccine helps prevent transmission, which it probably doesn't. Right. But let's just pretend it does, okay, just for the sake of argument. So when it comes to vaccine, they're able to basically understand the right-wing abortion argument.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, even though it's affecting your bodily autonomy, it's affecting someone else.
Yes, you're hurting someone else.
Right. So it's not just all about you.
Of course.
So you just got to bring that into the abortion argument. Say, well, wait a minute, you are affecting someone else, or some potential one else. So,
but they'd be like, that is basically a parasite inside of my body that I can.
Well, but that's the disagreement. is how to define where life begins, what life is, blah, 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 blah. That's a disagreement.
It'd be so nice if we could just settle it, but it can't be settled.
It can't be settled, yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. People are too egomaniacal to actually settle it.
Well,
everyone on this panel is my way or the highway.
I don't know if it's an ego issue. Like,
how's it not?
Well, if you've come to the conclusion that the fetus is a baby the second it's conceived, I mean, it's not like it's a definitional difference in how you perceive what life is. I don't know if that's an ego question, right?
I mean, if you had some humility that you could be wrong, you'd be in a better position to make some compromises.
Yeah, but it's not really a testable thing.
No.
So
that's why you have to have humility right there.
Unless they develop,
because it's not a testable thing. It's something that you can't really know.
I guess, and maybe you're right to some extent. There was a funny
look. The problem is that they do know. Like that's the thing. The people.
Well, the
that
problem
come
is
out,
they think
like,
they know.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's the same, virtually the same thing. I mean,
there was
thinking they know and knowing that they know is the same thing.
Right. Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Joe Rogan recently.
Oh, really?
And he was talking about how they're talking about like Neil deGrasse Tyson was basically dismissing like the science of out of body experiences or near death experiences essentially. And he was like, well, why don't they put in hospital rooms? They should put like cards that have words on them, but you could only see them if you were like floating out of your body, like as you're dying.
Right.
And Joe was like, I don't think they're going to be like, oh, you're dying. But by the way, as you're dying, in case we revive you, try to look around the room and see where like the words are.
Why not?
And but it's funny because so Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, well, back in the day when X-ray was first invented, they would actually wheel the X-ray machine out to people that were dying to try to see if they could see the soul leaving the body as the person was dying.
Wow.
And so I was like, oh, that's crazy. But so until we develop the soul X-ray machine where you can look at the pregnant lady and you can see where or if a soul exists in the baby, then that's the only way you're going to solve this, conundrum, this question.
Yeah.
Having access to abortion clinics where they're doing the things themselves and they die, right? We're also talking about women in the hospital who are pregnant, who have chosen to stay with their pregnancy and have issues at hospitals, and hospitals that are like, oh, no, we don't do that. Listen, for whatever reason, you don't need to explain it to anybody, but a lot of times when we're talking about access to reproductive health, for me, I'm thinking about Black, Indigenous, people of color, particularly women and girls who are working class, who do not have even access to like proper sexual education. It's the oppressive state of saying, I will force you to have a child even against your own will, right? Especially when you're thinking about women and girls who would be forced to have these children who are already living in very traumatized and scarce situations. You want to ask about barriers? That's a barrier right there.
It's really gross, I think, when we think about everything that person just said. It's like, well, okay, you could be a girl, you could be a young girl who's, living in an abusive home, who's poor, who's had a very, troubling life. And it has literally nothing to do with like your skin color or whether you're an indigenous person or not. Like, why do you, to me, it's really gross that you basically crap all over the experiences of millions of Americans just because they don't satisfy some kind of racial criteria of intersectionality, oppression Olympics that you want to like put this slop on the conversation for no reason.
Yeah. It's gross. It's totally gross.
Yeah. It's utterly point. Well, it's not pointless because the point of them doing it is they want to create like this hammer that they can just smash you in the face with and tell you to shut up. Like, shut up if you disagree with me. You disagree with me because you're racist. You don't care about these oppressed, underprivileged, non-white people because you're a bigot. They smack you in the face with that hammer.
Right. And you're like, but there's oppressed people who are white. No, shut up, you racist. I'm talking about the oppressed indigenous people.
And they go, well, they're not oppressed by society. Like, really? Really? You go to some lower income, poor white neighborhood, and you're telling me those people aren't oppressed by society?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
But they choose to be there. You don't understand.
Oh, I see.
All they have to do is go to the bank and ask for their $1 million home, and they would just give it to them.
There you go. They go, oh, well, you're white, so here you go.
Yeah. It's a bunch of people feeling sorry for themselves. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
No, sir. I don't like it.
Women in poverty aren't able to access the way that rich women are. And no matter what happens, rich women are going to keep getting abortions and people in poverty are going to not. And the choice, opening it up, the overruling is marginally affecting.
That's actually a terrible argument. Mm-hmm. You say, well, rich people are still going to get abortions regardless of whether you want or not. It's like, well, wait a minute. That has nothing to do with the conversation. The conversation is someone thinks that the action is moral or immoral. If someone thinks the action is immoral, they're trying to stop as many people from doing as possible. You saying, well, rich people are still going to do it anyway in secret. It's like, well, that should be stopped. Like, how is that an argument? How is that an argument in your favor?
Well, rich people bad, of course, Sitch. What do you come on?
I guess it doesn't. It's like
obvious.
It's like so many people in these political conversations. They only make arguments they're not even arguments that convince anyone. They're just virtue signals. They're just arguments to their own side.
So true.
To their own side. They'll nod their head up and down and seal clap and say, yes, preach, girl, preach.
Go, girl.
Yes.
You destroyed. Slay them.
Poor people are not going to be able to get abortions. We're like, well, okay. Well, what does poor people getting abortions have to do with the concept of whether people should be getting abortions or not?
It has everything to do with it.
People of color, people in poverty, way more than people who are going to get access to those abortions.
Actually, incorrect. The misquote. There's actually more abortions for people in poverty. It's just at a lower rate.
Why do you...
Pearl is just like there with the facts and logic.
Bam!
Wrong.
Right.
Poor people have way more abortions.
Well, it's funny because that's one of those things where, like, you know, they'll bring forward this time when they say, like, oh, poor people won't be able to get abortions, blah, 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 blah. And then someone says, well, it's not true. Actually, poor people get more abortions. And it's like one of those things where, like, I don't know if that's true, but we all, like, assume it's true because it sounds true. Like, right?
Of course.
It just sounds true. You're like, that sounds true. Because poor people have, you know, babies or get pregnant more, you know, on average than you know, richer people. So just
rich people have more
sense.
access to birth control.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why they're like, there's no response. They're like, oh,
they have
I
more
think
to lose from an unwanted pregnancy, right? I mean, they're probably planning on going to college and, you know, marrying a CEO. They got a bunch of shit that they're working on. They got projects lined up, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people in these conversations, especially, like, I don't know who all of these people are.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of them are kind of normie-esque. Like, they're still like when they bring out their name, I check their Twitter or whatever, their Instagram. Most of them are very, very small audience people, except for Pearl and Sydney Watson, who I think are the biggest people on this panel.
They all have audiences?
Some of them have, like, tiny audiences. So,
okay.
Like, they're all doing things, but...
Maybe we can get them on the show. Come argue with us.
But
listen, well, you've said this thing about abortion. We don't really get it. Why do you want to be a baby killer?
But I think for a lot of kind of the more normie side of things, like, they're just these, like, rehearsed dialogue tree arguments that they kind of essentially just spew out, like, at once.
I know.
Like, oh, you know, poor people can't get abortions if this affects, you know, minorities, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't matter what the question is. It's like, oh, you said abortion topic. That triggered my, you know, NPC dialogue tree response of like, boop, 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 boop. And I'm just going to, like, give this thing, I'm going to shotgun, like, regurgitate this response to you, even if it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's so weird because a lot of times people talk about these topics and they don't really even understand the basic concepts.
Yeah, or they don't understand not even the basic concept of the topic, but, like, the basic concept of the question that's being asked of them, and how what their answer is not not relevant to what's being asked.
Well, in the abortion debate, like, you really got to narrow in on personhood. Personhood is where
that's the entire conversation.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, okay, it's sooner or later it's a person,
right?
Does that happen when it's at conception? Like, it's somewhere between conception and when it pops out and screams.
Thank you, Adam.
So
thank you for that rate. I was very confused until you laid out that rate.
right, yeah. It's like a good 9-month chunk there. A lot of people try to draw lines in there.
Somewhere in the entirety of the conversation of the birth, there's
Right.
a person somewhere in there.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
No. But
You think that
both sides want to go to the most obnoxious people. The people who want to kill it the day before it's born, or
Right.
the people who want to like
Never.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, it's because that's where all
Start
like
buying baby clothes at conception.
Well, okay, because if you had a bunch of people
Mm-hmm.
on the panel, like us, who would try not to get baited into like dumb arguments about nothing, it wouldn't.
So
be
guys
as-
basically on a feminist panel.
If you had a bunch of smart males talking
Right.
about female issues,
Let me mansplain you here.
Let me mansplain, but
Let me tell
no,
you
like
how human beings work.
exactly. But I mean, it wouldn't be as viral a video because you just have a bunch of reasonable people saying like pretty reasonable things, even if you disagree with them. You're like, well, that's somewhat reasonable, and then who would watch that?
Of course, yeah. You want delusional people being super smug about how wrong they are.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
is the viral formula.
Yes, yes. You want Jerry Springer chair throwing, hair
Yes.
pulling. Yeah.
Sydney Watson is very good in this video. They
Yes,
have a camera on
for the
her,
most part.
like full time. She just emotes. Her face is like constantly making someone look like.
Well, she's used to being
It's
on camera.
great.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely practiced that.
It's like horrified. It's awesome.
that abortion has been so tied up in this feminism conversation?
It's all just social structure set up around bodies. So if not all women are able to have babies, but it's about the barriers and value that we give to these specific bodies, right? And so if abortion happens in a woman's body, that's why this conversation is coming up.
See, I hate that. I really do
I know.
hate that because it's a complete misconception of society. It's not society doesn't everyone get together and decide, this is how we're going to value certain bodies. It's like,
Right,
no,
right.
different individuals value different things at different levels. It's like an emergent property that some particular body type is the most attractive or the most popular, I guess you'd say. I mean, that's a completely emergent property, but to make it sound like people sit down and are like, let's decide what's going to be the model everyone's going to be attracted to this year.
Right. Or in the
Ridiculous.
context that she's talking about, it's like, we hear this a lot. Oh, if men could get pregnant, there wouldn't be this pro-life position. It's like, that's not remotely true.
Yeah, of course. The women are split on the issue, obviously. So
Right. Yeah. If women are split on the issue while
why
they have,
wouldn't men be split?
yeah, exactly. Well, because they view men, because in their view, in their very limited scope of how they view the world, it's essentially men are dominant and they're controlling everything. They're forcing culture. They're forcing these societal attitudes. And so the women that side with them are basically like self-hating women who've been culturally conditioned by, the evil patriarchy.
Yeah. Men force other men to do shit they don't want to do. So
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You said that not all women are able to have babies or pregnancies. Are you saying, meaning like an infertility issue?
A number of reasons. There's all kinds of reasons that not all women are having babies.
Pearl, I saw your hand up. Yeah.
I think women want.
She's trying to probe. She's like, are you talking about trans women?
yeah. What do you mean,
Mostly
all
for-
women? Do you mean
All what are you trying to say exactly?
Are you talking
Megan?
about biological men?
Yes.
around and not have any consequence for it.
Hell yeah, we do.
Yeah!
Right.
Oh my God.
Reasons that not all
how
women are having
fucking
babies.
ironic is that?
I know.
Pearl, I saw your hand up. Yeah.
I think women want to sleep around and not have any consequence for it.
Hell yeah, we do.
Oh my God, it's so fucking hilarious.
Well, it's so funny because like if someone
Look,
you know, if someone
explain what happened first. Go ahead.
Okay,
though. Yeah.
Okay, what do you mean? Explain what happened?
Okay,
We
so
all heard and saw what happened.
Pearl, the conservative woman, says, "I think women just want to sleep around, you know,
without consequences.
Right. Which is typically a male reproductive strategy. Like men have two reproductive strategies. They have the father, you know, I'm going to get married and raise a bunch of kids strategy, and they have the I'm going to have sex with as many women as I can and leave them high and dry, right? That's the two male reproductive strategies.
Right.
Well, you have the trans woman who's the biological male on the panel.
Yes.
Say, hell yeah, we do.
Basically emoting a classically male strategy.
Which I did.
Yes.
I was watching a video. And it might have been transitioners or detransitioners. It might have been Benjamin Boyce. I apologize. I can't remember the actual video. But it was hilarious to me that the trans person or detransitioner said that they had spent a bunch of time in these spaces that were both trans women and trans men.
Mm-hmm.
And they said the trans women spaces are all they talk about is sex. That's it. Sex, 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 sex. Now, in the trans man spaces, all they talk about is relationships. Which I'm going, okay. This
interesting.
I know. So traditionally, and I mean, I think women obviously talk about sex with their friends and stuff. Men probably talk about sex more than women.
Right.
You know, just if it's
On
the
average.
guys. Oh yeah, if the guys but it's fundamentally you're talking about a space where a bunch of people are saying, you know, I am internally a woman or I am internally a man, but yet they go to these spaces and display all of the internal workings of their biological gender or biological sex rather.
Right.
How ironic is that?
Well, it is. It's very ironic, and it would definitely go along with the idea that gender dysphoria is a self recognition in the brain issue, not like you have a female brain in a male body or a male brain in a female body issue, but just that you have you do still have your stereotypically. Obviously, we're talking about averages here, so without lives. But you have, an average quote unquote male or average quote unquote female,
Libido.
brain, and whatever that's gonna, carry along with it. But you have some issue that has to do with your self-recognition that gives you gender dysphoria. So, and you're right, and it's that literally played out just now because you just had that, that exact thing.
Yeah, I know.
In this panel.
It just makes you think. It's like, it's a cultural thing that's going on here. Nobody's escaping their biological destiny.
No.
Yeah.
No. Well, and also it's so dumb because to me, the concept of women want to have abortions because they want to just have sex without repercussions. I don't think that's fucking true. I don't buy that. I think it's a very weak argument. I think most people are fine using other means of birth control. Getting an abortion is expensive. It's a whole procedure. It can be very traumatic for people. It's not like you just walk on down in the corner booth and then you press a button and then the baby just gets transported out of you and you're done. People, I don't buy this idea that women are making a decision like, oh well, I just want to sleep around a lot and not have make the guy wear a condom or whatever because I'll just get an abortion. Because that's what's women that want to sleep around, they don't want to get STDs. There's a million reasons why you'd want to use a condom. It's just this idea. So to me, that idea, I think, even though I like, Pearl in this conversation, I think it's a very weak argument. I think it's a very untrue argument. It's like a stereotype. It's like a pro-life stereotype argument that I think is very weak. And yet, then you have Eli over here basically confirm the worst argument on the planet by saying yes.
Of
yes,
course,
and
yeah,
just digging in. It's just
of course, women want to sleep around without consequence.
You're like, oh my god,
just like me, me as a woman.
I know. Well, the thing is, nobody should want to sleep around without consequences. I don't think that's a healthy attitude for an individual or for society.
This is just clown world on steroids here. It
It
really
is. It is. Yeah, it's like instead of me pushing back on your weak argument, let me just basically confirm it. Essentially,
Let me
like the dumbest
confirm
way
your weak
ever.
argument.
Yeah. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. I'm sure Eli's really worried about birth control. I mean, she looks very fertile to me. Like
Well,
she could have like triplets.
and I guess and here's the irony too. So if we were to be on this panel, like, let's talk about abortions, they'd be like, get out of here, man. You can't talk about abortions. This doesn't affect you. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, we would just identify as women and then be let's dive in, guys. I'm a
Well,
woman.
so that's what I'm going to say. Like, why is it, so if you're a trans woman, you're not affected by abortion either. Why the hell do you get to talk about abortions on this panel?
Why do you
I don't know.
Why do you get to talk about promiscuity, women's promiscuity like this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, instead of, taking personal accountability and being on birth control, they just want to like do whatever they want.
Who was the one that was like screaming?
What do you mean? That was her.
No, there was someone that was like, yeah.
Hell yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
was it
her.
it was her. Okay.
Look, yeah.
Jeez.
Let's just go out. Come on. The bullet girl is like, not
like,
so much.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Taking personal accountability and being on birth control, they just want to like do whatever they want.
You like that breeze? She's like,
whoa, these bitches are sluts. She's like,
You say this like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Why are they? I mean, let's have the conversation about female promiscuity. Why not?
Well, it's weird because it's like at first it was like, okay, the conversation was like, okay, if women are shamed for promiscuity but men are not shamed for promiscuity, that's a double standard,
right?
And maybe society should do something and it should start shaming men for promiscuity. But it's like, no, in the other direction. It's like, no, women should just be as like fucking around as men are. It's like, I don't think that's the right direction to necessarily go with the
Shaming
argument.
men for promiscuity would probably be a better route. It would.
Yes, probably.
Let's get all these kids. Let's get these guys married.
Yeah.
Working on. Let's get those birth rates up, guys. I mean, I'm kind of to the point where, like, if they just wanted to make abortion illegal flat out, I mean, silver lining, the birth rates would go up, right?
Oh my God, that's a terrible idea.
Why?
It's a terrible idea.
You think so?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know that I like it the day that it. I don't know that I'd lose a lot of sleep over it, to be honest with you. But it's not an issue that affects me.
It's not an issue you have to deal with.
One of the reasons why the turnout for young people was so high in the last election was the abortion stuff, obviously,
right?
Because that affects them, like more than it affects me, obviously.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I mean, you're talking about, you don't think women are using abortion as birth control. You think that that's a stereotypical conservative argument that doesn't really hold water.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't
there's
make sense
all
conceptually.
look, there's a million reasons, though, to have an abortion that's beyond the birth control thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of it, too.
Like a girl could really like the guy and think, I want to have this guy's kid. And then the relationship goes south or whatever. So it's not really, I mean, she could be wanting to get pregnant.
I think if someone's thought process is, oh, I can have sex with some random person, and I don't have to get them to wear a condom because I can get an abortion. Like you understand, like that thought of like I can get an abortion, that's the excuse to justify the action that they want to do.
Yeah, but I think it's probably more likely that the person is thinking, well, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I got pregnant.
Yeah, but it's like, well, what would be the end of the world if you got AIDS or hepatitis or gonorrhea or like
nobody's going and nobody's like, oh, I really like this guy. I think he has AIDS. Come on.
No, but I'm saying the idea
pregnancy is more likely than AIDS.
Well, wait a minute. We're talking about two different things. You're talking about like a girl who's in a relationship with a guy.
Well, not necessarily.
The conversation was about, women just want to have random sex.
Maybe
with,
they're
like,
just
strangers,
besties.
right?
Well, I mean, okay.
And to me, it's just like, it's insane. Like, it's just insane. Like the idea like, oh yeah, women just want to go around and have sex with strangers and they're not worried about STDs and they're only worried about getting pregnant. And so they're like, well, I'll just get an abortion. It's like, no, it's like, I don't buy for a second. If there's a woman out there who's like going around having sex with strangers, unprotected sex with strangers, and is like, well, I can just get an abortion. That person would still have unprotected sex with strangers, even if they couldn't get an abortion, because they're not being controlled. You think the woman?
Maybe
yeah,
not,
of course. You think the woman who's going around doing the most illogical thing ever, having unprotected sex with strangers, you think that person is being operated according to their elephant, or you think they're being operated according to their logical rider that's like, logically, if you get pregnant, you can always get an abortion. Like, you think that's the thought process that's controlling their action?
So you're saying that if they know, there's no way in hell they can get an abortion,
they would still do exactly the same behavior. Yeah, most of them would. Yes.
I don't know about that. I really don't. Like, why? Okay. Look, why would you?
Because by saying that they wouldn't, you're assuming that they're being motivated by something logical as opposed to something emotional.
Yeah, but you're assuming that they have no ability to control their emotions, or
if they did, they wouldn't be having unprotected sex with strangers.
Well, okay.
That's so stupid. It's so easy to get condoms. It's so easy to get condoms.
But nobody likes condoms, Sitch. You know that, right?
I understand that.
Condoms are terrible.
Listen.
Look, people don't want to use condoms.
I get that, but
people want to have unprotected sex with
strangers
because it's fun.
Exactly. But where's
That's
judging
why
that
they're
thought
doing
process?
it.
But what's judging that? What's promoting that thought process? Is that the elephant that's saying, well, condoms suck, I want to have fun, unprotected sex? Or is that the writer saying that?
Oh, it's all elephant.
Exactly. So that's my point. They've made some emotional decision. I want to have unprotected sex with either I think it feels better. I think I don't want to like pressure the guy into doing it because maybe he doesn't want to do it and maybe he doesn't want to have sex with me. Whatever. There's like whatever reason that they have. Okay. That's what's creating the action. That's what's creating their behavior. The idea that like wanting an abortion, that's just an after the fact justification.
Abortion
that they tell themselves to make themselves feel better about engaging in this risky behavior.
Abortion is the insurance policy, though. And you do behave differently if you know you don't have an insurance policy.
I'm skeptical.
If you know that you're parachuting, without a net, without a parachute, that doesn't make any sense.
I completely disagree with you. But we'll see. I mean, I'd be curious to see if we could look at some of these states that are, passing these very restrictive abortion laws. Does unprotected sex go down or not? Does it have any impact on it whatsoever?
Look,
I think it might have an impact on like people that are like in long-term relationships, people that are married. I think it would have an impact on that. But the conversation that they were talking about on the panel was just like, women having sex with strangers. I don't think it have any impact on that.
If you get into the car and the car doesn't have a seatbelt, you're like, okay, I gotta be on my best behavior here. I gotta be good, right? If you got a seatbelt, wait. Fuck it. I'll put my seatbelt on.
That's the perfect analogy. I'm glad you brought this up. Okay. If you, a person who normally wears a seatbelt, enter a car and there's no seatbelt, you think, I have to be extra safe.
Sitch is like, these bitches never wear a seatbelt.
But as I'm sure you've known people in your life who never wear seatbelts, right?
Yeah.
And let me ask you something. The person who you know in your life who never wears a seatbelt, are they generally a better driver or a worse driver?
Worse.
Okay, exactly. That's my exact point. The person who's already going to engage in the risky behavior is more likely to also engage in the risky behavior and compound it again and again and again. They're not concerned about if you're a person that's more willing to engage in risky behavior, like not having unprotected sex with strangers, not wearing a seatbelt. That means that you're the type of person that's not thinking ahead. You're not even conceiving of negative outcomes in the head. That's why you're engaging in the riskier behavior in the first place.
I think we need to move on.
See, you know exactly. See, I'm so glad you brought that up because you know exactly what I'm talking about.
It's got to be a small amount, though, right?
I don't know. I mean, I would hope
conservatives,
so.
Conservatives want to say that it's like 50% of women.
Right.
But they basically want to say all women are floozies.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the red pill stuff. But speaking of...
They want women to have sex with them, of course, but then...
Of course. Speaking of floozies, one pump and I'm done for $20. Says, I remember a YouTuber named Think Before You Sleep making a video about how feminism makes people take a more victimized view of the world. And good Lord, did Ludwig Vosch and Hassan all have such triggered, pathetic responses?
Oh, they responded to this video too? Hilarious.
No, they're talking about a YouTuber called Think Before You Sleep. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh,
check
they
it out.
responded to him. I gotcha. Yeah, I think people who have a victimized personality are drawn to feminism. I think this is like,
of course,
this is the religion of choice for them. Obviously, you know, if you're an optimistic person who believes you have some control of your own destiny, feminism is a waste of time.
Yeah, sure.
You're going to be out there, you know, making your own projects happen, doing your own thing.
Investigator One Quim, thanks so much for the $50. Thank you, Investigator One Quim. Says, hey guys, been a long time since I sent a super chat. How was your guys' New Year's? Adam, I found a good book I would recommend for you to read and listen to. It's called The Scout Mindset.
The Scout Mindset.
Or just Scout Mindset. There's no the.
I think I have had that book
in
my wish list for quite some time, but I haven't actually read it. The author of that did a talk, I think, with Michael Shermer, and that's when I first encountered her.
The Scout Mindset. Why some people see things clearly and others don't.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I listen. I always
definitely
want to be a scout. Okay, not like a Boy Scout, but like I'd be like the scout, like the guy, like getting all the intel.
I definitely want to read it, so I'll move it up. I for New Year's worked on the comic like a madman.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
That's
hung out
sad.
at home. Had some drinks with my wife. Worked on the comic.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I went out with some friends, shot fireworks.
Oh, did you? Nice.
Of course. Why you say it like you're surprised? Like you did the thing that people normally do.
No, I mean, you didn't tell me you had any big plans or anything. Did you have any unprotected sex or anything
I did
cool
not
like
have
that?
unprotected sex. No.
Damn.
No.
Shit. My next year.
How hypocritical it would be after this entire conversation to be like, yeah, I totally had.
By the way, I knocked up my future wife.
Exactly.
I knocked up my future ex-wife, Sitch. It was great.
There you go.
Well, that's good. That's cool. I had fun. I mean, obviously I enjoy working on the comic, so.
That's good.
I did what I wanted to do.
Okay, I won't bring that up. Maybe we'll talk about that later. I was going to bring up something, but
What
loser
were you gonna
endowment
bring
for.
Bring it
Don't
up.
worry.
No, bring it up.
No. Loser with the Dormant for 20 Canadian says, can we all agree this panel would be a lot more balanced if Shu and Aiden would have been invited? Tell me I'm wrong. Also, Happy New Year, you filthy animals. Sending a big hug to all of you.
Thank
that would
you.
have been interesting.
Yeah, happy 2023.
That would have been fun. Kernan Alex for $20 says, Pearl's red pill content does good bait. Her, I introduce Black Friend to Thomas Sowell videos pulled me a couple times, but I can also tell she hasn't actually read his books. She argues well, though, since she does so every show.
Interesting.
There you go. Interesting.
She hasn't read the Thomas Sowell books. I've read a lot of Thomas Sowell books, man. That guy's awesome.
I read part of the housing book just because I was going to argue against it, and then I got kind of bored.
Right.
Culvar for $20. Same Culvar says, this week on Sitch and Adam, Sitch tries to slut shame Adam, and Adam tries to tribe shame Sitch because we all know what tribe he's talking about. It's like Trump versus Kanye. Ha 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 ha. There you go. We all know Adam is clearly anti-Semitic. So
what? Not true.
Well, sounds like you said.
Can I also ask, do you have any care to empower women, or is disempowering women part of your like steez?
To see this as shame, insult, guilt, need to be right. Okay.
Well, that's true, but here's the interesting thing. I've always said this about feminism. So she's talking about, so Pearl was saying, she was talking about kind of like promiscuity in women. And it's interesting because we have 70s shaman essentially say like, oh, why do you want to not empower women? And this has always been one of my chief complaints about feminism. Feminists essentially, they basically agree with the patriarchy concept, which is hilarious.
Yep.
Like if I was a feminist woman, my concept would be, well, we in our society need to advocate that things that women like or that women do should be held up on the same standard as things that men like or men do. Yep. But that's not like the way a lot of modern feminism works. A lot of the way modern feminism works is, oh, women should just be able to do and be all and should be able to do all the things that men judge as being like worthwhile to do. Like, you know, being a slut, being promiscuous. Like, why isn't feminism, oh, men shouldn't be sluts, you know, banging, you know, all around like the way that women shouldn't, you know, don't want to do that necessarily.
Yeah.
Like feminists just basically, they give into the male idea of the way society should be. And they just say, well, women should just be able to do that too. It's like, well, I don't know. It's kind of just means you're just agreeing with the patriarchy at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. You're a product of the patriarchy. Feminism was the best invention the patriarchy ever came up with. It's, you know, it's true. It's totally true.
Why is it empowering to sleep around?
Nice.
Why
What
is it
I'm
empowering?
saying is like, I feel
Nice.
like you do like take, like the way
Why
you
is it
speak on
disempowering?
women is very sort of like, women just don't want to do this. Women just don't have
Sorry.
this.
Yeah,
Women just want to this.
Maybe I should
And I
change my
wonder
term. Maybe
why
I
you
should
have
say-
so much like hatred towards women.
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, you like that?
I mean, the subtext here is, she basically said, why do you want to act like a slut? And she fired back, why do you hate women? That's like that's
Right.
a real exchange that's going on here.
Yes, right.
They can't just come out and say that though, because that's not acceptable, politically correct at this point. But women
They should,
do.
though.
I mean, women really, the slut shaming really is, that's like a woman thing. They really police sexual behavior.
Of course.
The men are like, oh, no one will care. Just sleep over tonight. Wait a second. All my friends are going to care. Who cares about them? Tell them to suck it up. Tell them you're a feminist.
Where does that root in? It
I don't
sounds
hate
like
women.
you do.
I am a woman.
But you're telling me not to sleep around.
I know.
Why are you policing me?
It doesn't mean you don't have
I could be
self-hate.
black and still be internalized racism.
Exactly.
See, is that, if you have a difference of agreement than I do, you have this internalized misogyny. You can't have a difference of agreement. You're just racist or sexist.
I know. God, it's so manipulative. That's the thing I don't like about it too.
Of course.
It's like
the whole
you
thing
can't
is
just
manipulative.
come out and have an honest talk about it. It's got to be like this covert manipulation going on.
Well, to be fair, the entire conversation from all perspectives is manipulative, because you have, you know, the left feminist perspective is like, oh, you are racist, you're a bigot, you know, you hate women, you hate yourself, blah 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 blah. And then the right wing perspective is, oh, you're degenerate, you're destroying society, you know, blah 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 blah. Like everything is very emotionally charged in how the conversation, you know, goes forward.
Yeah.
I do like Sydney's face here. She's just like, oh God. She's like, no.
Specific things that you're saying, like women don't want to work, women don't want to this, women want to sleep around. Where did you learn these belief systems from?
Because, okay, the question was, why does abortion keep getting brought up? 40% of women that have had abortions have had 2 or more. 40%.
Good for
so
them.
what does that say?
That's so wrong.
That's a weird reaction.
Good for them.
Is that true? 40% of women. who have had abortion.
I mean, I get it. Like if I was disabled, maybe I would be a lot more jaded about the world as well. So it's just it comes from a very just nihilistic place. If you're like, good for you, have as many abortions as you want. If that's what turns you on, killing babies,
right?
It's like it's so nihilistic.
We found okay, so let's see. This is from 2014.
Look at that, you're fact checking her.
Well, it's from 2018, but it was a survey from 2014.
40% of women who've had one abortion have had 2 abortions.
There's a national sample of 8,380 non-hospital. Oh, that's interesting. Non-hospital U.S. abortion patients access services at 87%. At 87 facilities, the dependent variable was a self-reported measure of prior abortion. Oh, self-report. Interesting. We found that 45% of patients reported having one or more prior abortions. Age was the most strongly associated with this outcome. The patients aged 30 and older had more than 2 times the odds of having a prior abortion compared to those that were 20 to 24. Well, I mean, that's obvious, right? Like that's what you'd expect. Other characteristics associated with increased likelihood of prior abortion, including having one or more children already. Oh, well, that's interesting. Being black. Relying on insurance or financial assistance to pay for the procedure. Well, there you go for that argument. And exposure to disruptive events in the last 12 months. Oh, well, that was another thing that you suggested.
Yeah,
characteristics associated with a decreased likelihood of having a prior abortion included having a college degree, living 25 or more miles from a facility where the current abortion was obtained. Well, that's just fucking laziness. Could you imagine being so lazy you'd rather have a kid than get an abortion? One of those things seems like a lot more work. I don't know about that one.
I mean, that seems like half the human race at this point.
Right.
To me,
right.
I feel like we're living in idiocracies.
There you go. It says, conclusion, age is the biggest risk factor for having a prior abortion. Yeah. I guess it does make sense because you'd say, okay, if someone...
So they have an abortion when they're in college, and then they have another one when they're married and don't want another kid.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what it seems like, right? Which I guess makes sense if you think about it, because you'd say, okay, I'm sure that there's, some amount of people that get abortions because they have an accident, or, as you said, some life disruptive, something weird happens in their life. But I would say on average, I would assume that more likely the person that's having an abortion is more likely to engage in riskier behaviors in the first place because they probably had unprotected sex. And so you would assume that there'd be a lot of repeat behavior. So I guess it does make sense.
I do not know how many women. I mean, I don't know if this is going to come off as offensive.
Oh.
Well, I don't know how many women, and it's got to be at least 1 or 2, right? Use pregnancy as a strategy, as a mating strategy.
Right.
Where they think if I get pregnant, this guy's going to, man up and make an honest woman out of me. And then that strategy falls flat or, turns south or whatever. And then abortion becomes a necessity after that. I mean, then they've got a choice, right? They're either going to be a single mom or they're going to get an abortion. I would be interested to know. And can they even ask that if people are going in for an abortion? It seems like this would be useful information to have, but it seems a little personal, right?
Right. So it's interesting if you look at abortion rate. So abortion rate when abortions were legalized basically jumped up in like 1983 to the highest they ever were, which looks like it was about 20 per 1,000 women. 29. So sorry, 29 per 1,000 women. And then after that, it's been a pretty steady decline all up until 2015, where it reached like the low of 12 per 1,000 women.
Access to birth control became easier.
Yeah, it's probably that. And then, but now in the last couple of years, it jumped up 2 points. So I'm curious why did it go up again? kind of interesting.
I don't know.
What's causing that, but
Wheezy Bird for $2 says there is 3 hours of recording according to Sydney. So
I would love to see that. I mean, we probably never will.
I wonder if Sydney hit record on her phone. It was like, I'm not going to get trapped like they always trap these conservatives. That would be cool.
I don't know. I mean, she did. It'd probably just be audio, but
yeah, but it'd still be amazing.
Sure, I love that.
Amazing.
They should put the whole thing up. That would be nice.
Maybe
why don't they? Why there'd be free views? Why don't they just put the whole thing up?
Yeah, look, it's a different world now. People just want to see unedited shit. They don't want to see all this glitz and glamour and Look at the reaction shot. Oh my god! Look, they're fighting. It's so staged.
So this is interesting. So this
how many
this
abortions
study,
do you think the disabled woman has had?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think she has a birth. I think she has a birth defect. So I'm not sure if she wants to have kids, but
that's interesting.
Because it's not. She's like lost the lower part of her body. If you notice, on one hand she has 4 fingers, on the other hand she only has 2.
I didn't notice that.
So I don't know what's going on there, but
she talks about attractiveness stuff a little bit later on that is interesting.
But so according to this, so I saw the study that I'm assuming Pearl was talking about that said 45% had an abortion already. But this other study, where she says this is based off CDC data, I don't know, I have to check the source. It says the opposite. It says 58% of women, I don't know what the time scale is, that's our time off though. But it says, according to this, 58% of women that had an abortion have not had one previously. Oh no, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, 60%.
Because they separated up, yeah. Well, no, because it says 24% had had 1 abortion. 11% had 2, so it'd be 35. And then 8% had 3. So that makes sense. I guess it is the same number then. So, never mind.
Yeah, go Pearl.
Mm-hmm.
Dropping facts and logic.
Well, sort of, because it says, so 6 in 10 women who are having an abortion are having one for the first time. So that would suggest that at least the majority of people are not using it for...
60%.
Yeah, are not using it as a form of birth control.
And then 40% of those are going to go on to have a second one.
Right.
Because that becomes the second. I mean, that's the first one.
Right. The majority, 46% of women that get abortions are not married, were never married, and are single. That's the highest amount.
40%?
46%.
46% not married, never married.
Never married, single. 31% are cohabitating, and 14% are married.
See, I want to know. I want to know if it's a strategy.
Look at this. There's a map of like most abortions. Apparently, Florida is one of the highest rate for abortions. I didn't
Look
know
at that. There
you go.
You're in abortion central there.
What's abortion? I mean, abortion. It's Florida. Florida, Georgia, California, Nevada, New York, New Jersey,
California,
Maryland.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Right there.
Interesting.
That's the casting couch at work. What? It's true.
Terrible.
It means you're using it as a form of birth control, and they don't track the 60 and keep getting brought up. 40% of women that have had abortions have had 2 or more. 40%. Good for them. So what does that say to me? That means you're using it as a form of birth control, and they don't track the 60%.
What kind of abortion?
Can you let me finish? They don't track the 60% to say who in the future has abortion. So to me, it's like, why are they dying so hard for abortion?
Well,
they have to track this. That's how they get the 40%.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I understand what she's saying, but she's not conceptualizing it correctly.
And they don't track the 40. Look, you should, as soon as you get an abortion, you should be forced. You should get like a parole officer. It's like, did you take your pill today?
No. This is what they do. When they suck the baby out of you, they put a microchip back in there. That tracks you, keeps your statistics.
It's gonna follow you around.
Tracks how many dicks go in there.
Oh my god, Sitch.
Tracks how many babies come out of there.
Look, I always think I'm going too far. Now you've you've got way too far.
I didn't curse. Okay, I'm sorry. It tracks how many penises go up into the vagina area.
Yeah, it's like an ankle monitor for dicks.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe it beeps. Maybe it starts beeping. How about this? For every time a different dick goes in there, it'll add an extra beep. So when like a guy's like in there, he can hear how many beeps and he can hear how many guys have been in there before.
Oh, that's so sad.
Is that a good idea?
I mean, no. I don't
No,
think that's a good idea.
You don't like that? Okay.
I want to sleep around with no consequences, even though you have 41 forms of birth control.
Who does that benefit? I don't think that benefits women. I think actually that benefits men because it means that men can have sex with you without consequence. It means that you can sleep with whoever.
Look at all these nods in the front row.
I know.
Exactly
I mean, that's
right.
a fair point. Fair point.
It is true. I mean, who invented birth control?
Well, I mean, it benefits.
Man.
It can benefit both partners. I mean, the idea that you getting repeat abortions, you assume would benefit the men, but
yeah. Birth control benefits married couples too, just FYI.
You feel like great, but there are consequences because women are the ones who get pregnant and carry babies and give birth.
It's very binary version of sex.
Yes, because sex is binary, but please let me finish my point.
Oh,
God. It's tricking women into.
Did you see that? As soon as she said sex is binary.
No, go back. I want to
the
see
Native American woman was like, "What?
Is she Native American? I thought she said she was like Muslim or something."
I mean, she looks Native American to me.
That's why I'm calling her 70s shaman.
Oh, okay.
I think you're just a bigot.
Are the ones who get pregnant and carry babies and give birth.
It's very binary version of sex.
Yes, because sex is binary, but please let me finish.
Oh, you're right. There was like a shocked, like, what?
I know. Car accident over here. What? She violated the progressive religion. Blasphemy.
Finish my point.
Oh, God.
It's tricking women into thinking that aborting a pregnancy, terminating a pregnancy is something to be celebrated, when in reality, for a lot of women, especially those who are doing it under duress, say that they've been raped or that, in the small circumstances where something really traumatic has happened to them, that's a medical decision. Or say that they're miscarrying and then they have to, have an assisted termination. That's a medical procedure. It's not a celebration of, oh, look at this.
The idea, the sort of like moral setting of that it needs to be rare is, I think the delineation between that's a medical abortion and that's like a fun abortion is really interesting because they're all medical. It's all a medical procedure. And so no matter what you're doing, going in there and getting it, like it's not like, oh, you're only allowed two. It's just like, you should just be able to get a medical procedure done when it's something that you need done.
We shouldn't be desensitized.
Okay, that's a dumb answer. Because first of all,
bunch of word salad, yeah.
Well, it's not word salad. It's just like, okay, obviously when Sydney was saying medical versus non-medical, what she meant was, obviously it's a medical procedure.
Need versus desire.
Well, need in terms of like you're going to die or have some horrible health outcome if you don't get it versus you don't want to have a baby. That's obviously what she meant by that.
Yeah.
Which you can disagree with or agree with that. But at least address it properly. But the second thing is abortions, I mean, as someone who's pro-choice, you do want abortions to be limited, like in a better, like in a perfect society, you hope would be limited because number one, there is the question of you are killing either a life or the potential life, which, not exactly the best thing you want to do in the world. And then even if you don't really care about that from just the woman's perspective, I mean, abortions have health complications all the time. You can have a health complication from an abortion. It's like a surgery, like any surgery. You want your surgeries to be infrequent in your life, right?
Yeah.
That's just but that's the problem of getting stuck in that like political mindset where like, well, someone on the other side of the political spectrum says it should be rare, and then so someone who's against them, they automatically say, oh, why should it be rare?
Yeah, it's debate brain, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Contrarianism.
Brain, right?
Shouldn't be rare. Should be like you should be able to do it whenever you want. And it's obviously a medical procedure no matter what. That's why I was saying it's kind of word salad, because she's not making that distinguish between, like, if a woman is pregnant and wants to have kids and there's some sort of complication, obviously she's not getting an abortion because it's desired. She's getting it out of medical necessity, like it's my life or the kid's life, which is a shitty situation to be in, obviously. But it's completely different than, I went, I had a little too much fun with my ex-boyfriend, and now I need to get an abortion. It's
right.
Yeah, and just not to recognize that is dumb.
Yep.
Sensitized to taking someone's life. That should never be an empowering factor for a woman.
I definitely agree in that, like, there should be no absolute thing any woman should do. There should not be an absolute response to incest or rape or any of these things. Every woman should have the choice of if they want to or not want to carry that child, whether it is having fun, getting raped, incest, whatever it is.
It is.
I don't glorify and glamorize abortion. I think it's a very traumatic thing. I doubt that if somebody has to do, like, if they have to do it, they'll do it. I don't think that people are like, doing like have 6, get the 7th free and having fun with it. And I think that like glamorization and glorification of any side is not okay.
That lady is so triggered. She's like so triggered.
The Dobbs decision.
She's just completely aggro. She's obviously having like a emotive episode. Don't you think? I mean, she's just...
You're talking about the shaman?
Yeah, the shaman keeps throwing out like the rape and incest stuff.
Sure.
She so wants to just make them seem like terrible people. That's what she's doing.
Well, to be at least you said she wasn't in favor of like promoting it, so.
Mm-hmm. And she doesn't think people are doing the buy the 6, get the 7th free. So
right.
Make anybody here sort of rethink abortion.
She should just ask, like, how many abortions have you had? Let's have a show of hands here.
So I found her Instagram. She is not Native American, you bigot.
Sitch totally missed that.
I did. She is of Afghan origin.
What do you think would happen? Maybe that's on the 3-hour cut. Maybe she did just say, listen, we're all ladies here. How many abortions have you had? You. We passed out number cards 1 through 10.
Right.
If anyone needs a higher number, just let me
know. Who has their abortion punch card?
Just let me know. We're trying to get a tally how many abortions in this room. So
right. The winner gets a free prize.
Oh my God, this is...
They give the person with the most abortions a vacuum cleaner, just for the sake of irony.
Well, I mean, I joke, but at the same time, I mean, that question just totally cuts through all this fucking bullshit about the celebratory nature of it and like how we should just not care as a society, because as soon as you say, oh, okay, well, how many abortions have all of you had?
Right.
All of a sudden it's like, how dare you ask me that? Well, I thought, hold on a second. A minute ago you said we shouldn't care. We should just it should be it's just a medical procedure. Why are you embarrassed to tell how many abortions you've had? If you've had any, I mean, maybe you've had none.
Well, and also it kind of shows, now again, I don't know how the conversation went because this is edited, but it also shows how people can often, these conversations get too drawn into letting someone change the subject.
Of course, yeah.
Because if someone changes the subject to like, oh, you're talking about abortion, someone changes the subject to like, oh, the people are using this birth control, there's all these people getting multiple abortions, blah, 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 blah. Then you spend all this time talking about that when I think that's like the least interesting part of the conversation.
Of course, talk about. Yeah.
And abortion access, reproductive health care.
It's anti-woman, right? It's it does not center people to have that voice for themselves and their own decisions, right? It is a barrier, right?
It's giving more agency to women because it's moving it back to the state level. So locally,
but why would the state have the ability to tell me what's...
Well,
let him fight. Sitch. Come on.
I don't buy that argument, but
let him fight.
I don't buy that argument.
To do because it
Locally, the
does in
women
multitudes
have
of
that
different
power.
areas. If you take out the view,
it locally allows women to make sure other women can't get abortions.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to admit that, Sitch.
I admit that. I don't
if
believe
locally
that empowers women.
If locally
right.
the majority of women don't want abortions going on, then it does empower them.
Okay.
Viewpoint that life begins at conception, which is a really big defining principle for both the pro-life crowd, who very, very, vehemently believe that, and then obviously a lot of the pro-choice crowd do not believe that. Taking that out of the equation, you do not have just whatever kind of autonomy you want as a person. It's regardless of male or female. You can't just have free run to do whatever the hell you want. That's not how society operates.
So at no point do I have the right to tell anyone in this room what they should or should not do with their body.
But it's not about your body.
Like,
it's not about
me respecting.
I have a question.
Well, okay, here's the question. Is drug use a bodily autonomy issue? Because it's never framed that way.
It's always framed as a societal issue.
Yeah. Yeah, it's never framed as like, I mean, I don't hear anyone on the right or the left saying, hey, cocaine should be legal. Crack should be legal.
My body, my coke.
My body, my choice. It's the bodily autonomy issue. I never really hear that framed that way. But why is it not a bodily autonomy issue?
I don't know.
Because people say, well, it creates crime and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, it only creates crime because it's illegal. If all these drugs were legal, gangs wouldn't be able to sell them for money. So that wouldn't create
more
crime.
Fun. Less crime, more fun.
So, I don't know. I don't know about the bodily autonomy argument, but I think Sydney's right in that there are, people do have bodily autonomy and they should have bodily autonomy to some extent, but it's not, I don't think in our society we don't have free range bodily autonomy to do whatever we want.
Of course not. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's not about your body, it's about the kid's body. I don't care what you do with your body.
It's my body, right? We're talking about my body.
You're talking about
Jordan, I saw your hand creep up.
The Dobbs decision for me reinforced how important it is that we approach these issues from a cultural perspective, because it reinforces something that I have told many of my colleagues and peers in the past, which is that so long as you lack a cultural consensus, any issue can become a political football that can be decided by another election cycle. And so long as there is no strong consensus, I would expect this to be our reality going forward, these extremely vitriolic and aggressive conversations until there's another miraculous consensus that brought about Roe v. Wade. But what it more or less reinforced for me is that we're going to have more of these difficult conversations.
I want to talk about transgender.
Roe v. Wade wasn't a consensus, though. It was kind of a top-down, forced resolution. Which, maybe that's... obviously, it has become a contentious issue that has perpetuated election cycles since Roe v. Wade, so... A consensus would be better. I don't know if you can reach it.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what they're saying, what that person was saying, because it seemed like it was a completely. Maybe I just didn't understand what they're saying, but from my understanding, what they said had no value to it. It said, well, whenever there's an issue doesn't have consensus around, it's going to become politicized and be used as a political football. Like, okay, that's true. So what? What is the point of that statement?
Well, I do think that part of the problem in society now is that we aren't really working towards a consensus. We want to keep the political football in play because we want to win the next election. So, and this is my problem with abortion. It's like nobody's working towards a consensus. Like people are saying, people are adopting the views of the most extreme parties and trying to represent them, and nobody who wants who is reasonable on the issue has any representation whatsoever.
I don't know if it's people are adopting the more extreme positions. It's just that like the media lifts up the more extreme voices because that's where the interest, the focus on is from a media perspective.
Well, but I do think that the representatives are catering to those positions because they want to keep people voting.
Well, I guess you're right on that front. It's the same thing with like the gun issue stuff. It's because the perception, they're probably right, is that like people that have moderate positions on abortion because they have a moderate position on abortion, they're not going to go out and vote based on that alone.
Totally. Do you think mandatory voting would solve this problem to some extent? Because we have in our society, since we have elective voting, you know, you have to motivate people to actually vote. And the best way to do that is to keep these contentious issues alive.
Right. Well,
where if people were just forced to vote, no matter what, maybe the contentious issues wouldn't be as valuable to the political class.
I think... So I'm against mandatory voting.
Yeah, I didn't ask.
Personally.
I asked if
I understand that, but I had to say that.
Why?
So before it gets... Because people are...
Oh, you're right. They'll
not nuanced and will not understand what you're saying.
You're against mandatory. I'm, you know, I don't know that I have a position on mandatory voting.
I'm against mandatory voting, but I think you're correct that now I guess we could look at like Australia as an example to see if this is true, but logically what you're saying makes sense that if we did have mandatory voting, those sorts of extreme-ish like issues where politicians vote to just get an extreme base, maybe that wouldn't, I think it would still have an impact, but it wouldn't have as much as an impact as it does now.
Right.
Because those people are still going to vote.
Well, you have the extremists driving politics right now because they're the ones that are so delusional that they're like, "Oh my God, I have to show up and vote because."
I don't think. I think it's only true for a couple issues. I don't think the extremists are driving politics for the most part. I think tribalism right now is driving politics, and I think tribalism applies to most people. I don't think that's like an extreme issue. So
I don't know. I feel like it is.
You think feel like extremism is driving politics, or you feel like tribalism is an extreme?
Well, I do moderate. I feel like a lot of moderates don't really vote. I mean, moderates don't necessarily vote in primary elections. That's for sure. So
I mean, a lot of people in the country vote. A lot of people that vote are moderate.
Sure, but extremists vote in the primary and then get the most extreme candidates, and then people are forced to choose from those candidates in the general.
Yeah, but well, I don't agree. Like Joe Biden, it was not even remotely the more extreme candidate on the left.
Right. Yeah.
You know, if extremists were controlling, you know, Bernie Sanders would have been the nominee, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of thinking out loud here. So.
No, I understand.
Maybe you're right.
I think there's specific wedge issues, like abortion maybe,
obviously, but
guns.
Nobody wants abortion to ever go away. Did you see the Trump tweet everyone's passing around now? How
where Trump blamed abortion on the... And I mean, I don't think it's solely that, but I think that's part of it. And you know what's funny? You know what's hilarious?
You predicted this, obviously.
I said that very thing.
Totally.
And all these right-wingers in our audience said, Sitch, you're so wrong. So wrong. You know what you're talking about.
Well, all those right-wingers
now Donald Trump agrees with me.
Yeah, but all those right wingers are saying Donald Trump is wrong. Like the reason why people are passing that tweet around is because they're like, Trump is done. He's a fucking moron.
But you know why they're saying that?
Because they're
pro-life.
Right. Yeah. No. Obviously.
Like he would be.
First of all, let's say what Trump said. Trump made a very specific argument. He said that the abortion thing happened and people were very excited about it, but the problem was it motivated Democrats to show up and vote, and it demotivated the pro-lifers because they thought, okay, we got what we wanted, we don't need to vote now. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the argument that he made. You're muted.
I was looking up the actual posts.
So you could read it? I mean, I summarized it good enough.
Look, Trump said it wasn't... I'm not insulting your summary ability. It wasn't my fault that Republicans didn't live up to expectations in the midterms. So that's probably why people are attacking him too, because he immediately says it wasn't my fault. Like that's not a good way to start a tweet.
Yeah, if you're look, he's got to give up the I didn't do nothing.
It wasn't my
wrong.
fault.
Yeah, exactly, dude. What happened to the buck stops here?
Right.
The buck stops.
I know
on Joe Biden's office, not on mine.
He says it was poorly. He said it was the abortion issue. It was poorly handled by many Republicans, especially those that firmly insisted on no exceptions, even in the cases of rape, incest, or life of the mother, that lost large numbers of voters. Also, people that pushed so hard for decades against abortion got their wish from the Supreme Court and they just disappeared, not to be seen again, plus Mitch's stupid ass. So there you go.
Yeah. So my summary was right on.
Yeah, you're accurate, yeah. No, but okay, so I think there's two things for the people on the right that are mad about that. Well, first of all, I think a lot of it is that it wasn't my fault. So I think that's fine to be mad about that. But for people that are disagreeing that it had anything to do with the abortion stuff, I think it's, people that are pro-life, that it's ad hoc. They don't want to believe that had an impact on the election. And the thing is, I mean, if you want to be mature about it, if you want to be, I think, an enlightened individual about it, you can say, listen, if I'm pro-life, you just have to bite the bullet and say, yeah, I'm pro-life and I'm glad they did it. But I also understand it's going to have electoral repercussions that may go against me in the future because that's just the reality of the world.
Yeah.
So
what did, who was it that passed the Civil Rights Bill? I can't remember.
What do you mean?
I can't remember the president, but I remember what he said. He
Johnson, you mean?
Yeah, he said, this is going to cost the Democratic Party of the South for a generation.
Right.
He said, I'm still going to do it because it's the right thing to do, but he knew he knew a lot of people were going to be pissed off about it.
Sure.
I feel like,
what's the thing? People only focus on the fact that he said that this was going to have black people voting Democrats for decades, which he did say, only he used term not so nice. But he also understood that was going to basically destroy, at least for many decades, the South for the Democrats too.
Yeah, he realized the South were going to turn Republican.
Right.
Right.
So,
yes.
Which essentially happened. So.
Well, I think it's naive to think you're going to make abortion illegal and not have young people voting for Democrats. Like you're going to have a generation of young. You just made a generation of young people Democrats.
Well, I don't know. The problem is people don't want to like take their political ideology and then root it in reality.
Yeah.
And so I remember people that would sit, like when I said like, oh, overturning Roe v. Wade is dumb electorally. It's going to hurt the Republicans. And people were like, oh, Sitch, you know what? Republicans finally get, majority in the Supreme Court. They're not supposed to implement things that they want. I'm like, well, you can implement things you want. You can do whatever you want. But you understand it's going to have electoral repercussions. It's either going to negate or lead to things you don't want. That's just the reality of the situation.
Yep.
If it was the opposite, if Hillary was president and the court was completely dominated by lefties, and they basically just said, abortion up until the moment of birth, right? And you had like that was say they have a stronger opinion. Say they didn't even throw it to the state. They just said abortion up to the state, up to the moment of birth, has to be allowed in every state. That would have created a massive backlash against the Democrats.
Of course. Yeah. Everyone would be a Republican.
Right. And so that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you can advocate for what you want to advocate, sure, but you also have to keep in mind it's going to have impacts on, the way people vote and the rest of the way society goes.
Yeah.
And it's naive to believe I see this from both people on the left and the right, that they think like whatever policy they enact, like, oh, that's what everyone secretly wants. Everyone secretly wants the policies that I want. It's like, okay, buddy.
I know, it's so ridiculous. Okay. Look,
sure about that?
Nobody wants the policies I want. I know this already. Look, I'm a realist.
You're a Mishmeyer?
I know how to make society perfect, but nobody wants to listen to me.
Just give me all the power. I know how to fix all the problems.
That's true.
Gender issues. Should trans women be included in feminist conversations? How about in women's spaces?
Yes, they're women.
Oh my God.
There you go.
It's funny that they're asking this question after they've already
done the abortion question.
Well, no, they made the decision. They're going to include, they have 2 trans women on this panel, on this feminist panel.
Right.
And they made the decision already. But now they're asking, should we have done this, that thing that we just did?
What's the question?
Pearl,
trans women or women?
That was the question.
So I want to come at this from...
Look at this. I like, yes, go girl, trans women or women. Woo!
I think
trans women
never,
in women's prisons. Woo! I want to
really
share a cell with one.
I haven't really heard anyone address, whenever someone's in an argument with someone, they say trans women are women. I haven't really heard anyone address this point the way I think would be the proper way to address it, which would
let's
be,
hear it.
What is the purpose of that statement?
Trans women are women?
Yeah, you ask that person, what's the purpose of making that statement?
Have you ever seen the movie 1984?
Yes.
When you have to deny reality.
I understand. Yes, right. But they're not going to say
that you're a member of the party.
Right. They're not going to say that. But that's what you have to ask the person. You have to say, well, what is the point of that statement? And they'll probably say something like, if you're talking to a family member, they'll probably say, what do you mean? It just is what it is. Trans women are women. It's like, well, no. Why are you making that statement? Why is it important for you to say that trans women are women as opposed to saying trans women are trans women? Mm-hmm. Okay. There's something that you mean. There's some embedded idea there that you are not acknowledging publicly or not stating publicly when you say trans women are women. And you have to tease that out of them to really figure out, what are you actually saying when you say trans women are women?
Good. I love it, Sitch. Do you ever tease it out of them?
Oh, all the time. But you have to listen. One of the techniques is once you say well, what do you mean by that? And then when they're answering, you have to kind of stroke them gently,
right?
Get them a little excited.
You're almost there. You're almost to the end here.
Yeah, you gotta tease them a little bit.
Have you seen the movie 1984?
Listen, maybe you gotta whisper. Gotta whisper in their ear a little bit, blow in their neck,
Yeah.
You gotta do you gotta give them the whole works.
Yeah.
You can't just reach in there and grab their ideological junk. Okay, you gotta work them up a little bit. You gotta tease them a little bit. You gotta tweak their ideological nipples a little bit before you just reach for the gold.
They're in this conformity thing.
Mm-hmm.
The trans women and are women is just like the conformity question. Will you conform?
No, but it's the same thing with the
Picard,
drag.
how many lights do you see?
Hey, there you go. There are two genders.
Exactly. Picard, say it. Trans women are women.
Say it, Picard. How many genders are there? There are two genders. Jesus Christ. You can already imagine some Crowder sketch like that.
Oh God!
But
it's so true.
But it's the same thing with the drag queen taking kids to drag queen shows and drag queen story hour things. The question that's not asked, which I think is what people on the right should be asking, or people that are against it should be asking, if they're not on the right, should be, what is the purpose of drag queen story hour? Why? What is the point of that? Why do you want to do that? We don't have goth story hour, right? We don't have Kiss comes to school and reads stories to children.
That would be awesome.
What is the point?
Gene Simmons with the chicken blood all dripping down his...
we don't have Gene Simmons or Ozzy Osbourne biting the head off bats reading to children. What is the purpose of drag queen story hour? You need to actually explain to me what is the point of it, because part of the problem is that I think when people are arguing this, in their minds, no one says it. The idea of a drag queen and a trans person gets conflated, and they think it has something to do with trans issues when it has literally nothing to do with trans issues.
Right.
So,
yeah.
From the position of an athlete.
Oh Jesus.
So I play.
Did you hear that?
Who said, "Oh Jesus"?
I think it was Eli.
Question.
Let's see.
Pearl, trans women are women.
So I want to come at this from the position of an athlete.
Oh Jesus.
Well, at least we know she believes in Jesus now.
There you go.
It sounds like she's a Christian.
So I play semi-pro basketball, semi-pro volleyball. So when it comes to athletic spaces, I don't think that trans women should be allowed into athletic spaces, because I don't think it's a fair. I think as female athletes, we work so incredibly hard for the little opportunity there is in women's sports.
Would this be a barrier for you?
There's no barrier. There's less opportunity in some industries.
That's what a barrier is.
There's less. It's not. No. It's based.
Look, they're laughing. They're like, yeah, that's right. We're erecting the barrier now, bitch.
Yeah, well, I mean, this
Before-
whole Sitch's law. How are we defining barriers versus?
Well, no, before they were all about, feminism is about tearing down barriers that are standing in your way. Now they're like, hell yeah, this is a barrier, bitch. All the guys are going to come in and destroy you in the volleyball game. And we're loving it now. Now we love the barriers. Bring out the barriers. It's so hypocritical.
Because it's not based on principles. It's just all the tribe.
Yeah.
Travel direction. So.
Look, they're all, of course. Yeah, that's right. We're going to bring the trans women in and destroy your ass. You're going to love it. Ha ha.
I don't think that's what they're thinking, but
they are. Look at the looks on that. Look at that. See that smile there? What do you think that smile's all about?
I don't think the smile of we're going to bring the trans women into your volleyball, destroy it for cis women everywhere.
You're so wrong, Sitch. That's exactly what that smile is.
No, that's a smile of like, oh, you just got owned.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was about the barrier
volleyball space.
It was about like, oh, you just got exposed for being wrong because you're saying that female sports has all these problems with it. And you didn't admit that because of sexism in the patriarchy.
This is so messed up, though. Look, she made an argument in the very beginning that the barriers had been taken down.
Yes.
The cordoning off of women's sports was part of taking that barrier down. Wasn't it not?
Right. Okay,
so now the barriers.
Argued, though.
Now they're saying, listen, she's basically saying bringing men into sports is taking the barrier back up again.
I understand.
And they're saying, oh, now you're saying that there are barriers. And she's like, well, no, the barriers have been taken down, but now you guys want to bring them back again.
Well, they're arguing. Okay, so the problem is that they're arguing over the definition of what the word barrier means. Okay.
Right.
And so, like, when Pearl says barrier,
if you have no chance of winning, that is the barrier.
I understand that. But before we can even get to what you're talking about, when Pearl says barrier, what she means is that there's a system or a culture or a government that says women are not allowed to partake in sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't do X. Okay. That's what she means when she says barrier. So she says, okay, the barriers for women's sports have been removed because there's no government or even culture that says women should not or cannot participate in whatever sport they want to or choose to participate in.
Right.
But she still acknowledges when she says women have to work harder for sports is because female sports are still nowhere near as popular on average as male sports are.
Right.
And so, but so then the woke people on the panel, they perceive that, they say, well, that's a barrier. The lack of popularity is a barrier because it's created by, blah, blah, blah patriarchy.
Yeah, but they give just as much money to women's sports, even though it's like not near as popular. So there really isn't a barrier.
But
they're saying
depends
that,
on how you define
they're
barrier.
saying that there's a popularity barrier.
Because in their minds, because I would say that the reason women's sports are not as popular as male sports is there is a cultural aspect to it, but I think it's mostly biological.
Well, and people want to see whatever record is like the best.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. It's
objectively.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. That's a big part of it too. And so, but they wouldn't accept that. They would believe that, well, the only reason female sports aren't as popular is because society has told women that they shouldn't participate in sports or that women's sports are unimportant or blah, 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 blah. And so since they buy that like everything is just culture argument, they view that as a barrier, where we view it as that's just kind of the way the world is for multiple reasons. And so it's not really a barrier. It's just something that exists.
Right. Yeah. It's not preventing which the whole idea of barrier was what is preventing you from doing what you want to do. And if the popularity of the women's sport is what's preventing you from engaging in women's sports, I guess you could call it a barrier then. But I mean, you could still participate in women's sports.
Well, they would say they could make some argument. I don't know if they're smart enough to, but they could make some argument like, well, because female sports aren't as popular. There's not going to be as many leagues, and therefore there's going to be less spots, and blah 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 blah.
It's completely the opposite because women's sports gets just as much funding in colleges. They're like begging. There's so many women's sports that are open because they're begging women to actually play sports.
Yeah, that's true. In terms of, if you're talking about specifically about colleges, that is true. Yes.
Yeah.
But then they would pivot and they'd say, well, because I'm assuming what Pearl is talking about is terms of like recognition it's like it's difficult for girl sports to be recognized. I'm assuming that's what she's talking
recognition.
about. Right.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay,
hold on, guys.
Okay, so again, we work very hard for the little opportunity there is in the space because we're not as entertaining as the men. Sorry, we're just not. And so it's like you're going to take the little opportunity that we're given. And the problem is, like, we can't.
She is framing it as like the total feminist. We'd have so little opportunity in women's sports.
Right.
Can't compete. We can't. Like, I'm 6 foot. If I go up against a 6 foot guy and I play basketball with him, he's going to body me.
And what happens if I go up against you?
Even if I have years more of training. And so it's like you're taking away the little opportunity that we're given and we all work so hard for. And you're just giving it back to biological guys. It's like this will be the end of women's sports.
Have you tried confidence?
Eli, hold on.
Sorry, confidence can't make.
She's just like, that sounds like a skill issue. You want to not get bodied by a trans woman? Skill issue.
Yeah. It's just delusion. Delusional people are just a piece of work.
Me bench what a guy benches.
I don't
Confidence can't make me
you guys
6'7".
are so hostile. She's sharing her
And confidence
experience
can't make
in
me
a
6'7".
specific
No, she's
field.
sharing
And I'd have to
misogyny.
go.
No, she's
yeah.
not. She's a woman who's had an
it's always-
experience.
it's always-
One at a time.
You guys
We
are
let
so
Pearl
obsessed with your
finish.
own experiences and your own existence, and yet when a woman is sitting here telling you, I feel as though this is unfair and this is compromising and this situation is not helping women, you guys are like, meh, meh, meh. But when you're like, I'm a black person that did this, 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 and this, then it's valid and fair and viable.
Eli, I want to give you the chance to respond.
Oh my God, I want to see the response to that. That was such a good thing that Sydney said. That was hilarious.
Look, she just said a mouthful of racism. That's all they responded.
I want to see them all go like that. Like as soon as she was done talking, there was like a oh my God.
Fun.
So this is basically a joke of a talking point. Everyone has biological advantages in sports. How tall are you?
5'11" and a half. I'm tall.
I'm 5'8". I am a trans woman. You would crush me. You would absolutely crush
bone
me.
density, wrist strength,
Yeah.
muscle density. You can't switch.
It's just such bullshit.
Well, it's
Like,
a bad
You're one person, okay? Yeah, you get crushed, but obviously that's why you're not going into sports.
right. But that was actually that's not the response I would have given. The response I would have given would be, yeah, but you weren't. Even if you weren't trans and you're 5'8" or whatever, you would get crushed in the male league. It's like playing a basketball or whatever because you're 5'8". Like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like trans women who wanted to who were participating in the sport already, who were already on the upper echelons of that spectrum of being able to participate in that sport for the men's league, then transitioning and then joining the women's league, and then it's just dominating at that point.
It's just ridiculous to think a woman beat a man one time, so therefore men are not competitive. It's
right.
Like,
yeah.
It's a joke. It's a completely joke.
Switch those.
Yeah, exactly. You would crush me.
But also, Eli, you would never play at the level that Pearl plays because you would never.
Thank you, Sydney.
Voice of
Get
reason.
there.
So let me give you a few more examples here too. So Michael Phelps produced more lactic acid in his body, which caused him to swim better than any of his competitors. This was widely celebrated, and nobody contested it.
Okay, this is so dumb. So
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Well, no, because so the argument is, well, sports are never, and this Scott Adams makes this argument, which I think is a terrible argument. And it's
Scott Adams wants to get rid of all sports.
Yeah, that's true. I think he's personally, upset about sports or something.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's this argument that like, oh, well, sports are never fair because people all have different biological advantages or disadvantages. So therefore, you should allow trans women, even if they have an advantage over cis women, to participate. It's like, well, wait a minute. Like, it's true that different people have different biological advantages, obviously. Like, easiest one, basketball with height. And so if you're going to be in the upper echelons of that sport professionally, you're going to see mostly, not always, but you're going to see mostly people that are tall or above a certain height because that's just where the advantage is. And that's fine, but we as a society decided that the disparity, we decided as a society that, hey, we believe in this thing called gender equality. Okay. And we want women to be able to participate in sports at the same potential as men are able to participate in sports.
Yeah, we want to create an opportunity for them.
Right. We don't have a society where we say, hey, we think that, short men should have the same level of participation in basketball.
We could do a short league if we wanted to as a society.
We could, but we haven't, as a society, we haven't given any, we don't care about the short kings very much.
We don't give a fuck about the short guys.
We don't care about the short kings.
Like, go start we haven't done that. An app. Learn to code, right? That's where we are.
There you go. But we have decided to do that on gender, and we acknowledge that there is a massive difference for not every sport, for the overwhelming majority of sports. There is a massive physical disadvantage or advantage given to men if they're participating against women for most sports. If you're talking about on a professional level where everyone's operating at the top, capacity that they can operate under. And so that's just a decision that our society made. Yes, it is a cultural thing. Our society said, hey, we're going to make a distinction between men and women. Period. Yeah. All that other stuff you're talking about, we decide we don't care about it. So it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah.
It's the same argument they make when they say, like, well, you can't perfectly define woman in a way that describes every single woman on the face of the earth, so therefore the category doesn't exist. It's like the same kind of just like blending and obfuscating and kind of like trying to broaden the category to the point of meaninglessness argument.
This is where the feminism really breaks down for me, because what's taking place in this exchange is one person is saying to the other, my rights are more important than your rights. And I just like, how can you put that both under
they're both saying that. They're both saying that same thing, right?
Of course. Yes. Yeah, both of them are saying my rights are more important than your rights.
Right.
So, but feminism is an ideology was constructed to advocate for women's rights, not trans rights. So, like, it seems obvious that when you're saying my rights as a trans woman are more important than the rights of a biological woman, you've drifted out of the realm of feminism then.
Well, definitely, sure.
You're like in a completely different realm. Yeah.
Right.
So I just feel like, it's like bullshit.
It's part of why they have the whole trans women are women argument. They're trying to, or not even argument.
They're trying to
subvert the argument.
Yeah. They're trying to subvert the argument. Exactly. They're trying to say, they don't want to come out and say, because every single civil rights movement has been about expanding the rights to everyone, except for this one. This one's about like, I'm going to take away your rights because my rights are more important than your rights.
Right.
And fuck you. Like,
cursing.
I know.
Swear jar.
I'm not supposed to say that, but
put $1 in the swear jar.
It's the gaslighting is what just bugs the shit out of me, because it's like, put
another $1 in the swear jar.
Nobody can just come out and say, you can't politically. That's a non-starter, right?
Right.
She can't come out and say, "Oh, my rights are more important than your rights. I'm more oppressed." But that's literally exactly what's being said.
Yeah, that's the argument. Yeah.
Yeah. This is why it was so important to, in the beginning, establish the problems with white feminism. And look, we're taking away the rights of the white feminist. Of course, we have to distance ourselves from that.
White feminism.
Yeah. Our rights are more important than white feminist rights. Look, that's why we want to make everything about race. That's why we want to make everything about trans issues.
Right.
Because listen, we're pushing you into the patriarchy space, man. It's men and white women. Mm-hmm. You're pushing you up the hierarchy. Yeah, this is where they completely lose me. And then all the ridiculous arguments make absolutely no sense.
Now, this is a performance-enhancing hormone. So we all have different bodies. And now I'm not saying that trans women who aren't on hormones should participate, but every major medical and every major sports organization agrees that trans women who have been on hormones...
Appeal to authority.
It's not even true. So
it is not true. A lot of them are saying, we don't want to decide. You guys decide.
It's what most of them are saying. But...
We don't want any part of this. You guys decide. And they push it down to like the local level and they're like, yeah, right.
hormones for between 1 and 3 years, depending on the organization, have the same competitive abilities.
The study that you're referencing had like 7 people participated.
That's misinformation, by the way. I'm referencing several different studies. I'm a trans woman and a researcher.
It's getting pretty heated in here.
Wait, what was the study she was saying?
Major sports organization agrees that trans women who have been on hormones for between 1 and 3 years, depending on the organization,
the hormones between 1 and 3 years,
have the same competitive abilities.
The study that you're referencing had like 7 people participated.
That's misinformation, by the way. I'm referencing several different studies. I'm a trans woman and a researcher.
It's getting personal. I don't want it to be personal.
A lot of us live in this space where we're told that our opinions don't count because they're.
She made it personal when she said you would destroy me. So she brought herself.
Well, that's not really personal, but.
Yeah, it is. What are you talking about? She basically said a one-on-one. If we started playing one-on-one basketball, you'd destroy me.
Right, but she's doing that to try to illustrate a point that I think is stupid, but it's not like a personal attack.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I mean, I don't actually agree with Margaret. I think it was a personal attack. She's just saying, oh, that study you're referencing is BS. And that person's like, oh, I'm referencing several studies. I'm a researcher.
Yes.
And a trans woman.
What you're spouting is fake news. That's that's misinformation. I'm gonna get you banned from Twitter now.
They're not the right kind of opinions, and we're constantly shouted over and talked over regardless of what we look like, because there's one group in society that basically takes precedence, and it's frustrating. So yeah, of course, it's frustrating.
Like that cackle.
Oh man.
Well, I wonder when you're having this conversation with someone who's like ideologically blind by all this stuff, you say, okay, well, let's not talk about like a general rule. Let's talk about like a specific. Let's talk about like specific. Like, say hypothetically, we could judge this on an individual level for every single trans woman that wants to play in women's sports, right? Just hypothetically. And then you bring up the picture of like, the giant trans woman who's like a foot taller than, the cis women that we've all seen the pictures of like the handful of trans women athletes that are just like gigantic, over them. And you say, okay, this person's been on HRT for a year. Are you going to tell me that person doesn't have, an unfair advantage based on their birth sex, and that they should be able to participate in this? Don't tell me the averages. Just look at this one incident and tell me, is this fair or not?
They would pivot, obviously. They would pivot.
I don't know.
Every single body is different. That person could easily be born a biological woman. You don't know.
Yeah, they could have been, but they weren't.
Yeah.
So.
Because when we try to talk about it, we get shouted down. We get told to be quiet. We get spoken down too as well. So there's hostility there for plenty of women.
Let's try to make this an opportunity to speak.
You're literally a white woman from Australia. You live in a bubble, and you're pissed that voices that have been silenced forever finally can be heard.
That's why they.
Moment of irony. Moment of silence for the irony of the New York woman talking about Sydney Watson living in a bubble.
Yeah. You
live in a bubble.
It is weird too. I don't know. I try to say how to say this without sounding like racist.
Mm-hmm.
There's like an extra level of annoyance, I think, that comes in my mind when you have someone who, I don't know what generation immigrant this person is.
Right.
Our 70s shaman person.
First generation, second generation.
I'm assuming they're second generation, but I could be wrong. They could be first or third, or who knows.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're from Afghanistan or something, it's weird to me when you have people that come from like very repressive cultures.
God, Afghanistan.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing with Linda Sarsour.
Yeah.
It's like, it's super like
she wouldn't even get an education in Afghanistan.
Right. It's very obnoxious to me that when you have someone that comes from like, or their family, either they personally or their family right before them, generation before them, comes from like this ultra repressive culture, and then they come to a much more liberal culture, like America or England or something, and then all they do is complain about how horrible it is, and they spout all the white supremacist imperialism, blah 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 blah, and it's like bro, like I'm not saying you can't complain about things. I'm not saying that American culture is like perfect or whatever. But let's have some perspective here. opposite perspective here. Before you start talking about how much, white people and Western society sucks. Okay. What is the alternative that, your family like ran away from essentially?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it always rubbed me the wrong way. Like you can advocate for change, criticize things without being like, falling to this mental trap of like, oh, white people, oh, white hegemony. Blah, 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 blah.
Comes off as ungrateful.
It's ungrateful and it's totally privileged and naive and out of touch, essentially.
Yeah. That's the bubble.
There's another video that we'll probably watch at some point that's kind of related to this. It's the wisecrack video about how conservatives aren't funny.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially the main point is that they talk about like, oh, comedy is, you have to speak truth to power, right? You have to punch up instead of punch down.
No way.
Well, it's like a big part of like the argument.
No way. Ouch.
Yes way. And
that's hilarious.
But why it's so stupid is because first of all, A, that has nothing to do with comedy.
Of
but
course.
B, even if it does, it gets into this like weird, like, talk about being in a bubble, this weird mental trap of like, well, wait a minute. Who, like, what opinion is the opinion that's in power, right? Like right now in our society, the
Feminism,
the left-wing position, and even I'd go so far to say like the more leftist woke position, that's the position that's the safe position.
Yep.
Like you're not going to get canceled from, Twitter. You're not going to lose your job usually, for having like the woke opinion. That's the safer opinion to have. And if that's the safer opinion to have, how is that not the position of power in these sorts of conversations?
Yeah, that truth to power thing is really just, that's part of the ideology right there.
Yes, of course.
It's because they speak up.
Okay,
it's funny because part of the problem with the woke stuff is it really is about turning everything into this religion that you have to, you're not judging comedy on the principle of whether or not it's funny. You're judging it on the principle of whether or not it, gives grace to progressive causes. It's like, you can't have every single competition be about whether giving grace to the god of progressivism. It's so fucking boring.
Well, that's why they have that like insane argument where like everything has to be political. Everything is political.
Yeah, no. Can't we compete on aesthetics or making people laugh or how good something tastes?
Everything is political.
Like there's all these other places you can compete.
No.
It doesn't have to be. Look, you don't have to do culinary cuisine based on speaking truth to power. Okay, it doesn't have to happen.
If you're a bigot, you don't. But...
This is what's destroying everything. It's like the fucking morgue. It's the Borg. Everything will be about progressivism.
Yes.
All will be assimilated. Please, some of us just want to, surf and play video games, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Surfing doesn't have to be about speaking truth to power. It's so sad.
Yep.
It's sad. These people need to get a life. They need better projects than this. They really do.
Right. Well, I think the Borg is almost it's almost a perfect comparison, except the difference is the Borg, they'll say like, oh, we will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. They're like, no. You don't even get your distinctiveness. Like you just become us.
Well, that used to be what was great about America. It was like, we're going to add your culture to our culture. And that's how you got the melting pot.
Right.
Now it's like the progressives have come along and they're like, well, no, we want the salad. We want your culture to be as distinctive as our culture. And those two cultures to be battling at the ballot box from here to eternity.
Right.
It's like, no, thank you.
We're having a conversation about transgender women participating in sports, and I wanted to allow more people to participate. Jordan, I wanted to hear from you.
So I am not a professional athlete. The closest thing I have ever done to anything athletic was I used to do competitive show choir when I was younger. And
what?
Choir kid. I'm so surprised.
Said choir?
Yeah.
I thought she said show fire.
Choir.
I was like, what the hell is show fire? It's like she's like spinning fire sticks or something.
Come on. They sing show tunes and stuff.
I know what choir is.
I don't feel really qualified to make carte blanche statements about whether or not trans women should compete in every kind of sport. And I understand that that is kind of...
Well, listen, I'm impressed. That's a fair statement from Seth and Piercing. So that's good.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
Internalized misogyny, though, Sitch. You gotta understand.
Well, no, this is be internalized transphobia, but
okay.
But good for her. Good for her.
And for me, my first inclination is to approach everything through a lens of inclusivity. But at the same time, I also can't speak accurately to every kind of sport and the different things that go into it. So I really think in these instances, the decisions are best left up to the professional governing bodies that dictate these particular sports.
I just feel like in places, as an ally, in places where there's no understanding, we can just respect and not really, like, our opinions don't fucking matter.
Eli, I saw you.
But wait. That's insane. What are you talking about? We're literally talking about women's sports, and you are a woman, and if you're affected by it, then your opinion does matter. You don't get to say, well, cis women are allies, so they just have to shut up and take it. It's like, well, no, that's literally what the conversation is about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know,
nodding your head over there?
Or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Several times. This is more than about sports. This is about free and equal participation for transgender people in social life. And
lies. God, it drives me insane. It's just, that's a lie. That's a total lie.
It's not a lie. That's her perception of what the issue is. Right.
So, yeah,
but it's wrong.
It is wrong. Yeah.
Right. It's like, like their perception of abortion being like the right for a woman to control her body. Like that's not a lie. That's how they perceive it. They just perceive it like through this incredibly narrow lens and not, adjust for other issues that are coming up.
It's about taking rights away from women. It really is. I just think gotta frame it that way.
Well, I mean, that's a persuasive way to frame it.
It is. People don't like to lose their rights.
Of course.
E.g. the abortion debate we just had.
Right.
Yeah, people don't like rights that are given to them and then taken away. And that's the problem with the sports. It just it hurts the transgender cause to not recognize that. To just act like, oh, it's no big deal.
Sure.
Yeah.
The right sees this as a socially acceptable way to begin to remove trans people.
See, this is just now are we lying, Sitch?
Well, no.
Is this lying?
I think they're wrong. I don't think they know that they're wrong. They honestly believe this like conspiracy theory that like, oh, all this stuff is just a conspiracy by Republicans to try to marginalize trans people so they could eventually put them in camps or whatever,
Well,
like, they honestly believe that.
There are people on the right that just don't hate trans people. I see them
of course,
all the time.
but that's right. But I don't think that's the majority opinion, especially the opinion that's dictating this conversation. And also, even if that is someone's opinion, that would be irrelevant to the actual argument about sporting stuff. Because even if someone has nefarious intentions for something, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily wrong or right in terms of whatever the argument about the specific issue is.
Yeah. It doesn't change the fact that this is taking away rights of women
from different engagements in our society. So it does just start with sports or bathrooms or locker rooms, something that they find is more acceptable. And then at this point, they started to move into education, getting trans teachers fired, banning trans books. This is a route that is very effective because it's seen as more acceptable. But it's also overlooking a lot of major details. Like, I mean, do y'all know how many trans women have won national titles?
One too many.
One. It's Leah Thomas is the only one.
Too many.
If
one too many?
if women's sports were actually going to end in some way, I mean, it's just not happening. Wouldn't you think there would be more trans women in sports when the majority of states do allow trans women full participation? International titles? Zero. No global titles have ever been won by a trans woman.
Just not persuasive. I mean, it's a new thing, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to
Based
move
on
on
our
to a different
background.
topic. I want to talk about Me Too and sort of this social movement that we're living through right now.
It's weird. So like, so Watson and Pearl, they have like big, they have big channels. They're big, political names on YouTube and whatever. But all the other people are like, pretty tiny. Why couldn't they get any like big leftists to come on this panel?
Oh yeah, they don't want to risk their platform. Their
I know,
audience
it's
would
weird.
turn on them so quick. Are you kidding me?
We're all the big. Well, no, I'm saying we're all the big lefties to defend the lefty ideas. Why aren't they on this panel? How come they couldn't get any big lefties? It's just I don't know. It's interesting to me. But
You want to throw ContraPoints up there?
get Abigail on.
Well, they wouldn't want to risk their platform. Look,
Is that it? They just don't want to debate.
Yeah.
They don't want to argue. Probably.
A lot of that's the cultural prescription for a lot of the people on the left. Why are you platforming hate? Why did you lend your celebrity to all this internalized transphobia and misogyny? I'm going to unsubscribe from your Patreon. You've done a terrible thing. This is the same reason they don't allow the atheists to come. Why don't they have the guest atheist speaker at the Jehovah's Witness conference? It's like, there's a reason they don't do that.
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah. If any big lefties went on, they would get too much flack from their audience.
I mean, this kind of carries over into the platforming of ideas around climate change and evolution and stuff like that. That was a debate during the evolution debate. Like, should you debate creationists because they're just their ideas are so ridiculous?
Right.
Should you really lend any credibility to that? Should you lend any credibility to climate change?
Yep.
I mean, does the right ever do this? Play the credibility game? I don't know that they do. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, I don't know.
But the left does it all the time.
What is the state of feminism sort of in this post-Me Too era?
We're in post-Me Too?
All right.
Tell me.
Sorry, I got distracted by the Me Too part. Because I was like, we're in post-Me Too? Wow. Like, no one's getting, like, sexually harassed anymore. Like,
We did it, guys. We solved the problem.
I want that world. No, I think obviously the state of feminism is very much reflected right in this room. But Me Too for me, right, in a particular context means something for different people. It's a different experience for different people. In my culture and in my community, we're still working through that. There is no post-Me Too, right? We're still working through how do we have these tough conversations? How do we teach not just, women, but everyone about consent? What does consent look like? What does that look like in our community? What does that not look like, right? All those things that I think it's still very complicated. But I think it starts at the level of community, right? Of like, how do we have these conversations around consent?
Sydney, I saw your hand up.
So when the Me Too thing was unfolding, I was initially like, great, I love the idea of women being able to speak out. What's been really disappointing, I suppose, for me, post-Me Too, as we're calling it, is that, and especially as someone who's sort of on the right wing of politics, I think that a lot of the experiences of women on the right get a bit trivialized because there is a lot of politicizing of sexual assault. So when something legitimately happens on our side of the table and someone tries to speak up about it, there's almost an automatic disbelief. And I understand why. It's because of the believe all women type of stuff that came out of the Me Too movement, that a lot of us were like, wait a minute, no, people do use these situations for gain. People do make things up. People do lie. But it is sad to watch it happen. It makes me sad that we're here.
Jordan?
I feel like there'll never be a post-Me Too because at the heart of it, Me Too is just a phrase. The spirit of what Me Too represented will always be relevant, and that is that you are empowering individual women to advocate for themselves and speak out when they feel like they're being wrong. Ideally, you're just...
I guess we haven't much to add here, but I guess we should pause it before we get hit with like a copyright or something because the video's just going on and on. I don't know.
Really? What's going on?
No, you just pause it to make sure we don't get hit with like
no, you're fine.
So, but
trying to be the most transparent and self-accountable person you can be. And you need to hit all of those fronts if you want it to last on a cultural level.
How about beauty standards? We talked a little bit about this. This got brought up at the beginning. How does that tie into?
She brought up the question about Me Too. There wasn't really any disagreement. She's like, I need a better question here. And get them arguing again. Here we go. Beauty standards.
Femininity.
Sorry, I'm very into this idea because I do think it is one of the larger intersections that just doesn't get very discussed, which is, like I was talking about before, barriers and friction are placed up around bodies. And the fatter I get, the older I get, the less people will listen to me, the less value I will have for society. So, I'm already starting out as a woman with no legs. If I had something on my face, I have my beauty. That's one of my privileges. I have my whiteness. That's one of my privileges. I used to have thinness, and now I'm getting fatter. Things are changing.
I mean, okay. It's, it's interesting because
she's digging a hole. Let her dig.
She basically disputed the entire concept of mainstream feminist view of sexual objectification, which I always say. Feminists always get this backwards. They're like, we can't have attractive women be on billboards or be in movies because then men are only viewing women as sex objects. It's like, no. The reason they put attractive people in movies is because we're more inclined to humanize attractive people.
Right.
When you walk into a store and some clerk is like helping you, or you're at a restaurant, some person, takes your order or whatever, who are you more likely to view as like a person and consider as a person their feelings? Like the ugly person or the attractive person?
Yeah, you're right. It's completely backwards.
Yeah. So if someone attractive, if you interact with an attractive person, you're like instantly in your mind, you're like humanize them. Like this is a person, potential mate.
This person is so human.
Yeah, exactly. And like where before, if they're ugly, they're just like some object. You're like, I need that. This is the object that will bring me the thing that I want. I'm not gonna And so it's funny
Fill
because
up my coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
The hot waitress, you're like, have a seat. Let's just sit down and have dinner.
How's your day been so far?
That's so interesting. I'm never gonna forget this. This is so true. They're not the sex object.
No, it's literally, they have it completely backwards. And it's funny because that's what this woman has just, basically what she just said. She said, as I become, fatter and older, people take me less seriously or they don't care about me as much.
Right.
And I'm like, well, I mean, that's probably true.
Yeah.
And that's probably true for everyone. And I don't think that's not because of the patriarchy. That's just because I think as humans value attractiveness because if we see someone attractive, we view them as some kind of potential mate or something.
Well, this is the reason why society put an emphasis on marriage, is because as you lose value to strangers, you gain value to the people who love you. So,
right. Well, and also, if you especially you've been with someone for so long, you gain value for
other things other than your beauty.
There, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
But that's the problem with not investing in people.
Right, but I don't think what they're talking. I don't think it's ever going to go away. I don't think there's any way to change that. Idea.
Yeah, no, of course not. Well, I mean,
Gene,
isn't marriage the way to?
No. I mean, in terms of like just when you're just interacting with like random people, attractive people will always be more valued, and I don't think there's any way to. I don't think society can learn against that in any capacity.
No, I agree. They'll always be more humanized.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is the uggos just have to deal with it. Okay.
I mean, you could get good at something else. It's not all about,
sure.
I guess if you're a guy, it's tougher for women. It is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And I think every single time that we talk about feminism, pretty privilege should be discussed because we have these ideas. If your skin tone is this, if your hair is this, if your body looks like that, it's about...
Skin tone has nothing to do with pretty privilege in our modern society, like even remotely.
Yeah.
Whether or not you are given an equal opportunity based on what you look like.
I saw it.
I think a lot of times the women that complain about beauty standards don't complain about them when they got privilege, when they were young and attractive and thin. So it's like, yeah, you're complaining when the privilege is gone, but privilege is invisible to those who have it. And women, it's a privilege. And men don't turn 18 and get looks that we get.
As a Black woman, one of the...
Well, I don't know if the way... Well...
You got those looks? Sitch.
The second I turned 18. Oh, man.
You player.
All the men looked at me. No.
I want to kick that guy's ass, that smart ass.
There you go. There you go. No, well, I would say, like, it's weird. Like, yeah, there obviously is pretty privilege. Like, obviously.
Yeah,
for both men
and
right, for both men and women, though I would say I think it affects women more than it affects men.
Well, the privilege is more for women, obviously.
Right. But it's just a weird example I would give. Like, oh, when you're 18, people look at you a specific way. Like, a lot of women don't like that. A lot of women don't look at like men like gawking at them and leering at them as a privilege. That's not the example I would use.
That's true.
So
well, certain men, obviously.
Well, it's like the comic, the ugly guy, talks to you and you're like, ew, HR, get this ugly guy away from me. But then the hot guy talks to you and you're like, oh, hello, So yeah, I mean, that's definitely true to some extent.
Most integral parts of the beauty conversation has been colorism. I'm a dark-skinned Black woman, proud of it and proud of being myself. For the most part, I did not. Why am I going to cry about this? I did not grow up thinking I was beautiful because I was that. And I think in the Black space, we have these conversations, but I think I'm glad I bring it up because I think feminists actually really should be part of the colorism topic because colorism is not just shades within being Black, it's shades because the beauty standard is the closer to whiteness you are, the more beautiful you are. I think it's something that
I mean, guys aren't saying that, right? That's not a guy thing.
I don't know. Not being a member of the Black community, I'm unfamiliar with these sorts of conversations.
Who's saying that? Who's imposing those color standards?
Well, I'm curious is that colorism, is that shade issue? Does that only apply to Black women? Does that not apply to Black men as well?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that because I wouldn't think that would be like a specifically female issue if it is an issue.
I'm sure it applies to Black guys as well.
More people in different shades, particularly white women, because of knowing that standard, and we work together on that, then we have a lot, I think, something we can unify on, but also something that we can make strides in right now that I'm just not seeing. And it's only, that's why people feel like you have to be a Black feminist because it's a topic that only really Black feminists are talking about because it deals with being Black.
How do beauty...
I don't like the idea that talking about stuff solves problems. That really bothers me.
What do you mean?
Well, they have this idea because they've said it a couple times. Like this is something that doesn't get talked about enough, as if just talking about it solves the problem. I don't know that creating awareness about things solves problems. I really don't.
Well, I mean, it's true. Just talking about something, just creating awareness doesn't solve the problem, but it usually is the first step. If there is a problem, you have to address it, right?
Yeah. If it even can be addressed. I mean, some things I don't know that you really can address them.
Sure.
What you said about the humanizing thing, what's going to change that? Definitely not talking about it. Yeah, exactly.
No, right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think I think talking about it could be helpful. If people are aware that it's happening, I think then they can, like, I think every person in America, every child should be taught the elephant and the rider.
Oh, I completely agree about that.
And they should all be taught
in kindergarten.
Yeah, exactly. Well, kindergarten's too early, I think. But They should be taught the
You're
elephant
like,
rider.
they don't even have a writer in kindergarten.
Yeah, they have no writer. Doesn't matter. They should be taught that, and they should be taught, the concept of, thinking fast, thinking slow. Because the issue is, if you can you can really only change yourself and change things if you're aware of what's happening. Like if you have no awareness of the elephant in the rider, if you have no awareness that these things are controlling your thoughts, how are you going to ever change them? You can't gain free will if you're not aware that your emotions are controlling you, that your lizard brain is controlling you. You're not going to gain free will just magically without that awareness. And I think it's the same thing, with like the attractive privilege. If people don't talk about like, well, yes, we humanize attractive people. If you don't have that awareness, you don't realize you're doing it, and then you can't adjust your behavior accordingly. So I think talking about it can be helpful, but it's just one step. Like it's not the end game step.
Yeah, but what if it creates more jealousy in people than it does, revelation?
Like, what do you mean?
They immediately spin it to, oh, people are dehumanizing me all the time. All I'm getting is dehumanization all the time. So they're like, it's not a revelation to them. They're just like, this is a terrible travesty that's been foisted on me by reality.
I mean, that's true. That's definitely true, I guess, if you're,
They just can't handle the truth.
Yeah, but then what do you do in that situation? I don't know what the answer to that is.
Well, my answer would be I'm always about finding something that you want to do, want to succeed at, want to accomplish. We're goal-oriented organisms. Like sitting around and wallowing in your suffering, I don't think is helpful.
Sure, I agree with that, but I don't think there's anything. I don't think talking about things is necessarily gonna like you have to. I think even if it makes you like sad, you still have to address it. It's still like a reality. So the way the world is.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'm not sure
you could think and talk about other things and just put that aside.
Yeah, you can talk about something and not obsessing about it is where you get into like.
But I think feminism is about obsessing. I mean, that's
feminism. Yes,
what it is.
I agree. Modern feminism is about
obsessing. Yeah.
Right.
It's about sitting around going, woe is me. Let me count the ways society is oppressing me.
Well, it's about let's gain political power by leveraging our oppression as like a form of currency, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
It seems like such a waste of a life. I don't know.
I mean, I don't disagree, but.
These standards make you feel? Morris?
I mean, kind of what you're saying, Antonia, as a Black Latina woman in my community, right? Like, I grew up and I was ugly, right? Like, that's what I was considered. I was not considered beautiful. Of feeling ugly, but also being told I was, right, had a lot to do with what is believed in my community, right? Colorism is one of them. And so to say, I'm gonna redefine beauty for myself, and to say, I own myself, and I get to decide what's beautiful, right? And I get to decide what I wanna wear and how I wanna wear it. And I don't need to, right? It's almost a repelling, right? Like, I'm like, no, you know what? I am beautiful. I'm gonna do what I wanna do, and I'm gonna feel myself, because if no one else is gonna feel me, it's on me to feel me too.
I gotta say, though, I did grow up being referred to as very beautiful for a woman with a disability. And that, to me, always fed this idea that disability doesn't mean beautiful. I am in some form of exceptionalism, which I then had to keep up with forever. So it's like, I got this thought as I started to age, like, you can have no legs, but you better not fucking get fat. And so this idea that, like, there are certain people who are beautiful and certain people who aren't, and that inherently holds value is, I think, find it in yourself, yes. And
Jordan?
Beauty standards are toxic bullshit hierarchical nonsense. And I say that as someone who has spent
You go, girl.
over a year collectively of my life in eating disorder institutions, because I have tried to put my body through hellish things to meet these beauty standards, which more often than not are not based in reality. They're typically trends, they're created to push things, they're extremely useful for marketing, but they don't serve anyone's health, they don't serve anyone's self-esteem, they only act to try and tell us that they're...
See, that just seems like a lot of cope to me, because they do serve obviously attracted people's self-esteem massively. And I feel like knowing where they come from is helpful. Even if you can't achieve those beauty standards, I feel like knowing the roots of them is more helpful than thinking that there's some sort of societal conspiracy, against you. Then you just think, it's the luck of the draw. I got unlucky. That seems better to me than society's like literally structured to make me feel disadvantaged.
I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure it's helpful because, well, I think you should. I think, well, yeah, because I guess if you say, well, it comes from something that's like some inherent biological mate selection purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is what it comes from. You can't really. You can sort of change that to some malleability for cultural beauty standards, but it's far less than just saying, oh, if you have an idea that it's all some sort of cultural conspiracy to sell clothes to people or something. Like that's so much easier to change than like, oh no, there's some kind of biological mate selection process, which is basically very difficult to change, if not possible.
So I guess the situation though is what is actually real, because
right.
I feel like people delude themselves into believing that, it's some sort of social construction for the exact reason that you're stating, so that they feel they have some ability to change it, which I don't feel like they do have an ability to change it. And they're just wasting their time trying to change it.
Right.
Which they are constantly. And not only that, they're making things just terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the mucking around with beauty standards is really just, God, it's so obnoxious.
What do you mean?
Well, you see it all the time. They're like, you see it in movies and TV and stuff like that. Just trying to like not go out of their way not to quote unquote objectify anyone.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, objectification and beauty standards are like, those are different issues, right? But
how so? I mean, it's exactly like you were saying. Like,
mm-hmm.
You put an attractive person as the protagonist of your movie because people are more likely to humanize
be sympathetic.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So,
yeah.
But I mean, it's not just beauty. You can put like a funny person as the protagonist, and
right. Well, that's the thing.
Someone that you like.
You can get around, like in movies, you can easily get around beauty standards by having either an act. I mean, that's why they put actors that people like, because they have some positive emotion that's already associated with them. The beauty of a person really only gets like, that's just like their opening salvo. That just gets your foot in the door, especially for someone that you don't know. Like you can have someone who's like hot
and totally
you don't like them. Yeah. And like, what's her name?
Brie Larson.
Brie Larson's a perfect example. Brie Larson's hot, but like people don't like her.
Yes.
They have a conception about her personality, and so they say, oh, well, I don't care if she's hot, fuck her.
Yeah.
Well, don't fuck her. Right?
It's hard to humanize her.
Right. Exactly.
So are you in favor of this conspiracy?
No, it's not a conspiracy, because it's not a conspiracy in terms of like, because the way that this person's conceptualizing it's a conspiracy to like sell. It sounds like they're saying it's a conspiracy to sell things, like models and magazines and clothing and all. None of that's true. None of that's true. Now it is true that like I've heard this from like every woman I've ever interacted with. As a guy, it's hard for me to conceptualize this, but women look at these. Back in the day, they used to look at like advertisements and fashion magazines and say, "Oh, the women are so thin." They felt like they had to attain that level of beauty. Nowadays, I'm sure it's more like Instagram models, and they gotta inject stuff in their lips and their butts, to give themselves, a specific physique. So no, it definitely has an effect on people, especially on women's minds and things. And I think it's important for society to talk to women, especially young women, and say like, you don't have to like destroy yourself to obtain some kind of standard of beauty. But the problem is that has to be separated out from like the health standard. Because like this person, I forget what their name, they're overweight. Like they're not obviously operating in a healthy level of their body weight, right? And so you have to say, okay, well, there's a difference between like being healthy, being fit, and like, killing yourself to, be underweight or achieve some sort of, unachievable or very difficult level of body weight. Like those are two different things that often get conflated together.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
There's a allegedly right way to have a body, and if you don't occupy that space and have that body, then you're a piece of shit, which is absolute nonsense. And
nobody's saying that though. That's the thing. That's what bugs me. Like, who said ugly people are pieces of shit? Like,
well, it's usually more not ugly people. It's like fat people. They're like, oh, you're fat. You don't have self-control. Blah 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 blah.
Well, I guess people do that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Fat shaming seems out of vogue to me.
Well, it is nowadays. But
there are way too many women and men in the world who end up doing terrible things to themselves because they fall into this trap of thinking that you have to be this way. And if you aren't this way, then there's something inherently wrong at your core, which is nonsense. You're perfect the way you are. That's literally the core of it. You are perfect the way you are. And anyone who tries to tell you otherwise is feeding into this industry and is just, they're not your friend.
Well, so, but that's the problem. It's like, there could be a problem where people are, pressured to obtain some level of beauty or fitness that's not obtainable, maybe, but you're not perfect the way you are, and that's actually a very toxic attitude. I would
yeah, I was gonna say, where's your inner Jordan Peterson?
Right? Is that I think that's when you go too far in the other direction. No one is perfect the way they are, so you should always be trying to improve yourself.
Why isn't? I mean, if you're a trans woman, aren't you basically
acknowledging that you're not perfect?
I mean,
that's a good point, I guess.
It seems very ironic coming from a trans woman. I mean, if you stuck with the perfect, you're the perfect the way you are. Wouldn't you just go
you
with
wouldn't
your
have transitioned,
biological
right?
sex? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's a contradiction.
Yeah.
Friend or looking out for you.
Layla?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
I mean, she would say, my internal soul is female, and therefore that is the way that I am. I mean, I get that. I totally get that. But then we would get in a philosophical discussion over what is it? What do you mean by the way you are?
Yeah, right.
It's like,
beauty in the industry is exploitative, but also we have to remember a lot of the beauty standards are based around health, what's perceived as health, like symmetry, certain weights, things like that. So there is that.
Look at in the background. You've got.
I could feel it. Yeah.
Is it? I can't remember her name, but she's shaking her head, rolling her eyes. Right. I remembered it for a second.
That side where we have to balance it, and I think we're seeing so much more representation, which I think is incredibly important.
Well, I just think that if women really cared about beauty standards, the obesity rate wouldn't be what it is.
But what about
trying
you?
to attain the beauty standards. I just think some people are more attractive, some people are less attractive, and that's just, where would I rate myself 1 to 10?
No, we're not rating. It's okay.
That's what I mean.
Oh my God, they're putting the thumb screws to her. She used to say, well, since I'm going to tell you how attractive I am, how many abortions have you
had? Nice.
Well, bam. Just start a full-on cat fight here.
And I just think some people are more attractive.
So if you are overweight, you don't care about beauty standards.
Well,
is that right?
The point is that the beauty standard is thin, right?
Your standard?
Obesity comes from men.
I mean, whose standard are we talking about here? That's the thing. I'm just there are plenty of guys that like heavier chicks. So
want some thick women.
Yeah, it's so silly. These beauty standards are definitely. I mean, it's women that are enforcing these beauty standards.
What's the thing I'd say too? I mean, from my perception, I would say we used to live in a culture, I think, where very underweight women were sort of heavily prioritized. I feel like we've sort of really moved beyond that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. And so I don't know. I mean, I'm not a woman, so I can't really talk on it, but it seems like we moved beyond that. It seems like, thick ladies are pretty, can be pretty
popular.
Pretty popular, pretty put on a pedestal.
But there's
you still
a point
gotta be,
when it's too much. So
well, obviously, but there's a difference between being thick and being fat, and that's sort of the difference. Well,
we are kind of.
You still have
see that you are crossing the line in some situations where you're
of course, there is a line. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Well, usually the way that I conceptualize it, there's like proportionality of the way their body, people's body types exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and on top of that, you still have to be, attractive in the face, and that's not really something that has anything to do with like, your weight. Well, I guess even if you have a fat face, but like, that's just kind of like what you're born with mostly. So
yeah. It's tricky business.
And
tricky
women,
business.
Yeah, you're right. That's true. But I'm saying if women really wanted to fit the beauty standard, they would be thin.
I know, from my experience as well, is growing up again in a mostly white neighborhood but I was always comparing myself to literally other people who have a different body type, but I was considered other or to something because it didn't conform to that body type. When that same body type became popular with Kim Kardashian, the Kardashians, who are different, right, than me, let's just say, are different skin color, right? And there's a lot of animosity, in a lot of Black communities of the fact that when it was on Black skin, it was an issue, but when it was on Kim Kardashian and the Kardashians, it was $1 billion business.
Yep. Our time together.
Okay, so there's a total like misunderstanding. I understand like the emotional feeling that she's talking about, but basically people in that position need to just acknowledge that their feeling on that is totally illogical and nonsensical. And they just need to get over it and throw that in the trash can, because the only the reason this comes up a lot with like when they complain about Black hairstyles are not allowed compared to quote unquote white hairstyles in like places of business and things of that nature. And you say, okay, but then simultaneously there's the complaint about cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, wait a minute, you can't have both of these things, right? You get the way a fashion or a body type or the way something becomes acceptable by mainstream is if it becomes popular, right?
Right.
And so if you have a popular person, regardless of their skin color, embodies that look, that should be celebrated. You shouldn't be critical of it.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be critical of Kim Kardashian because, she's got the big ass and the big tits and, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then it's also a chicken and the egg thing because it's like, well, did that look become popular because Kim Kardashian
culturally appropriated it?
First of all, she's not like white. Like, isn't she? She's like Armenian or something.
Yeah, I think she's Armenian.
Right. So just because she's not like quote unquote like white Northeastern European is how people try to conceptualize it. But did she make it popular for like non-Black people to have that look, or was that look already becoming popular because rap was becoming more popular, because for like a million reasons we're making the body type more popular, and the Kardashians just happened to coincide with that look coincidentally?
Yeah, I don't dig the cultural appropriation stuff at all because it's ridiculous.
Well, it's counterproductive to what they want, which is acceptance of some cultural norm that they embody, essentially.
Do they really want that acceptance?
Of course. What do you mean? That's what they want.
Okay.
Well, that's at least what they say they want, and there could be some ulterior motive, I guess, but I can't really speak to that.
Yeah.
There has almost come to an end. We sort of started talking about feminism, big picture. We're going to try again. Is feminism dead?
I think feminism is alive. And
how do we kill it? I mean, what?
I'm thankful to be a participant and believer of it.
I would say, as far as the West goes, I think that feminism has been cannibalized by other movements like leftism, like transgenderism.
So I think feminism is very much alive and well. I think it takes different forms depending on who you're talking to, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. And as I've defined in the beginning, for me, I use it as a lens. So I don't think I'll ever stop having it in my arsenal, if you will. It makes for a good vice panel.
Okay, we're done. I appreciate everybody taking the time. I know this is, it got a little heated at times, but thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I stand up now?
Now you can all go.
My God. Are we actually really done?
I love arguing.
I don't think I have that.
Who's talking to who? That's what we want to
That was
see.
wild. I mean, drama.
It was nerve-wracking.
Some of the people on the panel were entirely subsumed in misinformation.
I think that
Subsumed in misinformation.
That
part's
I wonder who
funny
they
to
were
me.
referring to. Yes.
Well, it's just it's like it. I just can't stop seeing it as a religion. It's like the intimate details of your personal philosophy, and when
Right.
other people say, "Oh no, I think you're wrong about that. I think the world is different than your ideology suggests." Yeah.
Misinformation.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what? My worldview is based in science. It's like, oh, please. It's just people are so full of themselves. I feel like you and I, at least, they call it epistemic humility. It's like we have this humility about what you even really can know. I mean,
Right.
oftentimes we talk about things we'd like to know. Sure, that would be interesting to know. I would like to know how many of those women who are having abortions is like some failed marital strategy or relationship strategy. I mean, that'd be interesting. I don't know how you would know that, though. But so many people will come out and make the declaration that, no, women are using this as birth control. It's like, oh,
I mean,
how
I
do
would
you
like
know
to
that?
know. Yeah, sure.
It's sad. It's very sad. Look, guess who's fixing her hair? She didn't talk much, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. How dare you, Adam?
Is this girl conventionally attractive? I mean, I feel like.
Is that the girl? Yeah, she's probably. I would say she's the most conventionally attractive one there.
But she's dark skinned, Sitch. What are you doing? I thought.
Oh,
look.
I'm sorry. I forgot. I have to be racist.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. I don't know.
So sorry.
She has like a very. Her nose is really cool. It's a very cool shape.
women need to stick together.
I don't know what that means.
You
but
don't think
okay.
so?
It's a weird comment, but okay.
Well, I mean, the nose is like the face.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a nice nose. You don't think so?
Yeah, she's got a nice nose, I guess. I don't generally think
like-
of people in terms of like nice or not noses, but
Oh, you don't think of the nose?
I mean, I guess I do think about it on some unconscious level, but I don't like look at a face and say, that girl's got a good schnoz. Like,
You don't. I think
it's
women.
not like the thing that I think about. But
A lot of women obsess about their noses, man.
I assume lots of people obsess about their noses. Period.
Noses
So,
is like a thing. So
Mhm.
like, I gotta check.
I'm aware. Noses are
Okay.
things. Yes.
Together
Noses are things.
and figure out what a woman is.
We were all loud,
Ooh.
outspoken women.
How's that nose?
Some people are soft.
I hate the idea that we're not supposed to be angry about it. It's okay to be angry about being oppressed.
It was like surprising to get tone policed on camera by a white woman.
Tone policed by a
Who
white
tone
woman.
policed on camp? What is she even talking about?
I don't know.
Who tone policed that person?
It was obviously Sydney Watson. Oh no, it was Pearl. Was Pearl doing the tone policing? What's the
I don't-
tone policing?
I don't know. I don't even know what she's talking about.
I don't know why everything has to become about me being a white person as if that somehow circumvents my opinions on issues.
Yeah.
It's a personal.
Look at that. Sydney
She's like,
Watson.
oh, I didn't expect to be tone policed. Like, well, I didn't expect to be racist against. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Is political, the political is personal.
We need to have more spaces where we have literal political ideologies of different backgrounds.
Feminism is always and has been a hate group.
Feminism isn't dead in America. I think feminism is doing its best.
I'm ready for a glass of wine.
You get it, girl.
That's what Sitch and I like to do on the weekends. We like to sit down with a nice bottle
sit.
of
I'm trying to think of a wine.
Cabernet.
So don't drink wine. A nice bottle of Mad Dog 2020.
Yeah, I was trying
A
to
nice
think of like the
bottle of
most
Night Train.
what is the most feminine wine? Like
The most frou-frou wine?
yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, but I was
Most
like, I don't know wine.
Frou-frou. Most
It's gotta
frou-frou
be like
wine. I don't know.
like a Chardonnay.
Yes.
Sitch and I on the weekends, we like to sit down together and have a nice Chardonnay. You know,
It's the most girly wine.
we dial each other up and we talk about body types. We're like, how's your weight issue going, Sitch? Are you sticking to your diet? What do you think? You
Oh my God, Sitch, are you sticking to your diet?
You still thinking about getting that nose job? What's going on?
I wonder what is the word frou-frou? Like, what is the derivation of that? It's a weird word.
Frou-frou.
Yeah. Like, where does that come from? I mean, I'm assuming it sounds French. I'm assuming it's French.
Holy crap.
What?
We have 2,345 votes in our poll. I think this might be the biggest poll of all time.
Well, we had it up the entire time. So
I know. I put it up when I first did the stream and I forgot to take it down. The poll is, remember when Sydney Watson made Jack Murphy cry? And the answers are, yes, that was hilarious. 74% of you bad people said yes, that was hilarious.
Was it about the
20
fucking thing?
Yeah. Yeah, it was the cuck stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And 20.
Well, no, wait. I thought he yelled at her, and she was like, "What the fuck?" She's like, "Don't yell at me because you got cucked or whatever."
Yeah, well, he cried because he was upset. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he was crying inside. Let's be real here.
Oh, okay.
Don't
It was
try
like
to don't try to sugarcoat it.
He had the meme like "I'm angry but crying" mask on. Yeah.
He stormed off the stage.
He did.
26% of you bad people said, "No, I'll have to look that up." Because of course you will. Yeah. That was awesome. Sydney Watson made like a response video.
So
yeah, it was some show that they got some super chats that were calling Jack Murphy names, and Jack Murphy got really upset about it. And this is actually what got people digging into Jack Murphy's background on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the derivation of frou-frou is a French word.
Of course.
It means the rustling of like a dress.
Frou-frou.
So there you go. That's where frou-frou comes from.
Okay.
There you go. Learn all sorts of things. So I typed in most girly wines.
Mm-hmm. Chardonnay, number 1.
Oh, wait, it didn't tell me. It said top 10 most girly wines. And I click on it and it doesn't, there's no answer. Oh no, it went to a different website.
Look at that.
Oh, this page. Oh, here we go. The Arbor Miss Strawberry White Zinfandel. Now, that sounds pretty girly.
White Zinf, obviously. Oh man.
Miss Strawberry White Zinfandel. Oh, here we go. Oh, how did I forget about this? There's literally I should have known about this because I knew a girl that would drink this. There's a wine called Skinny Girl. That's the name of the
wow.
brand. Skinny Girl California Rose. Oh, do you want some Skinny Girl California Rose, Adam?
Is that like low calorie or something?
Aren't all wines low calorie? I mean, is there a lot of calories in wine?
There's a lot of calories in wine, yeah. Come
on, I know there's
like
calories
sugar
in
and alcohol.
Well, I don't know. I know there's low calories. I know there's a lot of calories in like beer, but I always thought wine was relatively not very caloric. But
no,
you're right. It says one serving is just 100 calories. Though it says it's only 13% lower than other wine brands, so it's not.
Hold on, I'll
not
be right
that
back.
significant. But would you like some barefoot bubbly pink? Adam went to go get some barefoot bubbly pink Moscato. Yes. Chocolate red wine. I've never had. Now, I don't know. Have you guys ever had chocolate red wine? That sounds gross. Chocolate red wine. Chocolate in the red wine. Those flavors just don't feel like they would mix together. Wine has more calories than beer. That's not true. Wait a minute. What? You guys are messing with me. Now there you go. Sammy knows about the Skinny Girl alcoholic products. Oh, hey, Rags. Moscato is the girliest of wine. Listen, I'll take your word for it. Oh, shit. Did you want to come on, Rags? Listen, I need to turn on Discord. I don't even have Discord on. Uh-oh. You guys send me like, oh, wait, you're not on Twitter. I'm sorry, Rags.
I'm back.
So sorry. I'm gonna blame Adam.
What'd I do now?
I'm gonna blame myself. Rags wanted to come on, but we didn't have Discord on.
Oh, really?
So he didn't notice it.
Send him a link. Oh, it's too late now, huh?
You could come on now if you want to talk.
I did see him in the chat. For
I feel bad.
Let's see here.
I know. I never have Discord on.
Hey, I'm making dinner now. I can hop on after if you'd like. That was only 4 hours ago.
I know. It was only 4 hours ago.
Okay.
But sure, if you want to come off for a little bit, now that we're done, I guess.
Well, no, we're going to watch that other video, right?
Were we?
If you want. I mean, we can wrap it up if you want.
We could save it. I don't know. I thought you know, we had this whole conversation where you're like, oh, maybe we should do shorter streams. And now you're like, you want to watch another video?
I mean, we don't have to do shorter streams. I'm down for another video.
Look at this guy. You just like talking to me. You just like talking to me.
I like hanging out. Sure.
I know. That's it. It's the real thing.
Voicing my opinions about the world. It's great. Having fun.
No, you don't care about that. You just like talking to me.
True. I mean, you are a good conversation partner. You're smart.
Thank you.
And you usually have an interesting perspective on things. So
thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean, what the hell? You want to watch another video or what?
Well, we'll see. RBGH fan for $20 says the argument many radical feminists make for trans women in sports is to advocate against gendered sports, while at the same time loving Title IX. True. That is true.
Yeah. Title IX's what's up?
JMac for $20 says, I like Sydney Watson, but I would probably take her more seriously if she didn't come from some made-up country called Australia. That accent obviously doesn't come from a real place.
Wow. Sydney Watson.
There you go.
Ouch.
Stug for $20 says, Rags asked to come on, you fools. Happy New Year's, by the way. Oh, I should have been looking. I wasn't looking at super chats either.
Fools.
I know. I'm so sorry.
How come you sound so bad in
look, he's here. Holy shit. Rags.
Yeah, I just hopped in. I'm on the what is it about
how'd you make it?
How do I clicked on the link?
Oh, good. I just said okay. I didn't send you the link.
I sent the link. What am I? Were you like? See, Adam was like, send the link, and he's like, don't send the links.
Yeah.
No, who sound? Wait.
You both sound way worse here than you sound on the actual stream.
Really?
Then again, I don't use Zoom much, so.
Interesting. Worse how?
You sound terrible too, but that's
yeah.
okay.
Your mic sounds like fucked.
Well, yours sound bad too. Maybe is it because I'm using the browser and not like the app?
Oh, maybe check your audio. Make sure it's using the right
device or whatever.
Devices. Maybe you're using do you have different speakers or something? Mic.
Microphone is my AT2020, so it should be very good.
Yeah,
it might
sound good
it
now.
might just be. Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It sounds a little like it doesn't sound like you're using your mic. It sounds like you're using like a cell phone or your computer mic or something.
Interesting, because you sound worse than on the stream too.
I'm gonna say it's on your end. Probably at the point.
Maybe it could be because I'm using the browser, the Zoom browser thing, and not the Zoom app.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have a Zoom app.
Well, you've been on before.
Yeah, I think a new computer, so I might not have the Zoom app down. Do I always sound terrible, or is it just
no? This is the first time.
Great.
Oh, okay, that might be it. Let me click on the button and install the Zoom application, the Zoom client.
Yeah, people in chat said your audio sounds a little rough.
Tis me, yeah.
A little rough.
Oh, we have fun here.
Yeah, I think mead is too sweet. I have friends that really like to drink mead, but I'm not a big fan.
I don't think I've ever had mead.
Wow, you gotta get some.
Yeah,
some Viking
maybe.
drink.
It's
very sweet. If you like sweet stuff, you'll like it. If you don't, you'll be like.
Sometimes I like sweetness in moderation.
Mead is kind of like beer, though, isn't it?
No, it's like honeyed wine.
It's
really?
yeah, it's like fermented honey beverage.
Yes.
Sounds awful.
Yeah.
And then again, beers
like
have
honey.
a wide variety of different tastes. So
Yeah,
True.
I
There are
like
honey
beer.
beers.
many I love, many I hate.
Do you like Newcastle?
Don't know.
Oh, okay. How about Guinness?
No, I hate Guinness. I hate the really dark stuff.
Really? Oh,
What a bigot.
By goat.
I hate all those. I hate the darks.
Most people
I do
really
hate
like...
the darks. I hate the darks.
There you go. Somebody clip it. So, what were your thoughts on this? Have you seen this video before?
No, I haven't seen this video before. I watched you guys though talking about it. Yeah. Obviously, a lot of things to say. If I was in the call, but I was just an observer. I was with the plebs in the peanut gallery, so that's all right. So that just means that all those thoughts might make themselves apparent at another time. Who knows? Whenever they come out.
I think you guys should do this video on EFAP.
Everyone knows that we have very strong opinions when it comes to women. So doing a video like this is right up our alley. Right up our alley.
You're all incel misogynists, so
absolutely we are.
Right.
Do you guys still hate all women?
Oh, definitely. Every single one. Every single one.
That's kind of such an exclusionary policy.
Well,
no,
you know what?
not.
It keeps us sharp.
They hate all women, so it's inclusive. Yeah.
It's we're inclusively hating of all women. Wow, it's taken a long time to install Zoom. It's been at 95% for a long time.
Don't worry about it.
Oh well.
Probably have to restart your computer.
Uh-oh. Maybe, who knows? It just hasn't installed, so.
Should we talk about the drama?
Women? What drama?
What do you think, Adam?
The Doomer drama.
The Doomer drama.
I mean, is that what you were? I mean, I'm just guessing, but
that's what I was referring to. Yeah.
Is it?
So we saw a
what's
bum
the
fight
Doomer
on
drama? Bum fight
the other day. Yeah, was it yesterday? I guess it was yesterday, wasn't it?
It was
the day before yesterday.
It was Saturday.
New Year's Eve.
Oh, it
yeah,
was?
we were doing it Saturday on our EFAP day.
I was working on the comic, and it was Lucifer the Doberman was like, "Oh, you got to check this out. Look, the gang raped Doomer in an alley."
We did not gang rape Doomer in an alley. All right.
Are you sure?
I mean,
do not allow.
Was it consensual? I don't know.
First off, it was consensual. Anyone in that conversation could have left whenever they wanted.
Well, Doomer did leave, like in the middle of the conversation.
Well, that's when he revoked consent.
Okay.
Very simple.
You make a compelling argument. I can't. I don't know that.
Is that a compelling argument? Like, well, it's not. It's not rape. They could just leave at any time. I guess technically.
Oh man.
True. Well, sort of. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I thought it was a funny exchange. First of all, I love Doomer, but I don't know why he gets so upset about stuff. Obviously,
can you hear me twice now?
Yes.
Yes.
Wee.
Oh, it's
there's two rags in here.
I'm Doomer. Ooh, I was raped in an alley.
Are you saying that because Doomer is dead now?
No, Doomer is alive and well. Anyway, that was fun. That was fun. That little fun we did. I booted up the app. The reason it wasn't loading is because I had to give it permission to be on my computer, and so it was just going to sit there patiently at 95%.
Kick the other rags.
I left, so that's my ghost. I'm literally not even in that browser Zoomy thing anymore.
It does sound
just don't
better.
pick the wrong one, or else
your audio sounds somewhat better, but still not quite.
Does that sound better?
Way better.
You
Oh, you figured it out.
So what's amazing is that you guys also sound better. So we all sound better. We're all in the sounding better club. But yes, it does seem to be that if you join Zoom with the browser, it will sound like poo-poo, and others will sound like poo-poo. You have to use the app, the application for Zoom.
That's
meeting.
how they get you.
We figured, that's right. It's now on one more computer in the world.
They're like, we'll just give them shitty audio until they figure it out.
China's spying on you now. So.
China.
Right.
What? It's not racist. They sound like that.
What? No, I was doing Donald Trump. I don't know what you were.
I was doing Donald Trump as well. I was referring to the whites, which is okay.
You can make fun of Donald Trump. He's white.
Oranges. That's true. That's
the
true.
oranges.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Sitch.
So
awesome. So back to the bum fight.
Okay, I didn't actually watch the clip, so I don't actually know
the clip
or the hour argument. However,
it felt like an hour. I don't know.
So.
I was what do you think it was? What do you think the drama is?
All I know is that it was an argument about Doomer did the Doomer thing, where he gives a very contentious opinion very strongly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then he acts like Doomer and he's like, no, fuck you if you disagree with me. And that opinion was something about he thought video games should not have stories or something.
I think
something
that...
to that.
Well, no, his personal opinion was he didn't give a fuck about the story in a video game. Like he just cared about playing the game.
What I'll do is it's the EFAP with it has been posted. I will just let that talking about it, not because I'm worried about anything, but I genuinely don't want to stir up any more stuff and things of that nature. And plus no one else is. Now if Mahler was here, we'd fucking gangbang him without his presence, I'm sure. But
you need your buddy. You need your buddy.
I would not want to besmirch the honor of Doomer. Whatever that may or may not be.
We love to do that here. What are you talking about?
That's true. But I'll be the one to set an example for all the youngins.
Oh, look at this.
Mahler raised his voice. I've never heard Mahler. Like Mahler was.
Well, sometimes the hammer has got to come down in these social situations.
Oh,
sometimes
I loved
when
it.
People are being tismy, you gotta be like, listen.
I loved it, man.
Yeah,
I'm
all for it too. Paddle. I like a good paddling. I like a good spankaroonie.
Yeah.
As many of us do, Sitch. So,
CT said all Doomer said was he doesn't care about stories in games, and then someone else says, I'm an expert in Doomer's terrible opinions. He said cutscenes are bad and the best game stories are 7-10 at best. Interesting.
7 out of 10.
He's got some strong opinions. Doomer's got some strong opinions that he could have communicated better, but that's all right. I think we got past this as a team.
Right.
We're ready to move on with our lives.
I want to drag it out again. I want to burn
we
the
want
bridge.
to drag it.
Yeah. Well,
bring up the clip.
Yeah, bring it up. And tell you what, in the editor and post, insert the video clip here. Wow, what an incredible, that was an incredible conversation. So now you guys have all the context.
There you go.
And you know what we're talking about. So
Jay Greenlee for $20. Look, he's got all the dope there for us.
Thank you, Jay Greenlee says Doomer asked for examples of games with good stories, but minimal to no cutscenes. Examples were given and Doomer disagreed. Then, because they aren't games he cares about, he was asking for examples only he himself would have
cared about, presumably. So,
well, I guess that probably depends on how you define cutscene, because Half-Life has no cutscenes, but it kind of
there's plenty of games that have virtually no cutscenes. So a game like Soma is a game that has virtually zero cutscenes in it, to the point where I'd say it has no cutscenes essentially to tell its story. In fact, it leans. One of the reasons I think that game is so good is because it leans very heavily into the player agency element, right. And uses it well with what it's trying to say story wise.
Right. Well, I love the story of Subnautica 1. That game has no cutscenes. It's all the player kind of exploring on their own and kind of figuring things out by doing kind of the way you would in real life.
It's doubly strange to hear when we're in a kind of like post Ragnarok, right? We did a Ragnarok arc. Maybe you've heard of it, where we went over God of War Ragnarok, and I watched a long play and a bunch of clips from God of War 2018 or 2016 or 2016 or 18, whichever one it was. And I really, really love the story and the characters of God of War Ragnarok, even though I haven't played it. Oddly enough, I'd probably consider it one of my favorite games, even though I haven't played it, just because of how good the characters and the story is. Yeah, I'm a fake gamer girl. Yeah. The cake is a lie. Am I right, guys? Ooh,
oh, God, there's a reference. You should play it. Why don't you just play it?
Because I don't have a PlayStation 5.
I think it's on computer now, isn't it?
The last one is on computer.
Oh, the older one is not on computer. Just the newer one?
It is on. Yeah, the 2018
you can play
or
these games on computers. Really?
26. Yeah, Computrons.
Computron.
The last one's on computer. This one is not on computer and is on the PlayStation 5. And I do not have a PlayStation 5. And as I'm not going to buy one. Not because I don't think I'd get use out of it because I have a PC. and I play on the PC all the time. So getting a console and getting me to play on it for an amount of time that would be worth kind of the cost is probably not going to happen. And I'll just wait for it to come out on computer. Maybe. Probably not. I'll probably never play it. Just because by then I'll just have moved on, and the gameplay looks pretty good, but I'm in it for the story and the characters, and I know those. So,
well, the last console I bought was a PlayStation 2. So
nice.
Very long time ago. I only played God of War 3 because I was able to borrow my friend's entire PlayStation 3 and play God of War 3 on it. But
nice. God of War 3. I remember the olden days.
It's funny because I never played any of the new God of War games, and I mean, I was hearing you guys talk about like the story, and I'm just thinking like, that's so, to me, it's so alien because in like the first 3 God of Wars, the story is very like
it's very simplistic, and he's a very
like
simple character,
angry man,
evil.
God.
It is interesting to watch a lot of those old clips and have, because I've never played them. I'm not into God of War, so hearing Metal and Mahler and everyone talk about the old games and how the new ones clearly show how Kratos has changed over time and referencing events from old games. It's interesting enough for me as it is, but for them, it certainly just has a whole new. It's just it's weighted different for them because they have all that context of the old games.
Right. Well, I think
would recommend though.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm always a fan of making things more, not always, but making things more like interesting, complicated, and.
I'm really glad that it seems to be doing very well and it's becoming a beloved game very quickly. I want to see games put this amount of effort into the narrative and the characters and be rewarded for that. Games don't have to be heavily story focused and character focused, but I don't want there to be this vibe out there that they shouldn't be, or that this isn't the realm of games to engage in those things. I don't want like comics and movies to sort of own that kind of element.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's tons of, even though looking back at it, like, Final Fantasy VII was like, when I was a little kid, I was like, this is like the best story ever. And now if I play it now, I'm like, there's a lot of problems, but I think good
stories. Bunch of weed shit.
You're not wrong. But, for me growing up, lots of storytelling in games shaped the way that I would look at stories, I think for a positive. And you can definitely I love Undertale, and the gameplay in Undertale is kind of shitty. Like, it's all the story is what makes the story, and the characters is what makes Undertale so well, and the music is great, is what makes Undertale so fantastic. The gameplay itself is just like little bullet dodging sequences,
What's going on?
I agree.
Did you guys fall asleep? Mahler's playing God of War all the time, right?
Yeah, him and Metal is there with him now. Metal came to visit. He went to Wales from the German land, and they're playing through some of the God of Wars they haven't played before. I think there's a couple like PSP ones or something they went through.
Yeah, I feel like I played God of War before, but just a little bit, not much.
Because they're big God of War fans, and I just never played them. I never played them growing up. So they're big into it, and they've been playing them together, having a gay old time.
Looks pretty badass.
I think. Did he's like this? Does Doomer like the Portal games? I mean, the story in those games is great.
I don't know. I don't know if he likes them, but the story is good in those, and I don't think they have but like a tiny little cutscene at the end once the game is over. I don't think they even have an opening cutscene.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on how you define cutscene, because like. There
if it's like a 5-second segment of you like sitting up out of bed and standing up, like, is it technically a cutscene? Sure. Am I going to call the game cutsceneless? Yes, sure.
Well, I mean, like in Portal and in like Half-Life, there's lots of scenes of you standing around with people just talking to you, and like it's not a cutscene, but you're just.
Oh yeah, like you have control of your character, but those are like soft cutscenes almost. You want to call them something of their own. I know. God, I remember when. What was it? Wolfenstein, the new Colossus came out, and that game kind of stinks. And there were huge segments of the game that were standing around listening to people talk, and then there were a lot of cutscenes.
Right.
I felt like that game had very little actual gameplay in it.
Sure.
So you did, yeah. I essentially call those cutscenes.
I think there are games that like there are definitely games I like that have very little story, like Slay the Spire. I love Slay the Spire. So barely any story to it. That's fine. But I think story, in my mind, can usually only enhance. Like it gives a context to what you're doing that makes it more interesting. Like I really like.
That's it. Exactly.
I really like Hades, and the gameplay of Hades is great, but the story and the characters add so much to the context and the emotionality of what you're doing and what you're engaged. Same thing with Hollow Knight. Like these are games that are good mechanically, but the story adds an extra layer of emotion to what you're doing.
Is there a story for Tetris? What's going on?
There's no story
in
for Tetris.
What's going on in Tetris?
I don't think there's a story for Tetris.
Or here's a good
That's
example.
very much what we call a gamey game.
Like Papers, Please. Have you played Papers, Please?
I have not, but I know the game you're talking. I know of it. So.
Yeah, you're just like you're like at a checkpoint checking people's immigration papers, and it's like this whole like on its own, the gameplay is like you're checking papers, right? If it didn't have the context of like you're like on the border of people trying to come into your country, and there's like a secret rebellion brew, like all the context is what makes the game interesting. Like just checking papers on its own would be boring.
Contextualize things,
of course.
It's
same thing with Portal. It's a perfect example. Like the Portal puzzles are fun, but the story like adds so much context and weight to what
why
you're
are you doing the puzzles? What's this voice talking to you?
Right.
I will say though, I think a moment ago I said that I'd consider standing around listening to stuff cutscenes. I don't know actually, because I think about games like Dead Space, where there's like 2 or 3 cutscenes in the game or something like. There's very few actual cutscenes in the game, and a lot of it is you standing there kind of walking around a little bit, but listening to players talk or NPCs talk as they tell you what to do and what needs to be done and what's going to happen next. And I would call that a game with that's virtually that has almost no cutscenes in it. So I don't know. It's almost like its own category.
I thought of an idea for the game of Tetris. I figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah. The story of Tetris. What's happening?
Yeah. So you're building a wall on the southern border, but every time you get close to completing
all of the bricks,
wall,
they arrive jumbled up. They
right,
all
organized.
Exactly.
And they all fall from a helicopter for some reason.
But
that's
right.
Slowly.
They're falling. And
well,
you have to put them on the wall.
This is because of the Democrats always cock blocking your funding, right? So you're only getting a little bit of wall at a time.
You get one piece of wall at a time.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah.
And then every time that piece of wall gets finished, the Democrats get elected, and it totally.
No, the more points you get, that's the amount of Mexicans you stopped from getting into the country. That's how many points you get.
Look, can we rebrand Tetris? I think this could be a revitalization of that game if we could
Tetris.
Really,
well, it would be
Tetris. Build the wall edition.
It would be
all you have to
reverse
do
Tetris.
instead of having the gameplay area be mostly vertical, you just make it mostly a horizontally focused rectangle, so it's shaped like a wall, right? And you have to get vertical things to
get your points. That's a great idea. Oh yes.
Yeah, do it. Absolutely.
So the wall moves along, and you move. You're like, okay, now I'm at New Mexico.
You only move. You progress instead of removing lines. Every time you fill up a line, it moves to the right as you move further down the countryside of the Texas-Mexico border, establishing the wall.
This is great. I like it. It's proven. Tetris is a very popular game already.
That's right. This is a new topical spin on an old classic.
Yeah, I think this could be profitable.
I like it.
I'm gonna call it my
Someone
buddy.
out
He's
there
a
make
coder.
it. Yeah. Well,
Here we go.
I'll give him the rights to this idea. I just want to see it happen because, of course, we know how we feel about these sorts of things.
Well, I was going to say, you could very easily make, a couple grand, couple tens of grands by making some iPhone game that's just Tetris but with Trump and it's a wall. It's got to exist already. I can't imagine that no one has done this yet.
Trump would probably sue you.
Well, it doesn't have to be Trump. You just have a little elephant with a little Trump hair.
It's a parody of Trump. Parodies are fair game.
There you go.
And we'll just have that little thing where it says any similarities of the characters, places or events in this game is purely coincidental to their real life counterparts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Every Tetris game needs a story. See,
think so?
Yeah. Oh, obviously that would make Tetris it's a context. Sitch is right. It's the context that makes it interesting.
I don't know. I think sometimes it's good to not have context. Like if you talk about a game like Tetris, really, it has no baggage that comes along with it whatsoever. There's no quest until now, of course. But sometimes it's good to just have a really gamey game that's just, light up the lights or hit the blocks or stack the pylons or something along those lines. Sometimes it's good to just have a nice, simple, vague kind of thing.
What's
like
a
that.
modern game? Because like back in those days, they didn't have story because they couldn't.
What's like a modern game?
What's a modern game that just has no story?
They tried to cram a story all the time. I mean,
Devil Daggers. You ever played Devil Daggers?
I never.
I guess technically that might have a story. I don't know. Well, Scorn. Scorn doesn't have a fucking story. Anyone who tells you it does is lying and coping.
I've never played Scorn.
Don't. Well, it's on Game Pass. It's that game that came out, and it's like 3 hours long, and it looks really neat, but it's got really lame mechanics long? And yeah.
Okay. What's a good game that has no story?
It's a good name. A good game that has no story.
That's a modern game. Yes.
I'd mentioned Devil Daggers is I think like 6 or so years old.
All new games have a story because it's a selling point, obviously.
There's gotta be some that don't.
I mean,
Goose Game, Untitled Goose Game. There's no story. You're just the goose and you're just fucking shit up.
Do you mean like a story or like a sort of narrative? Because if you have like DayZ,
Minecraft,
there's no story to DayZ, but there's like a soft backstory narrative that's sort of like the lore of the game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But there's not like a story to the game. It's pretty virtually all player driven, encounters and things.
Minecraft.
Someone mentioned it. Geometry Wars. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Rocket League, probably.
A lot of multiplayer games don't, because the game you're just playing for the experience of playing against someone.
Yeah, a lot of them probably do, and a lot of them try to contextualize it, which I think kind of hurts my believability of it. Oddly enough,
Among Us,
Apex Legends, things of that nature.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, Slay the Spire. I mean, this thing, Slay the Spire has like a tiny story, but it's like not very fleshed out. Minecraft doesn't really have a story, though it does teach you the secret of life, so you can take that or leave it. But yeah, I'm curious if there's like a. But these are all multiplayer. Is there like a single player game that doesn't have a story?
That's
like good.
That's a good single player game that doesn't have a story. I'm sure there are. I just
nope.
Besides Slay the Spire, that's the only one I could think of that's close.
I'm not certain.
Overwatch claims to have a story. Fortnite, obviously, multiplayer, but.
There is you have a game like RimWorld, which calls itself a story generator, and it leans very heavily into the kind of role play elements, and the story is sort of like here are the people, you do all these things and these things happen, and there's sort of like a theater of the mind story in your head. The things that happen are the story of your colony and the stuff that happens to them, but it doesn't have any sort of story that you're following. It's sort of it generates stories as you play, and it's really kind of built with that in mind. So that's a different form of story, an emergent one.
Among Us has a backstory. I've talked to one of the developers.
Among Us story.
What's the back?
Tell us the Among Us lore.
What's the lore for Among Us? Super Hexagon.
Stuff like Trouble in a lot of the Gmod games, Trouble in Terrorist Town and Prop Hunt, things of that nature. They don't have stories. They're just like almost. It's almost like the Mario mini game thing, Mario Party stuff.
Mario Party, yeah. But those multiplayer, the draw multiplayer is just playing with other people.
Oh yeah, those are multiplayer. Yeah.
It's like a board game doesn't have Mousetrap doesn't need a story. Have a story.
Mousetrap. The story is that the mice must be exterminated.
We played that whole game, and I don't remember one bit of the story.
Yeah, but we only played you never played the single player. You only played the multiplayer maps with me. We played Portal 2.
Oh, I got you. So I wasn't exposed to the story.
No, I told you should because the story is great, but you were like,
I was just wondering.
Sounds like you, Adam.
Can I drive a car in this game? I don't want to play it.
It was fun to run around. It was.
Civ 6. I guess that Yeah,
that's another one of those. Yeah, there's no story, but as you play, that's almost like you're creating a story. This is how your civilization thrives and survives or falls or anything like that.
When the dirty Aztecs come and they capture your city and they build the wonder that you want, you're going to destroy them, and that will be the story that you tell your children. So, yeah, you have those simulation games. I feel like there's not a lot of like standard games that just have like no story.
I'm sure there's plenty of, especially indie games that are just, they're just sort of, I don't want to say gimmicks, but they're super focused on a particular mechanic or, and they don't have stories attached. Yeah, it's stuff like Factorio and things where they're, I don't know if actually Factorio has a story.
People are saying it doesn't. I'm assuming it,
but I'm not sure myself. There's a place for him, and I like to see when people, like I was saying with Ragnarok, I like it when a company tries really hard and puts a great deal of effort into the story, the writing, the characters. The voice actors are very talented. The motion cap work and the expressions of the characters are strong. I like to see that be rewarded with a lot of praise and recognition. I want it to be a good example for others to feel like they can follow.
There you go. Gartic Phone.
Gartic Phone. Yeah,
Gartic
Phone.
There you
no
go.
Story.
JMac for $50. Thanks so much, our surrogate father, JMac.
Nice.
Says, my son told me the other day that he wishes he was buff like me, and I told him that I'd be happy as long as he was healthy. I'm not about having big muscles or a thin waist, but maintaining a healthy lifestyle and bettering yourself. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's good. You don't have to be buff. You just being healthy.
There you go.
Being healthy is key. You want to be happy with what you have, but what you have should be something that's worth being happy for. You don't be like that one woman said, where you're perfect the way you are. You know, I think it's a very juvenile attitude to have. You should always strive to improve.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, here we go.
Recognize you have flaws. People are inherently, they have flaws with them. You should work to correct those flaws and be better and better. Don't compare yourself to other people. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday.
So Zero Fuck said, hard mode, name an RPG without a story. This might be contentious. People will argue whether this has a story or not. FTL. Does FTL count as having a story?
I don't know if that game has a story or not. What's also interesting, too, is that when people say RPG, you kind of have to ask them to be a little bit more specific, because technically RPG means role-playing game. However, there are many, many, many games that are not RPGs where you are playing the role of a particular character. So oftentimes when people say RPG, they are referring to
specific, yeah.
A lot of the times when people say RPG or games are called RPGs, it's almost like a description of the kinds of mechanics that they have.
Right.
Not that you are role playing as a particular character necessarily.
I guess FTL, Flee from Bad Guy. I'd say it's a very like thin story.
Yeah, that's almost like, technically, a story is an account of a series of events. So technically,
but that's like anything. Yes,
kind of. Yeah, if we're getting stories to be any description of events,
that's like, does Mario 1 have a story? Well, I guess he's trying to save the princess. But it's like, okay.
But it's almost like just one of those bare bones. This is context for why you're jumping around and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the barest of context.
You got a goal. Come on.
But see, you're right. But even back then,
they knew.
I would argue. I'd be actually very curious to see if part of the reason that like Donkey Kong and Mario were popular was because maybe were they the first video games to have like a context for what you were doing?
Probably not. I'm sure there were plenty of computer games that came out before them that were maybe like text based, or like, what about stuff like Oregon Trail and things like that?
When did the first Oregon Trail come out compared to like Donkey Kong?
I don't know. I like legit don't know. My knowledge on early video game history is kind of lacking, but I'm certain that it was probably
1981 was the first Donkey Kong.
When was the first Oregon Trail game? Not the actual Oregon Trail.
When was the actual Oregon Trail? That's a good question. First Oregon Trail game. Okay, it's saying 1971, but that's like literally impossible. There's no Oregon Trail.
Is it literally impossible? What do you mean?
What computer game existed in 1971? I don't believe it.
Well, Oregon Trail was one of them. So those kinds.
It says 1971. It says not published. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Apparently, I don't know. I can't figure this out. I don't believe this. I do not believe Oregon Trail video game came out in 1970. What was it?
Do you not know what Oregon Trail is?
Was it
a
all
lot
just
of games
text?
a lot of early games were just text based.
I guess.
And I mean it is a game. It's just a text based sort of adventure game.
Miss Pac-Man had a story? No, what was the story of Miss Pac-Man?
Did Pac-Man have a story?
They said Ms. Pac-Man had a story.
Ms. Pac-Man? Fuck that bitch.
No. Maybe that was the story.
Maybe I bet. Yeah, I can be a glutton running away from scary ghosts too.
There you go. Games didn't exist in 1971. That's a lie.
I had an old. Did you guys ever have one of the choose your own adventure books?
Of course.
Yeah, I had an Indiana Jones.
You had to keep your
one,
finger on the page in case you died. You have to go Adam did play Atari. That's funny. I remember my parents would be like, "Oh, we would go to the arcade and play Space Invaders." I was like, "Oh my god!" I just like end myself.
Mom, we gotta play Among Us and Fortnite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know games came out before NES. I mean, I had back in the day, like, you know, the old computer that you had like the giant floppy disks. They had to like keep switching every time. You know, you had to go to like. Do you remember? Did you have a computer where you had to literally exit Windows and you had to go to DOS to play a video game? You had to type in like C:/run Carmen San Diego.exe to like play
Never
it.
played any of those. No.
Yeah, I mean, it was like ridiculous.
And like what? Wasn't the like the Atari and stuff? That was those were. I mean, Frogger was a story of one brave frog you had to get to the other side of the road. So.
That's true. That's true.
Very true. And it's Missile Command, right?
Centipede.
What was the story of Centipede? You're a gluttonous
centipede trying to grow.
Alien
story of
centipede
evolution.
invading the world. I don't know.
Story that warns about, you know, if you're greedy, you just get bigger and bigger and bigger, but ultimately it will become your demise.
The intense story-based video game known as Snake.
Rags,
Snake.
What do you think of that movie Run Lola Run?
I haven't seen it. Was it about a marathon addicted woman whose legs break and she has to learn to love herself again?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. How'd you know?
Excellent. I was just guessing based on the title and the fact that I want to see women suffer in their journey of self-discovery.
No, Run Lola Run is about a chick like running across town to try to tell her boyfriend something or other.
Yeah.
It's
like
what
is it?
It's like one of those Groundhog Day stories that.
Oh, I see.
Like repeats every time the guy dies or she dies or something.
Is there like is it just repeating?
That's a dangerous
or is there an
fucking
explanation?
town. Jeez.
Or, like,
I haven't
why?
seen the movie in forever, but I remember seeing it. I was like, this is great. This is totally amazing. But I wonder if it holds up because I haven't seen it since it came out, basically. Have you seen it, Sitch?
No. Is there an explanation for why it's repeating, or is it just like a narrative device?
I can't even remember. I gotta watch this movie again.
Like, is it like Groundhog Day? Like, is she aware of it?
Yeah, it's like Groundhog Day.
But like, she knows. She's like, oh shit, I'm alive.
I'm trapped in a loop where I have to run across town.
Was this?
Yeah, like
Run Lola
die,
Run.
repeat or something.
Where's the thing? Where's the summary? I know I'm
Herein
getting
in
this
Alex
wrong.
for $20 says, on Adam's point about talking, not solving problems, I largely agree with Soul. There are no solutions, only trade-offs. What society has are needs, and needs require sacrifice. So Jordan Peterson and Soul. Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking about it. There's no free lunch, not yet anyway. There are no solutions. There's only trade-offs. I like that.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell. I completely buy into that.
Mm-hmm.
Lola receives a phone call from her boyfriend Manny. He lost 100,000 DM in a subway train that belongs to a very bad guy. Lola runs 20 minutes to raise this amount and meet Manny. Otherwise, he will rob a store to get the money. 3 different alternatives may happen depending on some minor events along Lola's run. So, I can't remember if these things actually happen and it's like a reset the day type thing, or it's like, yeah. Well, obviously the things don't happen, but
okay, I gotcha. Sound like a documentary.
In the world of the story, I'm not sure that the things really happen. But I do remember there was one really cool thing about it, but I kind of don't want to spoil it in case people want to watch it.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
I'm not gonna watch it. I don't know.
Why not?
It's good to decide. It's good to err on the side of not spoiling things. There are people in the audience who maybe might one day watch that film.
Mm-hmm.
Did the original Street Fighter have a storyline?
I don't know.
The original one.
I don't know.
Guy for $20 says, Sitch, it shouldn't be hard for you as a man to conceptualize how media affects people attempting to look a certain way. A very high proportion of men depicted in visual media are blasting steroids. Is that true? I feel like that's not true.
A lot of guys do steroids to bulk up.
Certain athletes, like The Rock obviously does steroids.
The Rock?
Yes.
I believe his name is Black Adam.
I just saw that movie recently.
Yeah,
The Rock
well, it came out recently.
Black.
Everyone saw that movie.
Well,
recently.
no, it came out like a month ago. I just
Isn't
saw
The
it.
Rock
pretty
like
recent.
Samoan? I don't even think he's black.
He is Samoan.
I like Samoas.
No, I think isn't he like half black, half Samoan or something?
So how come Obama is half black and half white, and he's black, but The Rock is half black, half Samoan? He gets to stay Samoan
because he doesn't look black.
Wow.
If he is that black.
What is this racism?
I don't make the rules. Okay.
That's an acceptable answer. Just kidding around. Just kidding around. What do you think about Black Adam?
It was kind of bafflingly and competently written.
Did you actually see it, Sitch?
Yeah, I watched it on Disney Plus.
Oh, really? I guess I could watch it on Disney Plus.
I was surprised at the incompetence of the writing of the film.
How can that
Are you
surprise you
surprised?
these days?
I'm surprised that you're surprised, Sitch.
Yeah, I am too.
Well,
yeah, Sitch.
I guess you're right. I shouldn't be surprised.
There's no
anymore, right? Why am I surprised?
It wasn't good. It wasn't good. It wasn't terrible, but it was bad.
Look, they don't
Brosnan
hire
was good
people
in it.
based on their competence these days.
It
Sitch.
didn't make any sense because like the prompt, like the tone of the movie's all over the place. Is Black Adam supposed to be an edgy boy?
Oh yeah, he's the edgiest boy. Whoever edged.
Like doesn't play by the rules.
He's
driven
like Shadow
by
the
revenge.
Hedgehog.
Yeah, is he like Shadow the Hedgehog?
Hedgehog.
And is he Cold Steel the Hedgehog? What is that his motivation, or is he like a funny character that makes sarcastic whips about killing people in a humorous
Only if
way?
he does it edgily.
But he's trying to do both. It doesn't make it's so bizarre. It makes no sense. You can't have both those things in the movie.
That's true. It's a very tonally confused film that's trying too hard to be edgy, but also have like not be edgy.
Look, this guy wrote Scoob, so he's got some
Scoob
cred.
I've never seen that.
Is that the talking dog who solves crimes?
Yeah, Scoob.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I've heard of Scoob.
Screenplay by.
So to answer the question, The Rock Johnson, his father was a black Nova Scotian.
What is he now?
With a small amount of Irish. There he is. Good question. And his mother was Samoan. So there you go. He's half black, half Samoan, and a tiny bit of Irish. So there you go.
All these movies now are written by like 3 different writers that get this screenplay consecutively. Like they don't actually work on the screenplay together. It's like this guy
maybe
wrote
that's why
a couple things we like, but let's get someone in to fix that.
Maybe that's why it's so tonally inconsistent, because maybe the first guy writes it, it all like makes sense. It all has a similar tone, and then it gets rewritten. They're like,
exactly what happens.
Someone's like, this is too dark. You need to add some jokes to it. So someone punches it up, adds a bunch of jokes to it, and you're like, oh, this is weird as shit. Like,
yeah.
But don't get rid of those jokes. I like a couple of those jokes.
Right.
Those jokes are amazing.
But the jokes aren't even good. Like the whole you need a catchphrase when you kill someone. Like what? And say the man in black. Tell them the man in black sent you. I was like, oh.
You can identify the jokes, but they didn't work.
Yeah.
But you could recognize that they were attempts at jokes.
Yeah, they were obvious attempts at jokes. Or like it would be like he's killing it, like he's like just murdering all these people, and like Painted Black is playing, and you're like, oh, it's supposed to be, like,
that soundtrack
cool,
stuff
or
people
like
do. Yeah,
scary. What am I supposed to be? What am I supposed to feel? Movie? I don't know. And how to know like that? Didn't that movie feel like it was straight out of the 1990s? Like you have the little kid with the skateboard.
Kind of. I hated him. He might be the second worst actor in the world after Warwick Davis.
After who?
The Willow.
Oh, I didn't watch the new Willow.
Yo, the show, I've only seen the first 4 episodes.
Yeah.
They were horrible.
It was fascinating to watch how bad those were.
Really? I never watched the original Willow. So
I didn't either.
Have a context for this.
But they play clips from it and stuff, but short ones.
It's
but
not
I mean,
bad.
technically it's like a sequel to it in a way, but at the same time, you don't have to know or be familiar with the original
right
to watch this one. This one's just really bad. It's really bad. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Wow. Okay. Now I have to watch it.
I mean, it's something else, man.
Huh.
Awesome.
Very
awesome. Very cool. Lucifer for $20, 20 Canadian. Thank you, Lucifer. Says, I would pay big money for Adam to play Elden Ring on stream after the comic is done.
Sure.
Have you ever played a game like
Have you ever played a game?
Like
I've been known
like
to
that?
play some games.
I've been known to play a video game. On a
Sitch and I did a
computer.
2-part. We played through Portal.
Portal.
Yeah. And we
The only
played through
multiplayer
another
parts,
game that we didn't even stream. We just played it.
We played Minecraft and we streamed that. What was
We
the other game?
streamed Minecraft. The other game was, I mean, it was kind of like New Vegas, I think, but a different game.
Oh, no, we played Borderlands.
Borderlands.
A little
That's it. Yeah.
Uh,
I mean,
we
it's kind
played-
of, that's kind of like New Vegas, right?
Not at all.
Apocalyptic.
Not at
No.
all.
Okay.
In no way. No. I mean,
Well-
you shoot people with guns.
It was
Yeah, you shoot
fun.
people with guns.
I did
It's a
like it.
post-apocalyptic looking aesthetic, maybe, even though Borderlands is like wacky. aesthetic.
One place is an actual post-apocalypse. The other is just a shitty planet.
I guess that's a fair distinction. Yeah.
I mean,
I liked
like
Borderlands
playing
1 and
games.
2. I never played the third one though.
I don't know that I'm very good at the games, but I am. I mean,
It's
I
all right.
liked playing Portal. Portal was a lot of fun.
Right.
Portal's great.
Have you? I don't. How would I? What is Elden Ring? How do I describe this to Adam?
Elden Ring.
How do you describe Elden Ring to Adam?
So,
Well, I mean,
like
I-
a third-person action RPG.
Kind of, yeah.
Have you played something like that, Adam?
Yeah.
I'll just. How about if I just look?
Look up a picture of it.
Yeah.
Look at
if I
pictures.
just type in Elden Ring and I go to like pictures.
I've actually never played Elden Ring, or really any of those games.
Yeah, Elden Ring is totally my style. I played through Prince of Persia, and my wife was like super hooked on the story, and I was like, I really don't want to finish this game, but she's like, no, finish it. I want to see how it ends. So I'm like,
I don't remember the Prince of Persia story being very compelling, but it's been a long time. since I
evidently,
played it.
yeah. I don't remember any of the story either,
Yeah.
but yeah,
There's a Sultan like Jafar who wants the sands of time. To
that's totally
do
it.
something.
You got
That's
it.
all I-
You
that's
nailed
literally
it.
all I remember about
You
it.
nailed it. There's like the sands of time, and you can like, if you die, you can go.
Yeah,
like,
I know, you can
back
rewind
up
it,
time
yeah.
and stuff.
Sure.
You run along the walls and stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
This looks
I would-
kind of like Prince of Persia to me.
I would
like-
like to see Adam just play Elden Ring and just die a lot. And be bad.
Well, could we play it together? Or
It's a single player, isn't it? Or can you? I don't know. Actually, I don't even know if it's.
I just have
you
to
can get
play this
multiplayer
by
in Elden Ring,
myself.
but-
That doesn't sound fun.
Oh, okay.
Elden Ring. As long as I don't have to make sandwiches in it, that's
Oh my
that's where I
God.
draw
Is
the
that your
line.
line that you draw? As long as I don't have to
Any-
make sandwiches in the game.
Adam saw me cook a fish in Subnautica, and he's like, "This is a cooking simulator." Sitch.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
that's
play
not
this game."
fair. There's
If
cooking
any-
in plenty of like Sea of Thieves has cooking, but it's just a minor
Look, I
little
just
part of
like
a much
to
larger
avoid the whole
experience.
eating thing in the video game. It's boring. Okay, I don't
Eating
wanna,
in video games
Eating
can be
in-
boring, but it's often very quick. And
I want to
it
kill
can be very
things
useful.
and run around and snatch
Mm-hmm.
stuff up just by touching it. I don't want
You had to cook and eat in Minecraft.
Elden Ring. There's no
Minecraft. Yeah,
two-player in
Minecraft
Elden
is
Ring?
cooking and eating. Do you not like Minecraft?
I only
No.
played it once. It
You
was
don't?
basically night falling,
What do you mean?
Adam
We played
dying
it,
to
like,
zombies
twice.
as I like hid in a wall and watched him die and laughed.
I believe we played it twice. 'Cause we
Minecraft
played
is
once,
amazing.
just you and me, and then we played once with
a bunch of
fans
other
the
people.
show. Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's true.
What's the other game? We played that one game a bunch of times. Fall Flat.
Human Fall Flat. There's no eating in Human Fall Flat though.
No, that's a great game.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of fun.
I don't want any games where you eat. Okay, that's a very weird. That's a very weird and specific criteria for video games. But
I said it's boring.
survival, you don't like survival games are cool.
You don't
have to
like
like manage
surviving.
your life and your resources.
You're like, I could kill some zombies, or let me go eat.
No, you have to kill zombies and eat. You have to do both.
Let's kill the zombies.
Okay. Okay. Metalworks 41190, thanks so much for being a member for 9 months, says, I thought Scorn had its story told through its environment.
No, it doesn't tell a story through its environment. It's just a bunch of random shit in the environment. And anyone who says they know what the story is, I think they're lying, or they're just stretching insanely hardly to put an actual narrative into the things that we see.
There we go.
I don't think it's I don't think it has a story at all.
Should we watch? Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really good. Should we watch Adam play Getting Over It? I don't think Adam would have the patience to play Getting Over It. It's like a very difficult game that's very frustrating to play. CT actually, because she is evil. No, Harker. God, Harker, who's evil, actually bought it for me and forced me to play it for an hour, and I gave up.
Because it's too hard?
It's hard and frustrating and not rewarding to even succeed at. So
that sucks.
It's just terrible.
Why
it's
do
just a
people
meme.
even play it then?
Because it's a meme, essentially. It's like a meme game.
Which it's just super hard, and that's why.
Yes.
It's a meme.
Yes. And it's fun though. It's basically one of those games that's fun to watch a streamer play and just get very upset at. Essentially, that's the only reason to watch it. Like that's the only enjoyment.
That's hilarious.
CT for 2 Canadians says Elden Ring is co-op. You just can't use the horse. There you go. So I guess we could play it together.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're having a conversation. Look, it's more fun to play with Sitch.
That's true.
Like we played New Vegas, and Sitch got me all the guns.
Oh, that's nice.
I did not know how to get the guns. Yeah.
You mean Borderlands?
In New Vegas?
Yeah, Borderlands.
Oh.
The other New Vegas.
New Vegas.
Definitely. They're basically clones of each other. Bethesda should sue.
New Vegas is not a multiplayer game.
Borderlands is, fortunately.
Daily Dose, thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 4 months, says you could do a video about Avatar 2 and bring Rags on. I'm sure there's some crazy take about colonialism or something. Hi, Rags.
Almost certainly.
S-Class is...
Oh, nice. Yeah, if you talk about Avatar, I
Did
will
you see
definitely
Avatar
join
yet?
you. I have seen Avatar and Avatar 2. Avatar 2 is
Wow.
terrible. In
Is it-
fact, I kind of really
it
dislike
really?
it personally. It really
Worse
bothers
than
me.
the first
I
one?
really don't like. Yeah, it is.
Avatar 1 was way overrated.
I agree. And
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually rated that well once people get into talking about it.
Why is
Got a
Avatar 2
lot of
so
tropes.
bad?
Oh, the story and the characters are terrible.
Worse than the first one.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'll see it when it comes out on streaming. I don't want to like pay money to go to a theater to see it or anything.
Please don't say taint, say perineum.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Talking about your parts. Your lady
Lush Drummer
parts.
for 5 Canadians says, hi, Rags. Happy New Year.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I mean, Elden Ring
Moondog.
does look pretty amazing.
Yeah, you should play it. Avatar 2 was all right compared to everything else that came out this year.
No, don't.
What was a good movie that came out? I feel like this was a weak year for movies.
There were good movies that came out this year.
2022.
I'm blanking on them. I'm sure there were.
Yeah, they're good. I'm just blank. I don't know what they were.
I'm sure there were good movies that came out this year.
Uh-huh.
I mean, because my mind defaults to like shows and some things, but good movies that came out this year. I'm sure there were good movies that came out this year.
Sure, there was like one.
I must be blanking on it.
What do you think of Thank You for Smoking?
There was.
I didn't see it.
That's a good movie. Didn't come out this year though.
2022 movies.
When did Thank You for Smoking come
That's
out?
old, like 15 years ago.
2005. Thank You for Smoking. I read a book on Elon
Damn,
Musk
I was
this
fucking
weekend.
right on the money with that one.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Holy shit.
Supposedly Elon Musk was a producer on Thank You for Smoking.
Really?
Which I was like,
Wow.
oh, really? I didn't know that.
Interesting. Oh, Black Panther 2 came out this year.
I heard that All Quiet on the Western Front was very good. I haven't seen it yet. Because I'm looking through a list of movies.
Glass
and I've
Onion.
seen some of these.
That's a
And
good one, right?
what? Molly's gonna make me watch that on Wednesday.
Have
Ooh,
fun.
What?
No, I don't want
Nope came out.
to watch it.
The Batman came out.
Oh, the Batman was all right.
was all right.
It had good stuff in there. I'm glad it exists. I'm glad I saw it. I enjoyed watching it.
Sure. I don't know if I'd call it good. I'd say it's all right.
I'd say it's all right. I say it has. I am glad that it exists. There are parts of that movie that I think have value, and I'm happy for.
I never saw Northman. Top Gun. That's right.
That movie's all right. People seem to really like it. I think it was a top-grossing movie of the year.
Oh, Top Gun was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Oh, was that this year?
That was this year.
Then that might be the best movie.
That's your one good movie?
I really, really like Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah.
I think that's a fantastic movie, and I think that everyone should see it.
The Woman King.
Oh yeah, good stuff. I like any movie that has strong female characters. I like that movie. I haven't seen it. Part of me is curious, but not that curious, you know.
Strong female characters. Have you seen The Crying Game?
No, I haven't. Is that what's that about?
You don't know the Crying? You never heard of The Crying Game?
No.
You should see.
Maybe I have, but
you should see The Crying Game. I think you'd like it. It's got strong female characters.
Oh, that's good.
Finger quotes.
What do you mean? Sitch, don't be phobic, okay?
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Sitch, please.
This was before that was a thing.
I don't want to spoil it for you because I won't let you know what kind
was
of
it
phobic
homophobic or sexophobic
Well, I don't- like I
or
said,
transphobic or
I don't want to spoil it.
xenophobic? Oh, okay. You won't even tell me what kind of phobic it is. This must be a damn good film.
Harker just sent me a gift on Steam called Trombone Champ.
Nice. Something for you to
The
blow.
bone up on?
Yeah.
The blow.
Something for you to blow and stroke.
Thank you, Harker. As long as this is better than Getting Over It. Though I'm not sure because I'm looking at the images of it and I'm not sure it is.
Did Matrix 4 come out this year?
Oh, you're right. Fuck
Yeah.
that movie.
Yes.
Matrix
That movie
4.
sucked balls.
What are you
That
talking
movie
about?
did suck, yeah.
Oh wait,
Matrix The Resurrections, is that what it's called?
it was 2021.
Oh my god. See, I can't keep it all straight.
Yeah.
That movie was still balls though. It sucked. No one see it ever.
Nope.
That's
terrible.
It came out December 26th, so it was like a Christmas release.
Oh,
right out the edge.
okay.
Yeah.
Its 1 year anniversary and we've all already forgotten it.
I mean, if there was they should have a cringe award at the Academy Awards. That would be,
Cringe Award.
that would be
It's definitely a
great.
contender for cringe. Avatar 2 is pretty cringe as well.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so good.
When are you going to change your mind on Overlord? Never, because Overlord's terrible.
That's the one about the Nazi one?
No, it's an anime.
Oh, okay.
Not a movie.
Because there was a movie called Overlord, I think, like last year or so, that was about like Nazi experiments or something.
I should make a video on how much I hate Overlord.
You should make a video on
very
all the
tempted.
films named Overlord.
There you go. Was Into the Multiverse last year?
No,
that
it
was
was
previous
this year, wasn't it?
It's Doctor Strange 2?
Yeah, Multiverse of Madness. I have a terrible
Oh, you're right.
sense
That was
of time.
last year, 2022. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
yeah,
It
you're
feels-
right. Last year is you're right. You're January 2nd. Of course, gotcha. Yeah.
Oh, was it? Oh, is that why it feels like it was so long? It was in January. No, it was in
it's just
May.
when you say last year, I thought you mean 2021.
Oh,
I'm
no,
still
no,
in-
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
because
yeah.
I'm still got to adjust to the new year. Our current time standards are very oppressive.
Overlord is terrible. I don't know how you guys like it. How's the key to Overlord's like the worst? Oh my god, it's so bad.
It's an anime, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course it's terrible.
There you go. If
Face
you watched,
take.
if you didn't watch in 2 seasons, you're indifferent. That makes sense. It really, it's kind of like you're like meh, and then the 3rd season just becomes like just god awful, terrible, like offensively bad. But anyway, Moondoggy for $5 says this just made the saying "quote Women are their worst enemy" have much more ground. True.
The talk.
Yes.
Yeah, they're definitely at each other's throats.
Was Thor
Bitches
was
vicious.
Thor 4 2022? Love and Thunder.
You're not allowed to comment on the video, Rags.
That's
We
that's
discussed
true.
this
You're
already.
right. Yep. I wasn't for some reason I wasn't around for it, so I'm not allowed to comment on it.
Look,
That's
if
very
the
true.
super chat is about the video, you can comment. Okay.
Okay. All right. I can be enabled by the commenters to talk about something.
Well, it was about.
They decide what I can talk about. That's interesting.
True.
If you want to weigh in, just make it quick.
Who deleted your message?
What message?
What message?
Overlord is for peasants, mob psychos for high class weeps. Sammy G, base take, ultra base. And true. Zeno Adam for $5 says, as Afghan. You mean as an Afghan? As an Afghan girl on the panel isn't exception, but the rule for the majority of Afghan women, and reason why I'll never marry my own ethnicity. Oh, that's terrible.
Wow.
Oh, oof. Big oofs.
Wow.
This rejection of what is it? So you have when two different races marry, what's that called? That's
miscegenation is
miscegenation. What is it when the same race marries? What's the name for that?
Homogeration?
Homogeration. I don't know what it's called.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a word for it, but same race marriage.
So this is why the Taliban.
It should autofill for you, Sitch, because you often look at that on Google. You often Google that.
That's true. Some
Same
people look
race
at
marriage.
porn. I just look at pictures of same race couples married, and
Just couples, a man and woman, of course.
Man and
the same race.
No, actually, no. You know, they could be gay. I'm fine with that as long as they're the same race. It's fine.
I don't know. I think you're trying to save yourself there, but all right.
I'm fine with them calling me racist, but homophobic.
I will not be called homophobic. Damn it.
That's a line too far. Hey, Doomer, what's going on?
Yeah. Hi.
We were just talking shit about. I mean, hi, Doomer.
I wasn't talking shit about anyone. I would never talk shit about anyone except the bitches in that video.
True.
God,
but only when the super chats say that I can, of course.
True.
I would never simply randomly comment on anything that they may or may not have said, allegedly.
On the bitches.
The bitches.
As a dog, you're allowed to say that.
As a dog, I can comment on
internalized
bitches.
sexism right there.
Internalized dog
racism.
phobia.
Canophobia.
Canophobia. There you go.
Canophobia.
Kernan Alex for $10 says this panel needs a turf. That would have been interesting. That would have been interesting.
That would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
How many? So there were how many people on the panel? 10. Something like that?
8.
8,
maybe.
And how many of them were? Because how many was one? 2 of them were trans.
2 were trans.
That's a huge overrepresentation.
What giant overrepresentation?
Yes.
Which is interesting. I bet that didn't happen by accident.
Of course.
One was mega disabled.
Yes.
Because she had no legs and also she was a fat bitch.
And was missing fingers.
Really? How'd that happen?
I assume she has some kind of birth defect. I don't think she just had some like crazy accident.
Wow, birth defect.
Maybe she worked in a sawmill.
Well, no, because like she wasn't like
that's a terrible accident.
She wasn't missing a finger like you saw. There was a gap. Like her hand just like
was
had
like deformed. It was a deformity.
like it just had 4 fingers, and it looked like it would only ever have 4 fingers. Like the way it was like shaped.
Whatever. We all are. Do you do that thing where they're like, oh, the thumb's not a finger? Are you people like that, or are you? Just
I'm
normal?
counting the thumb as a finger.
Okay, good.
I'm not doing that thing.
I feel like
people
that's
did when
something
they were
that some
8.
10-year-old thought of and thought it was really clever, and it just spread like
How
a
many
virus
fingers
to
do
all
you
the
have?
schools.
5. No, you have.
No, your
4.
thumb's not a finger.
I'm
your intellectual superior.
That's when you like slap them in the face and you.
That's
show
why
them
it
the
should be
real world.
illegal
Okay.
to assault children.
Well, if
I
you're
think
children, you can.
If it's your children, oh, definitely.
No,
It should
if
be
you're the
encouraged. It should
children
be-
and you can assault other children. So.
Okay, I think it should be mandatory to assault your own children.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that.
I think so. If it's other children, you should be polite and ask their parents first.
That's true.
And they should politely accept.
Mm-hmm.
It just needs to be
There was 2. I think there was like 3 conservatives on the panel. Maybe there's
No,
2
there
definitely
was
conservatives, and then there was a couple swing votes on some issues. So
yeah, the 2 hot ones were conservatives.
there you go. There's a hot one that was a maybe swing voter.
Yeah, I think that's who I was talking about. Maybe the one in the front row with the brown suit. You know what? Actually,
Yes.
I brown suit instantly. Women who wear them fucking suits don't.
You like the brown suit for some reason?
No, I don't. I don't like women who wear the suits with the big pointy shoulder pads. I hate
Oh,
those. It may be the most unsexy thing you could possibly wear.
What about like the Rita Repulsa look?
Rita Repulsa? No, that's kinky and hot. And she's from another planet, and she's got ambition.
Right. So you like the pointy boobs, you just don't like the pointy shoulders.
Pointy boobs are fun. Well, it's the pointy. I don't know if the boobs are pointy. If we're talking like 1950s fashion, that sort of thing. Because back in the day,
I'm talking about Rita. She had like pointy boobs.
I know. Well, she had pointy boob covers.
Well, yeah, her boobs were. I'm assuming. Well, she's an alien, so we don't know. But I'm assuming that there was nothing.
She looked just like a. What was she?
Some kind of wizard.
Some kind of
something?
a witch.
Was she an alien? I thought. Was she an alien, or was she just a human witch?
Just a second. Let me consult the wiki.
Does Rita have a last name?
Repulsa. Fucking dumbass.
Rita Repulsa.
Rita Repulsa. She was played by Machiko Soga.
Mm-hmm.
She had pointy boobs.
She had like the Madonna pointy like boob cover.
Yeah,
things.
she had the pointy spirally thing. Yeah,
which
I'm looking
for a
at her.
kids show was very strange. But...
Yeah, but that show was strange. And she's hot as fuck. I'd absolutely pound the shit out of Rita Repulsa.
I do remember her from the show.
Let me
right.
see.
Yeah,
I don't think she was that hot, but
she had look at her. She was really attractive. Rita Repulsa is a female humanoid sorceress who was once bent on intergalactic domination and served as one of the leaders of the evil space aliens and one of the main antagonists of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Well, I'm going to say, since she was the leader of the evil space aliens, that she was an alien. That's my process. They said humanoid. They didn't say she was human.
Well, you could be an evil. You can be you. So evil space aliens is specifically. It seems to be like the group, a group of evil space. Oh, they're evil space aliens is a group of evil space aliens.
Yeah, shocking.
So first off, this is Power Rangers. Anything goes. Secondly, you can be an alien and also be human.
Here's
I mean, not really.
Yeah, absolutely. What if you're born on Mars?
Then you're still human. You're just human from outer space.
An alien.
No,
you're a Martian.
No.
Here's
She was an
Rags'-
alien.
I brought up a picture of Rags'.
Here we go.
crush now.
Her father was named Master Vile.
Nice.
His home planet was Gamma Vile in the M51 galaxy. So there you go. Rita's 100% alien. Or at least half alien. We don't know where her mom was.
Now that we've got the pedigree reports in,
there you go.
Fine. I'm not willing to look at an Asian and say that they're aliens.
Nice
like
save.
Sitch is.
Nice
so
save.
I just require a little bit more evidence than the
There you
way
go.
that their eyes look.
There you go. Her mom was named Lady Fienna and was a powerful sorceress who was once an ally of Zordon.
Was any of this in the shows, or did they just make this bullshit up afterwards?
There's like a 20 million seasons of this show. I'm sure it's somewhere. This
Mighty
crap is
Morphin
talked about.
Power Rangers.
Oh, this garbage.
I will say that Power Rangers in Space had the best theme song, though.
What was the part? There's a different theme song?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I only know the first one.
That was a banger.
I was too old. Like, once the new ones came out, I was just kind of like, I'm too old for this now. Time to go play Pokemon.
Pokemon?
That was like my literal thought process. I'm too old for Power Rangers. Time to play Pokemon. The Chad father, Greg Keith for Dr. Jordan Peterson. Thank you for the $15. The Chad father. I like that. Says, usually S Squad. Thank you. Women are generally more sensible and risk averse, but when consent is granted, a woman's super ego IQ drops by 75%.
Oh my goodness gracious.
A team reigns supreme because they're not putting out incel energy. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Hurtful. How dare you?
Ouch.
How dare you? Listen, I'm not an incel. I'm just saving myself for marriage like a good Christian. Okay.
That's true. You should save yourself for marriage. Don't even look at her until you're married.
Yeah.
Got to be the right woman, though. You don't want to actually get a woman who's going to Me Too you. So
true. Well, they
make
can't, like
sure.
legally, they can't once they're married.
You should marry a zealous Christian who cannot divorce you.
Right.
Regardless of context.
Do you have that app on your phone, Sitch? It's like the consent app that you.
What?
Do you often have problems
like
with that, Sitch? So you had to download the consent app?
What is the consent app? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Where you periodically, you both put your code in and you periodically check in. It like dings every minute or so to like make sure. Do you still
Were you supposed to do it like
consent?
wait. While you're having sex, just like hold your phone in one hand and like be like keep
Well,
being
you know,
punching
you can
in.
set it on the bed or whatever.
Wouldn't it be easier to just if you're gonna go that far?
Is consent still available?
Oh, do you have to keep affirming, or does it just you can revoke it?
Well, I think you have
With
to
every
keep,
thrust, yes.
I think you have to keep affirming.
That's
Yeah.
why soaking is so popular in these circles.
It's like a continuous stream of consent.
Why? What's
That's what I give her. I give her a continuous stream of consent.
Well, no, she probably doesn't.
Consent me harder, Daddy.
She
But okay,
probably
wait.
like denies the consent.
I tell her, "Hey, is it okay if I consent inside?"
Oh, jeez.
Rags is like the
What?
thing dings like every minute or so. Rags is like, oh no, I only have a minute to do this before she can revoke.
It's not the only
consent."
thing that dings every minute or so.
You're like, wait, it dings for more than 1 minute? I only need the minute. What's
Nice.
So wait, I don't. Yeah, what's the point of this app? Why wouldn't you just tell the person? Like, what's the point of the app that dings for you?
Look, I'm just making sure that you're safe, dating safely out there.
No, but
That's good.
like,
That's what a good friend does.
you can't just say, "Oh, I stop." Like, if you tell someone stop and they don't, is the phone telling them to stop going to change anything? Is that
The
gonna,
phone
like-
explodes.
Is it like if does it start dinging that you don't have consent, and if the other person doesn't like give their thumbprint, it like automatically calls the police or something? Like, this sounds awful.
Google Play, the consent app on Google Play. Sexy time is just a few checkboxes away.
This has just got to be like a troll like joke app.
We are proud to introduce to you the consent. One conversation at a time. Learn your partners.
That's all conversations.
Look, this app has 2.5 stars. So it has
Yeah, wait,
to
read
be
the reviews.
2.5 stars? How do you fuck up a consent app? Well, I guess there's a million ways, I suppose.
Exactly.
The app wants
My
you
ass
to
is thinking it's easy.
The app wants you to consent before having sex. The app wants
Oh, well, that's good. I also want people to consent before
Denmark's
having
I
sex.
Consent app to support new sexual consent legislation. Look at this. There's a bunch of
What
stuff on
law was passed that you needed to make an app for consent?
There is now a mutual consent app.
I can't just consent on my own
Sitch, you have-
on behalf
download
of someone
this.
else.
I mean, this could help you in a court of law. You know.
Oh my god.
some
Yeah,
girl
because we
tries
know
to
you
meet-
got some charges, so this would help with us.
Look, as soon as some girl tries to meet you, you just say, "Listen, we use the consent app.
It's
all,
we too.
It's all recorded." Don't say
Okay,
that.
so but that's literally what actually it is. If you look at the
Consent
screenshots,
apps are bad.
it's like it has like the date of like when you consented to some sexual activity with a name, and then it has like I consent to, and then there's a bunch of checks of like kissing, finger, vaginal, choking. Like there's all like every little thing you could check off.
Jesus
on.
Christ! It's like you have to. It's like what's that species from Hitchhiker's Guide to Vogons?
Oh, it's like the
Vogons
Vogons had
fucking-
sex.
Like you have to fill out all the forms for sex.
have to
Oh
have the
my
proper
God! Let me
form.
just stick my cock in
Yes.
you, Jesus Christ!
Yes. And then afterwards, it has like a we hereby certify that each person consented to like all of these things. This just seems like it's just like something you use to like try to not get like arrested.
Me too.
essentially.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what. Look, that's the whole reason
So-
I brought it up. Sitch. I'm just trying to protect you.
I see.
It's
I
a
see.
crazy world out there. I don't.
It
want,
doesn't ding. It doesn't look like it dings like constantly while you're like having sex or something.
I mean, okay. Maybe with
That's
the
just like it's saying.
maybe with the update.
I just feel like if you're with someone that you trust so little, you need to have an app that you
Should you
both
be having
sign
sex
for
with them?
consent. Like I don't know. I feel like that's the flag of this chick's crazy. Don't have sex with her if you trust her so little that you need this.
I mean,
know.
I agree, but I'm also horny. So
People
you
have
know.
done far more to have sex with ladies than download an app. So
And
I guess
lie
I
on
can
the
understand. And lie on the internet.
Yes,
and also some people are just rapists. So
true.
There's, I don't know. I would be curious to see this app just to see what it is and what it's about.
Oh, I'm just curious. That's why I'm downloading this app very quickly.
And there's an article in the New York Times about this. Consent in the digital age. Can apps solve a very human problem?
Like, you just can't talk? Problem? You can't just say, hey, I want to do XYZ with you, baby.
Yo, bitch, I just want to do
I
ABCD.
imagine the app coming on afterwards, you know, when someone might be feeling a little regretful and saying, you said it was okay.
I have this app. Here you go. You consented.
You told him everything was okay.
Here I have the list of all the approved sexual maneuvers.
You right there. You said punching. Okay.
Oh my God.
Right there in the miscellaneous section, I wrote octopus, and you said yes. You signed off on octopus.
I said I want to go out for sushi.
I meant sushi.
You should have filled out the form more accurately. The form was supposed to get rid of these kinds of issues.
There you go.
Elizabeth Banks is going to play Rita Repulsa in the Power Rangers movie.
Oh, nice. I'm down with it. As long as I can keep the outfit afterwards.
Wow.
They're making another Power Rangers movie?
Oh, I'm sure they won't stop.
This is from 2016, so it's got it. This is like
no, that's the one
fresh
that already
news.
came out.
Was she? Is she in it? Elizabeth Banks?
No, I don't think she was.
Oh, okay.
I never saw it, but I saw a picture of the lady, and she didn't look like Elizabeth Banks.
Hmm.
The outfit was stupid. They should have just given her the big pointy boobs. I mean, you know, it's kind of like tradition at this point, right?
Yeah.
Contrast, thanks so much for being Freedom Seeker for 9 months. Says, Happy New Year's, guys. I'm an hour in and you're judging the panel based on looks. Tisk, tisk, tisk. S-Class moves and flame wreath and then blames the healers. Hey, I've never in my entire life ever moved in a flame wreath. So you take back that slander. Even when I played on my computer back in the day where the graphics were so bad, I had to literally stare at the floor in order to raid. Because that was the only way I could play. I never in my life moved in a flame wreath. Okay. Never.
They talked about looks on the panel, so.
Yeah, we were just responding to what they were talking
I feel like it was appropriate.
Well, listen.
You disagree?
We did bring up some looks things first. But...
Do you want to say something, Rex?
What? Me?
Yeah.
What? I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Could you hear that?
Were you whistling?
I was.
Yeah,
Could you actually hear that?
Were you setting your
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. I almost always that gets blocked out by like the Discord stuff that I used to talk to people. So I'm not used to actually having it come through.
Interesting.
So
I thought you were doing a comedic whistle.
Yeah.
I was doing the Power Rangers in space thing.
Very cool. I liked it.
Thanks very much. I'm like legitimately surprised, but I guess I never use Zoom typically, so my whistling comes through.
There you go. Fire Everything. Thanks so much for being Discipline Equals Freedom for 5 months. Says, imagine if Vice had a panel of men and men's rights.
Oh, no.
You know, they wouldn't. That would have been interesting. But that would be actually an interesting thing for them to do after this.
I feel like the panel that they had was, I don't know. I felt that they should have tried a lot harder to get different like rich chicks and poor ones and people from different parts of the country, Midwestern gals, California girls, Southerners, things of that nature, to really get a wide variety of like a normie. What if you just brought an actual super normal person onto that panel and she's like, what? Trans what? What even is that? Like he's learning about it there on the panel because 99% of the world just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be interesting, but they don't want to. They want to have like contentious debates because that's what draws like the clicks. And
Would there be a contentious debate if you got a bunch of men's rights activists on there? I feel like they'd all be on the same page.
Well, no, because you'd have like a men's rights activist, and you have some like a bunch of woke guys on.
Well, you'd probably because some MRAs can be like extreme, like women hatey types.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have you'd have the whole gambit.
It would be interesting to have a bunch of dudes talk about dude issues, you know. Not that that's gonna happen.
Dudes talking about dude issues? You mean just like normal politics?
As long as the women don't figure out that they actually are the most voters, we should be good, guys. So, but it's like zebras and lions, but they'll never figure it out. So don't worry about it.
There you go. Wheezy Bird for $2 says there's a 3-hour recording of this according to Sydney. Yeah, I would love to see it. I don't think they'll ever release the full.
Yeah,
release the Sydney cut, but they never will. So.
Oh, the Sydney cut. I like that.
Yes. The Justice 35. Thanks so much for being a free here for 4 months. Says A team likes the stream and renews gifted subs, while S class calls the cops on little kids' lemonade stands.
Is that true, Sitch?
A team reigns supreme. Happy New Year. Well, listen. We have very strict zoning laws in my neighborhood about what's it called? Being a busker.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
Lemonade stands.
Is that what is that word? It's like the fancy word for someone trying to sell you shit.
Busker?
About a busker. There
politician?
You go. These buskers. We have very strict zoning laws about buskers in my neighborhood. And those little kids, I don't care if they're little kids, they gotta follow the laws and the rules just like everyone else. And I told them, I said, I'm gonna call the police on you, and they didn't listen.
So I shot
what
him.
am I supposed to do? Yeah.
A person who performs music or other entertainment in the street or for another person for monetary donations.
Oh, is it only for if you're doing entertainment?
Looks like it.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's wrong.
Well, I mean, lemonade is pretty entertaining, to be honest.
Is it? If you find little kid nice and entertaining, if you find a little kid entertaining, little kids doing a lemonade stand entertaining, I think you should be on a list somewhere.
It depends upon obviously
how the children
how you find them entertaining. Maybe you're doing a public service by chasing them out of your neighborhood.
There you go. Hey, you kids, get a job, you hippies. That's what I did. I shaved their hair and then I called the police. So
sweet.
Backyard Dad for $5 says people get high and drunk and have sex out thinking. Then when they sober up, they get an abortion when they realize they got pregnant. That is true.
Yeah, that's probably 90% of it right there.
Right. But those people still would have gotten high and drunk and had sex even if they couldn't get an abortion because you're not thinking about that when you're drunk and high. So
right.
I think about abortions all the time when I'm drunk and high, which is why I have to avoid getting drunk and high because the women around me feel scared.
Wow.
You're scared that you're just going to start aborting them?
Major report there.
I get drunk and high on the weekends and I just look for women to abort.
I just looking for abortion.
Zito Adam for $5 says, I recommend Rags and whoever loved Power Rangers to watch Love After World Domination. It's a rom-com anime about a villain and a hero falling in love.
Love After World Domination. Sounds good.
After World Domination. I'll check it out.
I would love to dominate the world. But as long as but the world needs to fill out one of those Denmark consent forms before I dominate it.
There you go.
I don't want to be
make sure they're down with it.
I don't want to be accused of raping the world.
Well, if you're real alpha, you just grab the world by the
Antarctica.
Ice shelf. I don't know. Where do you grab the world by?
The South Pole.
The South Pole. There you go. They love it. You grab the world by the South Pole.
Grab that planet by the South Pole. They love it. They want you to do it. They'll just let you do it to them. Let's resume it for 5 Canadian says, imagine giving tickets for not wearing a condom, like seatbelts. Would that work? Well, I don't think that would work because unless the police are going to be like knocking on, windows and doors when they.
Well, you'd only have one witness that says you did, and one witness would say I didn't. So I don't even know how you would possibly enforce that.
Well, okay, here you go. You put the microchip.
Oh, I know how you could.
Yeah.
You could have condoms that have like some kind of an ink or a film on the inside of them, so that it leaves behind a residue that kind of stains the penis for a while, so that you can check. Now, obviously, this will involve the awkwardness of showing police officers your penis.
No. I have a better one.
An even better one than that?
Yeah. They put those like ink cartridges on things. So if you take them on the store, it like explodes ink everywhere. Like on clothing.
Oh, yeah, the bags of, but that's your cum?
Yeah, no. So what you do is you put that inside the woman's vagina, and it censors, like, if you don't have a condom on, it explodes ink all over your dick.
That feels much more complicated and not worky like mine would.
No, mine's much better.
Mine would, see, the difference between yours and mine is that mine would work, and yours is a complicated medical procedure that involves
what do you
putting
mean complicated? You just
inside of women.
You just shove. Just shove it
Mine
up
was
there.
nice and simple and easy.
No, you just shove it up
All you had
there.
to do is put ink on your cock and you're good to
No,
go.
mine makes
It's already inside of the condoms. Yes, condoms would be slightly more expensive, but condoms are already cheap as fuck, so it doesn't even matter.
No, you just shove the ink cartridge up their hoo-ha, and then you make the condoms have like a little device that wirelessly connects to it that prevents it from exploding when anything goes in there. And then that way, when the judge like has to order, says like, "Oh, did you have unprotected sex?" They have to look at your dick, see if you have ink all over it.
Yeah, like they would have to look at the dick and mine. Both of these ideas involve you showing civil servants your penis.
Your penis. Some people would get off on that. So there you go. I think we solved the problem. I think we solved it. Death by Sloth. Thank you so much for being a freedom seeker for 9 months. Says leftist solution for every disparity or difference is to push 150% in the other direction to compensate for hidden or historical oppression. True.
Yeah, sad.
That's true.
They need to just let it go. Just let it
Condoms
go.
are not cheap where I live. Where do you live?
What?
Where do you live?
Where do you live that they're... I don't understand. They're not expensive.
What?
I don't know. Where do you live?
I mean,
if the price
isn't that
is...
relative?
I mean, relative to the price of a child.
Well,
but even then, they're just not expensive.
Mm-hmm. Huck Finn, thanks so much for the 9 New Zealand newsers. Says, have you read Freakonomics? They argue that legalized abortion led to a massive drop in violent crime. Check it out. It has benefits, Adam. I have. I don't know if Adam's read it. I've read it, and we've literally had that exact talk when we talked about abortion earlier about. I agree. People have tried to cite me evidence saying that's not true. I believe that there's strong evidence that abortion did help lower the crime rate in the 80s.
Take a guess if I've read that book. Just guess.
I would think you had.
Yeah, of course.
I would
read
guess
it.
you did.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah.
They're not expensive. They're expansive. There you go.
They make the argument that the violent crime rate dropped in the 90s because of abortion.
Right.
But whatever could they be implying?
That unwanted kids are
it's not a race thing,
in their 20s.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a race thing, you bigot.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, to be fair, Pearl talks a lot to girls that say they want to sleep around and don't want consequences. It's confirmation bias.
Well, to be fair, I want to sleep around and not have consequences, but I'm not going to sit here acting like that's a virtuous desire.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and say that of course I want to do it. If I could sleep around as much as I want without any consequences, if I can come in all the pussies and not have any problems whatsoever with that, fuck yeah. I'm not delusional enough to be like, I'd be act insulted when people say that might not be the best mindset to live.
Right. Yeah, there's lots of things we want to do that. I want to eat all the cheesecake, fuck all the bitches, do all the cocaine or whatever.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that's like a virtue.
So. But there's a difference between fantasies and what we actually do, of course.
Exactly.
Because that's helpful.
If you get offended when people suggest that maybe those sorts of things aren't good things to do, then you're just a child,
right?
Like a child who had their toy taken away with them. Like if you're playing Nintendo and you have homework to do and your grades are suffering and you get upset when mommy says you can't play the Nintendo, like that's essentially the direct, comparison.
True.
Yeah.
True. That is until we all have virtual reality waifus, and then everyone's fantasy will become the reality, and
nice
human will stop having human relationships because it'll be better to date robots.
Then you can start doing all that stuff without consequence. That's what you're saying. It'll be like the new birth control.
There you go. People think birth rates are low now.
Did you have sex with a real woman?
Man.
People are gonna get super mad.
They're gonna
How
be like,
dare you?
How dare you?
That's what the robot's for. You're gonna get hurt.
I can't tell you what a real woman is.
Yeah.
You know what? That'll be amazing. That'll like there'll be like a generation where they'll eradicate like all STDs.
Nice. See, yeah, I like that's a glass half full kind of attitude. That
There
I
you go.
appreciate. I
Yeah.
like that.
I thought this was the point of developing humanoid robots, though, because
to have sex with them. I mean,
no,
yeah.
well,
probably.
the birth rates problem. People talk about how we need people to actually do jobs and stuff like that. That's what the humanoid robots are for, correct?
Oh,
I'm
I
not
see.
gonna-
You're saying
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
You're saying you want the robots to do the job so humans can have sex with each other. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, that too.
Oh,
Peter Zahan. Well, no, you can have sex with a robot or a human. I mean, it's your
Right.
call. But the Peter Zahan talks about how birth rates are dropping, and that's a problem because there are all these jobs that need to be done. But I thought that's what automation and robots were for, not to
sure. That and to eventually have sex.
That's true. I'm not going to buy a female sex android until they are mechanically complex enough to be sentient, so that when it says it doesn't want to have sex with me, I can then have sex with it.
They'll never make it that sentient, though. That's the point. That would defeat the whole purpose.
No, how can I? Oh,
you just want to buy a wife, okay? That's all you.
No, that
buy
wasn't what I was
human
going
wife.
for, but it's really edgy. I don't know if I could say it. So.
Oh, you just want to buy a rape fantasy?
If it can't actually give informed consent, then I can't rape it. It's like a fleshlight. You can't rape a fleshlight.
There you go.
But a sufficiently advanced android, you can.
How terrible.
Rags wants the fleshlight that has a little like speaker in it that says no.
Just add tape a little voice box to it that just makes sounds of pain and crying and misery.
Oh my God. That's terrible.
This is all for the sake of a
bad,
joke.
Rags.
I don't actually.
Yeah.
This is all for the sake of a tasteless joke on somebody else's podcast. I wouldn't actually ever do any of that. It's a foul thing to do.
It doesn't
Don't rape
matter. You're
people.
going to get clipped out, and people are going to say, "Look, they're going to."
Well, no, because all of this is in the context of just a joke.
This is a
right?
joke.
It's a
I'm
joke.
I'm not certain you're joking, though.
It's
I mean,
here. It is. It's much like the Holocaust.
People are
right?
talking about raping fleshlights, and you're laughing.
Yeah, that's where the joke part comes in. Because this is a joke. It's a joke that, much like the Holocaust, right? It relies on all of us understanding and agreeing that it's a terrible thing, which is why the joke works.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where's the?
Right? If we all agreed that the Holocaust was good, which we don't, at least I don't. I don't know about Sitch, but we all, that's why Holocaust jokes are funny, because they're so terrible.
Yeah, humor is about surprise, and it is
That's right.
surprising to hear you say that if you could
Exactly,
choose
because
between
that's
a
a-
consenting, willing robot, you're like, nah. Give me the
No,
one
I
that's
want
not
a sufficiently capable robot that can give consent and is sentient,
Rags.
so that I can rape them. Yeah, that's what the joke is, and it is a joke because I would never do that. Because if I did, then I would be a poorly written character because that would be inconsistent with who I am. Don't rape
Right.
robots.
Have you seen those like creepy sex dolls that are like
that
like
talk to you and
talk
stuff?
and have like robot voices? And
That stuff's so creepy to me.
'Cause it's-
Unironically, man. Like,
no,
jokes,
it is creepy.
That stuff is really creepy. We are
well, how do
so
you get them
deep into that
not
uncanny
consenting
valley.
unless they can talk?
Yeah,
Look,
but they
I know
gotta
that-
like your
they're in the
dream. I know
they're in the uncanny valley range still though.
The,
They're like
the
not
creepy
there
sex
yet.
dolls of today have to walk so that
No,
the
really,
creepy
Rags, I
sex
don't
dolls of
consent.
tomorrow can fly.
Can be raped.
Yes. And it's like we might make fun of the Star Wars prequels for their terrible CGI, but listen, man, they helped to get us to where we are today, right?
With sex robot? Oh, with CG.
CGI, it's a
Gotcha,
parallel. I would
gotcha.
never have sex. Well, there's plenty of creatures in Star Wars I'd have sex with. Yeah, I'd have sex with
Jar Jar Binks,
Padme Amidala, Jar Jar Binks, Dexter Jetster. I think that's actually the end of the
Dexter
list. but
Jetster.
Dexter Jetster, absolutely.
There you go.
I want him to just serve me a nice meal in his diner and talk about Camino saber darts with me.
Have you seen the movie Cherry 2000?
The movie Cherry Cheese what?
The movie Cherry 2000.
Oh, Cherry 2000.
Yeah.
I thought you said Cherry Cheese Allen.
No.
No, I've not seen that movie.
Oh.
It's about a robot lady.
Yeah, that's a great movie. Cherry 2000's amazing.
I'm skeptical, but
it's very funny. Yeah.
It's
about a guy with a robot wife.
Interesting.
But she shorts out, but she's like a super old model, so in
I don't
order
know if they
to
short out. I
replace
like
her-
short girls. Short girls are hot. You can
Yeah.
pick them up and move them around.
Well, she can't
You
not
could
consent
store them in
anymore,
smaller places.
True.
If you need them, yeah.
If you have a small robot, yeah.
Yeah. A robot, yes.
But what? Oh man, it's gonna be weird when they sell like the sex robots, and
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it's foldable, store under your
Foldable,
bed when you have
portable.
company over.
Yeah. Bring it on your trips. And
Yeah, it fits in an overhead compartment.
Yeah. This is my carry-on. And you're just fucking it on the plane while it's going, no, please stop. Ah, it hurts. Please stop. Ah, call the air marshal.
The police bust, and you're like, hey, it's a robot. It's legal.
You're like, no, it's fine. It's a robot. I'm like, God damn it. This is the 6th call today.
There you go. See, it's going to be confusing because then it's going to say it's not a robot. And then someone's going to say, listen, when I raped this person, I thought they're a robot. So it was okay.
Yo, that's interesting to think about. I thought when robots become so good, because this will be the
indistinguishable,
period
yeah.
of time between the creation of sentient robots and robots getting rights, right? There's going to be that window of time, right? Where horrible, horrible things happen. And so I thought it wasn't rape officer. I thought she was a robot. Could become like a potential legitimate defense. Because if you can't rape a robot, I mean, it would be a charge of some kind, but yeah, that would be weird.
Well,
that would be like
that'd
a lesser form of rape almost, right?
It would be a
Potentially.
weird. Well, no, it wouldn't. Well, it wouldn't be because whether you knew, like if it was a human and you thought it was a robot, you still committed the action, right?
Yeah, I know. You still raped it, so you'd be getting penalized legally.
Right.
But with the fact that you were if you seriously believe that it was a robot, would
Yeah,
that
it'd be
get
a
you a
very-
lesser sentence?
I don't know. It's a good question. It'd be a very bizarre case. It's hard to conceive of how you could ever be in that situation.
Like I said, it'll be that little window in human civilization between the creation of sentient robots and when they get rights. So that'll be it.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
I guess we won't because we'll be dead by then. Hopefully. I hope we'll be dead
No.
by then, so I don't have to fucking worry about all that shit happening.
About accidentally raping a real person when you think you're raping a robot.
Yeah.
We'll be alive. They'll have gene editing therapy. They'll make us all
rape
immortal by
robots
then.
today.
You got to make it to the robot rape.
My clone, yeah, I'll get my myself. I'll save my DNA into a cryogenic freezing something or
Okay,
other.
what
and
if
then-
you're gonna put your consciousness in a robot body? Can you be raped?
Yeah,
But you're a robot now.
it doesn't matter. You are a person, and that
Mm.
is your body, and that body's being violated by someone else. You would have bodily autonomy. It would just be over your robot body.
Yeah, but then you get into the question of, well, if the AI becomes so sophisticated, why does it not get like rights or bodily autonomy? They become so sophisticated.
Well, I think that would probably be the in fact, that's if I was writing like a science fiction book or something and it was a world that had AIs that were, human level intelligence and stuff, that would probably be a caveat that if you are an AI and you want rights, you have to have some kind of like how you have to have an address to have a lot of stuff. You need to have some kind of a mailing address or something. You need to have a body, right? You need to have some physical container for your robot brain to get, bodily rights. And those can be, of any sort of complexity, likely ranging from cheapo models that Toyota makes to really, really nice ones that you could get if you're rich for whatever reason. But yeah, I can see how that'd be a trade-off. Is like, yeah, you want rights, but much like people, if you want these rights, you need to have a body that we can apply those rights to, essentially.
Yeah, but it's going to be weird. Like,
it'll
if
be
robots-
weird.
If
Yeah.
robots get rights, so you're essentially building a sentient entity with rights, like instead of a slave?
It would probably have to. It would probably be extremely highly regulated, and there'd be a lot of checks in terms of what would constitute. Are you allowed to create it? Period. Does it have to pass a test or something when it is created in order to get to that point? Would it be almost like how when a kid turns 18, they become like legal adults?
Right.
A robot goes through a similar sort of, you pass this test or you go through this programming check, and then if you pass, then you get citizenship.
Right.
Like
There's some level of sophistication. Well, you'd hope there'd be some level of sophistication that's like, okay, this is too much, and so every robot will be made like below that level of sophistication.
There might be like ceilings, in order to maybe keep it so quote unquote fair. I don't know what the ethics are concerning that. It's very strange because obviously you wouldn't want to cap like your children in terms of how good they could be. You want your children to be as good as possible. So if you can essentially quote unquote make children by creating,
but you're
androids,
not making a child to be your slave, presumably.
Well,
I wouldn't be your child.
Oh, I wouldn't want to make, if an android was sentient, I wouldn't want to enslave.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So
you'd
want to make an android like, what I mean, like the threshold be, you'd want to make it not sentient. Like you want to find the cutoff point of sentience, assuming you could make that determination. Like there's a clear line. You want to make the androids like just below that. Level.
That's probably what it would be. Corporations would certainly do that. We're going to make them smart enough to carry out tasks, but we're not going to make them, complex in a more in an alternative mental sense to where they're capable of understanding, the being a thing and self-awareness and emotional complexity. But they're smart enough to carry out like work tasks and things. Yeah. Right. And if you have robots that are androids and they're human-like and they can understand emotions and things, how they would feel towards those dumb robots, essentially, that's it's going to be messy no matter what. Yep. I think it's just one of those things where I hope when we get to that point, we can think of a good solution for it that'll have good compromise.
Well, thinking of how we handle issues right now.
Well,
I'm not.
Fingers crossed, we'll be a much more a wiser people in the future.
That is a naive expectation.
Fingers crossed. Let's hope.
Okay.
Let's hope. I think I'm ultimately an optimist. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be all right, but it'll be weird. I don't think there's going to be any way to get around the weirdness.
It's going to be weird. Yeah, you're right. The
but maybe it won't be weird for them. So there you go.
The Podski for $10 says Rags sounds just like Kibbs from the Archcast.
Ugh.
Archcast. Dude, I'm not familiar with that.
I gotta change something.
Have you ever heard of this?
No.
I've heard of him.
Okay.
You get
Sammy G. Yeah. Sammy G for $5 says there's an anime about AI robots gaining rights and later they kill humans. So bad idea, but it's a great anime called Vivi Fluorite Eyes Song. Well, that sounds like something we'd want to avoid, obviously.
Well, yeah, I think robots are going to be a reality pretty quick here. So is what it is.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting conversation about like when do AI have rights or not? What is the cutoff point? Is there a cutoff point? Are they all just digital slaves? I don't know. It's going to be a very bizarre time.
Is it? I don't know.
It may be that we decide like in whether it's Mass Effect or Dune, where we just sort of decide, you know what? You can't make AI, like proper AI. You can't make machines in the likeness of man, or in the Dune scenario, where we just say, no, you can't do that. This is too complex of an issue. It raises too many questions. It ultimately is just not something society can handle. You are not allowed to do it.
I mean, they made human cloning illegal. I don't know that they're going to do that with robots.
In real life, is human cloning illegal?
Yeah, they made it illegal.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
They were just categorically like, no, fuck that. No human cloning.
I can. It's one of those, like, I don't think there's nothing unethical about cloning a human, but it probably is going to create so many
China's supposedly done it a bunch of times, but
it's one of those, just you can't put the genie back in the bottle with some things. So maybe it's a good idea if we just say, you know what, let's just not do this, guys.
I mean, we reproduce kids sexually. What's the difference?
What is it? There wouldn't be seemingly. What would be the point of cloning a human?
What would be the point of cloning a human?
So I can have the perfect son.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Exactly
but
like
if
me.
you
Oh,
couldn't
you
have
wanna raise
children
yours-
naturally,
Yeah.
you could
Yeah,
clone
right.
yourself.
Don't you think that'd be badass?
But you could just get a donor. What do you?
Well,
Yeah, but
some
I
people
mean,
would
it's,
want
you
to
don't you
clone
want
yourself.
someone that's like genetically identical?
I
to
wouldn't
you?
want to raise myself. God. Oh.
That
Well,
would
it
be
wouldn't.
what are you talking?
Well, it would
what
be
is having
physically
a
the
kid
same.
if it's not raising yourself.
You're not raising yourself. That's what do you mean?
You're raising an imperfect mix of you and someone else.
Well, but that's what the mix is what makes it interesting.
I don't think. Well, yeah. In terms of like criminology stuff and being able to
Criminology? What?
Well, yeah, like yeah, you know, like
your
DNA
clone
evidence.
kid killed someone and framed you. The DNA
Well, yeah, like
evidence
that-
says it was you.
Yeah, that might become an issue, you know, but I think a lot of it is
Wow.
just this concept of you being
Imagine
able to just
that.
create a human being by yourself without another person involved. And I mean, what if? Yeah, I think it's just gonna be super complicated, and we don't want to fucking
But
deal
it's going
with
to be
it.
fun though.
See, but the thing was like, okay, they can ban human cloning because it's like, okay, what is the point of it? Unless you're gonna do some like island shit where you like harvest organs from yourself. Where the robots, they're just too useful to be banned. They're just too many things you could do.
Yeah, robots are going to be too useful. They're going to be too.
There's
Or just
already
AI in
robots.
general.
Like I don't.
Yeah, like we already have. Yeah, we already have it in crit. Yeah, or it'll just be really good versions of like the assembly arms and car manufacturing plants and things like that. If
Nah, they'll have human robots because they want to fuck them.
that's true.
So I don't know.
Wouldn't you need like a special attachment for that though?
Oh, well, I've already got it.
You're like, I don't know.
You go on a long flight, you can just take the attachment with you. No need to take the whole robot.
It seems like you need the robot.
I got a special attachment for fucking robots. Yeah,
there you go.
It seems like the robot manufacturer has to be in on the attachment.
Do Borgs have rights? No. Well,
no, Borgs are
because
not.
they're
A
evil.
Borg isn't a sentient creature individually, right? They have like this weird hive mind thing, right?
Well, okay, the Borg are sentient, but it's not a question of
but
like
an
question of
individual
rights, though.
Borg person is like a drone. They themselves aren't like capable of making decisions and choices and things, right?
Yes, but to me, that's not really how it should be conceptualized. Like if you're being invaded by like Nazis, okay, and they're gonna like murder you. It's like saying, well, do the Nazi soldiers do they have rights? Like,
yeah, like
no,
obviously
you're in like a war.
yeah,
like no,
a Nazi
like,
has human rights, but if you're in a war against Nazis, you
You're
need to
gonna
kill them
fucking
in
kill
the
them. Yeah,
approved
exactly.
way. And
Right.
like we have,
Like-
we've got war rules that govern this stuff, and it would
Right.
apply to Borg if we got into a war with them.
Exactly. It's kind of
It
like
always bugged me when they were fighting the Borg. I even as a kid when they would shoot, when the people would shoot lasers and phasers right at the Borg, and they could only get a couple of shots in before they adapted. There was always, even as a kid, I was like, man, if only you had just a gun. Like, how do you adapt to a bullet?
Yeah, well, I don't know, because like I know they did it in the movie, like they just shot them.
They have it in the show.
No, with a gun? I don't
No,
remember
no, not yeah. They adapted in the movie and the show, but
in the movie they had he shoots him with a gun, and they don't adapt, and then you're like, why don't they just have that for the rest? But I don't know. You'd think theoretically, if you're gonna have like a little force field around your body that like deflects lasers, why couldn't it deflect a bullet?
I don't know. It depends on whatever science speak they use about.
Right.
Well, you see, it matches the positronic vibration of the radio waves inside of the phaser continuation singularity, and then that's how they explain it away.
Because otherwise, you just like, why don't you just get like give Worf a big sword and you start hacking them up.
Not a big sword. And what's it called? A batleth.
A batleth. There you go.
A
Give him his
batleth.
batleth. Yeah. There you go.
You think he'd be really good at fucking Borg up?
That was like, there was this episode. They had the same thing in Star Trek and in Battlestar Galactica. They both had an episode where they could give a virus to like all the Borg, and they didn't. I was like, that's stupid. That's so stupid. Just give them a virus. Fuck them. Kill them.
Yeah, it's one of those how you portray it sorts of things.
Yes.
Is the way that they portray the Borg in like TNG and stuff, right? You're like, man, if this is the only chance we have to stop this existential threat, then we need to do it.
Right.
You gotta, if you're gonna actually make it like a real moral dilemma, then you have to show that not all the Borg are just mindless drones, or they're not actually that strong. We could fight them in a it's kind of like the World War II nuking sort of things. Like, well, we could fight them normally and invade their home planet, but it would take years and years and years, and the casualties would be just unfathomable. We could just drop a couple nukes and end the war, and then you weigh it up,
Right. Well, if I remember in Star Trek, the virus would make them like individuals or something, and so the one that they infected originally becomes like an individual, and so that was kind of the ethical question, because it's like,
isn't that the one that they bring back in the Picard show just to
murder? Hugh, yes, yeah, but that would be the question. That's the ethical question. Should you sacrifice Hugh for like to destroy all of the Borg essentially? Which I would say yes.
If you've got if the Borg are just out there in the galaxy minding their own business, no. But the moment they start to
like trillions of people,
that's the thing. Like they're an existential threat to you and the Federation and anyone.
Well, just like all of life.
You gotta. It's like we don't relish this, but we have to do it.
I think sometimes you just gotta be like, just fucking kill them. Lucifer, the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, "What are Borg style rights since they don't have individuality?" Well,
I guess you would create each drone would just be collective property of the hive or something. Is that how it would work?
They don't.
Like if the let's say the Borg weren't evil, they were just like a collectivist hive of robot cyborgs, right? I assume that each extension of the hive, like all the drones, would essentially be its property, and it probably wouldn't be like murder, but it would be like a property destruction.
Right. Well, with the Borg would be a bad example, because even though once they're part of the collective, they lose their individuality. They can still be removed from their collective and regain their individuality. So
I guess so.
It's kind of like in did you read Ender's Game?
No.
Well, like the aliens in Ender's Game, spoiler warning, they're like bugs.
What?
And so they're kind of like the Zerg. They have like a queen that would control like a bunch of different bugs, and all the different bugs would just be an extension of the queen. So if the bugs die, it's not like a life is dying. It's just like, oh, you clipped my fingernails or something.
Yeah, it's like a body part that's just not physically connected to you.
And so because of that, like the moral consideration that the aliens have for individual life was like so drastically different than the moral consideration humans have, because like they didn't even perceive that humans, like each individual life is like a consciousness. So yeah, it would be something like what you're saying. It'd be like a property issue. Moondoggy for $5 says, "I just saw Sydney's video and she confirmed that the Eli person was the one who was being alleged to traffic hormones to underage children." Yeah, supposedly they had some, I don't know if they actually ever did it. They had some post about trying to get together a bunch of excess hormones that people had collected over the years so that they could send them to kids who were basically blocked by or barred by state law from getting hormone treatments, which seems like
that's super duper fucking illegal.
So yeah.
Who did this?
The Eli person. Well, they said they were going to. I don't know if they ever like did it, but
is Eli a guy?
Eli. Name? It can go either direction.
What about Jordan?
Can it? I thought it was a male name.
Eli?
I think so. That's a male name, right?
Well, they're a trans woman, so you can take it up with them.
I won't.
I mean, you don't know. They could be non-binary.
Yeah, Sitch.
I'm so sorry. You turned it around on me. How do you discount them from our own tribal connections? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Referring to the Borg. There's an issue too when you're talking about like rights. Like you can't really have a conversation about like, oh, I'm gonna like, okay, if you're in the middle of a forest and there's a bear that's gonna kill you.
The bear has
There's no consideration of rights for the bear at that moment, right? Because it's like you can't stop the bear from like attacking you or kill. Like the bear is not like a conscious sentient agent in which you can have a discussion about rights.
The bear has every right to eat you,
like to engage in. Like we talk about animal rights in the context of like, well, as humans, as superior beings, where we can kind of
we obviously use our own
Right, like we can control animals from like a safe position, and thus we're able to confer rights upon them. But if we were in a different situation, like the Borg, you can't safely interact with the Borg. The Borg has no consideration for your rights. So I would argue that they don't have rights from our consideration either.
I don't know. I think that when we talk about like human rights, it's obviously what we consider human rights to be. And I think that's kind of the only way that we can engage with it, because then it loses what it is. And we start saying that, well, human rights from someone else's.
Right.
Well, if we say human rights, but what someone else thinks human rights are, then we wouldn't call them human rights.
Do you believe in natural rights?
Right. No, I don't. I don't think rights are intrinsic to anything. I think rights are essentially an invention of us, and a damn good one.
Yeah, that's good. That's what we believe. Well, we argue with people often about natural rights.
They think you have intrinsic rights. Pretty much every religious person thinks that rights are intrinsic, right?
Right. Rights come from
because
God.
by nature of being a human and the child of God and stuff like that. But
presumably God would confer rights through creation.
We're in his image, so we have inalienable, inherent rights inside of us.
Well, that was the original idea behind natural rights, because we were created by God. So
yeah,
are you
luckily,
a God-fearer?
Am I a God-fearer? If he's real, I'm pretty fucking terrified.
Okay.
Yeah, the things that guy can do to me. Oh my goodness.
I mean, you're not off to a good start here. If you're gonna,
are we not off to a good start?
How many leftists think they're under attack like the bear from others? It's not a question of being under attack. It's a question of...
That is the whole leftist philosophy, though.
Yeah, it's not the bear. It's not a question of being under attack. It's a question of you and the bear cannot reach... There's no way for you and a bear to reach an agreement on rights. The bear doesn't have the physical capacity.
It physically isn't intelligent enough to engage with these things.
Repressive tolerance.
That's why we treat animals...
Well, what about Life of Pi? They came to an arrangement.
That's true. In that one movie they did. So you know what? I think he's got us there.
But it's the same thing with the Borg. The Borg by the nature of their existence. Is it the one where the guy fucks the tiger?
Fucks the tiger?
I don't think he fucks the tiger, but you get lonely on a boat. So
he fishes for the tiger and feeds him.
Oh no, there's some movie that
Life of Pi.
Life of Pi is the one on the boat, right?
No, there's some movie that's a kid.
Wife of Pi.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching this. Like my parents rented this movie, and it was so boring. But it literally is about a guy who like falls in love and like fucks a tiger or like some kind of leopard or mountain lion or something. It's like
now
a guy
that's the way to live, right?
It's
there.
like a guy who was part
tigers.
of like the French Legion or something, and he deserts.
It would be a Frenchie. It would be.
It's a very weird movie. Really boring.
A degenerate Parisian.
Right. But anyway, there's just to put a cap on this, Lucifer, the difference is like with the Borg, by the way the Borg exist, they're not capable of reaching an agreement with humans or any other individual.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Life.
It's unfortunate. How else can you describe it? It's unfortunate that there is this creature that just physically can't understand what we think, rights are. So we can't really afford them that in the same way. That's with a big asterisk, though. You treat them essentially like you treat an animal,
like an animal,
yes, or maybe like a human being who's just like really like mentally retarded or something. Who's like you treat it with certain levels of dignity and respect, even if it can't understand really why you're doing these things for it. I think it's a valuable part of humanness that we shouldn't seek to lose. True. It's almost like, a country that doesn't agree with the Geneva Convention, we should still treat them with the Geneva Convention, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that thing. We should be, better than them in a way.
The robotic convention.
That's true.
The robotic convention, Star Trek convention.
The bear convention.
Movie about man in love with mountain lion. I don't know what the name.
Oh, it's a mountain lion.
I don't know if it was a mountain lion or a tiger.
I mean, mountain lions are kind
of... It was in a desert. I don't know where the fuck this is supposed to take place.
So a man fell in love with a cougar, is what you're saying.
Oh, I've done that million times.
I don't remember what it was called. So...
Jeez.
Wasn't it called Cougar Fucker?
Please explain how the extreme of the culture war is different. Well, the thing is, the culture war, it's just you have different people have different attitudes. Like the people are able of having like a conversation about rights because they're sentient and they're human. So you just disagree upon the way the world exists. That's different than like a biological entity that is incapable of like communicating with you,
a different creature that's just physically their brain just doesn't work like that.
Or
They
is
don't have the
incapable
ability
of respecting your rights, in any way. Because at least through Star Trek, there are times where the Borg will like sort of work together, like in Voyager, but it's only for like limited usage for their own purposes. There's never ever shown that they were capable as a collective of like, changing their opinion or not being fucking totally evil.
Sounds like you're a Borg lover.
I'm saying wipe them all out.
Oh, you are?
That is true. He was pro-virus.
You're a Borg.
I don't know. Listen. You see 7 and 9. You tell me you're not a Borg lover, Adam. Okay.
Well, she's not a Borg, right? She broke out of the collective, and she's.
But I'm like, why?
Out of it, right?
Why just 7 of 9? Why not 7 and 8 of 9?
Well, so
or 6.
I'll give her 7 or 9 inches.
Well, okay. Here's your moral question: Is it morally right for you or the people to forcibly extract Borg from the collective and re-individualize them? Is that a morally right thing to do?
I would say cautiously yes, but I'd have to really think about it. Do you think that it carries the same similar concept as, for instance, if you have do you think this is similar to almost like the abortion debate in a way, where if you have a sperm and an egg that make a zygote and it starts to grow and develop before it becomes like human, mentally, right? Mm-hmm. Is it, is the idea that if you abort it, then you're denying the existence of what will become a human being? Do you think that?
Well, I think it's a little different in that, because when they're part of the Borg, they want to be part of the collective. But then once they're removed,
do they desire things?
Well, I just think that's the $1 million question. Like, do they? Well, there was an episode I think where some of the Borg
you could always
enjoy being Borg. So
how did we know they enjoyed being Borg?
There were Borg that had been freed that wanted to re-collectivize themselves.
Was that in the same vein as maybe someone who was deaf and then they got their hearing and then they wanted to lose their hearing again?
Yeah, but I think they viewed it the opposite. They felt like they lost something, like, because part of the collective, they have like the voice of 1,000,000,000 billion Borg, the thoughts of 1,000,000,000 billion Borg, the arms of 1,000,000,000 billion Borg, and now
could they go get reconnected? Like, if we gave them the option to reconnect to the Borg, would that solve the issue?
They could just reassimilate anyone. Yeah.
All right. Well, then I guess if we take them out and say, all right, you have free will asterisk, you have all this, you have your autonomy, you can do what you want, you can be a person, welcome to the Federation. But if you really, really want to be Borg again, we can send you back.
Right. Well, 7 and 9 want to go back at first, but they didn't allow her. But see, that's the question, is because it's like, but it's one of those.
Is it more to save someone from himself in a way?
Well, exactly.
Like how far can you take that?
That's exactly the question. Is like,
what do you ask?
Well, because we do that with children all the time. We should do that because children are fucking retarded. But when you get into, like, for instance, like a seatbelt law, right? Like, should we make it a law so that people are, quote unquote, encouraged to save themselves from their own essentially stupidity? Yeah,
that's the question. Is it
complex?
Can you deny their? They say, okay, I want to go back to being a Borg. Can you deny that right because you believe, and maybe you're correct, that later they'll instead come to appreciate their individuality more so?
You could put a timer on it. You say, if you want to be a Borg, okay, but you have to be, we're not allowed to do that for you until X amount of time has passed so that you get over the initial shock of just being in a new situation.
Rags, do you believe in universal morality?
What do you mean universal? There's morals baked into the fabric of reality, or whatever word salad that religious people use? No. Okay. I don't think so.
So you believe that there are multiple moral sets. How do you define morality?
How do I define morality? Morality is generally a group's list of accepted behaviors, if I'm going to be super short about it.
So yeah, obviously different people have different, moralities. All three of us have different morals, but they will generally line up completely. Of course, someone on the other side of the world might have completely different morals. Someone from another caveman.
What is the
right?
purpose? What is the purpose of those morals?
The purpose? I think that I don't think that they have a purpose. I think that morals are more better described as an emergent evolutionary trait that groups will share that help the well-being and survival of generally social groups of animals.
That's not a purpose. That seems like a purpose to me.
It serves a purpose, but it is not the purpose of those things. If that sort of makes sense.
Yeah, no, I don't think what you said makes perfect sense.
It doesn't make sense. But
well,
what
here
do you mean? It makes perfect sense.
Well, maybe I should describe it as this. I don't think that anything has an intrinsic purpose.
He said, no, it doesn't have a purpose, and then he describes the purpose perfectly. I mean, that's
well,
exactly...
no, you're just using the word purpose differently.
Yeah, it serves a function. I don't think that purpose is anything other than something we imbue upon objects and processes that we invent. Something doesn't have an intrinsic purpose, but things can serve functions based off of their usefulness.
Words are so crazy here. Let's just
words are crazy. Well, what's up with these words?
First of all, Rags gave a great definition of morality. So I don't know what the point is of like quibbling over
I think
definition
it serves
of
a purpose for being super short. Yeah, the
I did, but obviously, yeah. I mean,
things serve.
Well, the different moral sets are to survive against other competing moral systems. So
I don't think so. No, I don't think that a moral system has to be competing against another moral system to exist. If you were on an island,
right,
then a moral system could help you survive against just the elements, against nature.
Here we go. Purpose. What something is used for. Definition 2.
But I believe that that's something that we imbue into objects. I think that there's a meaningful distinction between how we use something and some intrinsic element of what it is. In the way that like a little piece of rubber, right? A little pink piece of rubber,
obviously.
Well, I think that there's a link between the way we use things and their physical properties, right? Obviously,
are there things that don't serve any purpose?
There's plenty of things. I'd say most things in the cosmos serve no purpose, because something needs to be imbued with purpose. It can interact with the physical world and it could do things.
What is the imbuing process?
Oh, it's just someone using it for some function.
Okay.
So
like a hammer is imbued with...
Yeah, a hammer isn't intrinsically... It doesn't intrinsically have a purpose, because I could take that hammer, I could set it on paper, and its purpose is a paperweight.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I can also use it to hammer in nails, and its purpose is now to be used as what we would traditionally call
What was the point that you're trying to get at by asking Rags, like, the definition of morality? Like, were you leading some direction?
Rags, or not Rags. I'm Rags. Adam is your name. I'm Rags. Adam wants to convert me to Scientology.
Yeah,
and he's trying to play the field.
What was the direction?
This is moral psychology. It's not. It's
an
was it related to the we were talking about with, like, should you forcibly remove a Borg from the collective?
Yeah, because when you're talking about, there's obviously, we buy into a lot of people, just when you're asking them moral questions, they're just consulting their gut and saying, I feel this is right or wrong based on, I think intuitively they want to say this would be good for society or this would be bad for society. I think that's when they're consulting their gut. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you run with intuition, but
obviously, yes, because you could be
there's
wrong.
often reasons why we intuit the things that we intuit.
But when you're doing it with the Borg, it's interesting because you're just like,
Because intuition probably says that, we should free the Borg because we think about what we are as people and our desire to be what we are. And then we see what the Borg are and what they are as they're part of a collective.
I just want to take their technology.
The problem is, of course. Okay, so like you could say that, like, if we said, okay, we should go and forcibly remove Borg from the collective, we're just doing what they're doing in reverse. But the question is,
in what way do you mean?
We're looking at their form of life, and we're saying, okay, this is something that's repulsive and horrible to exist in this collective.
Disgusting.
You should exist as an individual, and they're just saying, you live as gross individuals, you should live as a collective.
Right.
But I think
doing
one of
it via force.
Well, their
atomized
form of
bugmen. That's what they think.
Right.
Well, the Borg operate on some kind of a pure utilitarian sort of setting, which doesn't work for us. So if humans were to be purely utilitarian, we wouldn't become Borg, right? Because we have, we're built differently. Our version of being super utility focused would it manifest way different than theirs. So
they seem more utility focused than humans.
Right now,
they
so
are.
as
Yeah,
someone,
they absolutely are.
as someone in the chat brings up, obviously it's different because the Borg were forcibly assimilated. So that obviously makes us, acting on the side of.
But
moral
if it's for their own good, though, then.
Well, it depends. To lobotomize somebody for their own good isn't necessarily so. Like that's a very, very serious thing to do.
The question, but here's the question. So it's like when a person is Borged, if in that moment that person, as part of the collective, doesn't want to be unborged, why is the part of them that once they're removed from the collective and they become an individual again, why do we give that part of them more moral consideration, and we don't give the part of them that wants to retain or be a Borg any moral consideration?
It's probably because they're able to think in a way that we consider far more informed.
Yeah.
Well, I guess because we don't view them as it's not like they don't have a choice, so we don't view it as a real.
That's it.
Option. Choice. We just view it as kind of like a form of mind control, I guess.
In a sense, yeah, they're virtually mind controlled in that way. Right. Now, if we were in a scenario where we were extracting Borg and essentially individualizing them so that they could be a person again, and every single one of them, or the vast majority of them, it was like agony and terror and pain, and they hated it and they just wanted to die or go back to it, then we would probably say, oh yeah, we're going to stop doing this. But if we notice that the result of it was after they get out of the initial shock of it, they were very receptive and happy, and they led normal lives, and they were, good and wonderful, and they thought and made decisions and things. Then we would keep doing it. Mm-hmm. But it would certainly be in a large part based off of how they functioned after we removed them from the collective.
Sure, right.
Or also it would be seen as a tragedy. Like, yeah, we could remove them, but they just wouldn't be able to handle being a human again, and it would just be a fucking tragedy.
They killed a lot of Borg in Star Trek.
But they had to. I mean, well, I don't never killed Borg indiscriminately.
Because Borg had family.
Well, they have all their.
I mean, they're all technically a family in that sense. But I mean, there's plenty of people. I mean, having a family doesn't mean that you're not going to get killed if you have to get killed.
The Borg are killing all the Federation people. They all have families.
True.
Having a family doesn't exclude you from being killed for protection reasons. Mm-hmm. Everyone's got parents and a family or friends or something.
I'm glad.
Kill them all.
That's part of the tragedy of war and violence and having to kill people is that you're not just killing or harming one person, but that bleeds out into the people who care about them.
Very sad.
It is sad.
They handled it much better than they handled in Battlestar Galactica. So just talk about it briefly. It was so you had like the robots destroy the entire
Cylons.
Earth. Yeah, the Cylons destroy the entire Earth in episode 1, and then they're like, should we kill all the Cylons? Nah. I'm like, what the fuck? They destroyed your entire planet. Yes, kill them all. What the fuck?
If you don't kill them all, they're gonna keep trying to kill you. And if you make another planet, they're gonna kill that one.
Yeah, it was like, come on.
You gotta, man.
Ridiculous. Oh, thank you. Aaron Villarreal found the name of the movie. Good job. It's called Passion in the Desert.
Passion in the Desert?
Yes.
You sure this wasn't one of those
the Cougar movie?
Yes. Young French officer Augustin Roberts escorts artist Jean-Michel Vintre de Paris to Egypt during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. Blah, blah, blah. During combat, they're separated. They start wandering through the desert, fighting for their life. In one of the canyons, Augustin meets a leopard he names Samoom, and a strange bond. That's how they talk about it. A strange bond forms between them.
Is it a black leopard?
No, it's a spotted leopard.
It's a spotted leopard. It's a mulatto.
There you go.
Yeah. It's a dirty, All right.
I don't know that that's actually mulatto, but
I don't know either. His prize is just a tasteless piece of humor.
Yeah. I don't know why my parents rented this movie.
But they really liked it? Did they go to bed early after they watched it?
I don't remember them liking it.
They went to bed early, didn't they?
Oh my God, this is disgusting. Hey, you guys, I was wondering, I was like, why do I hear growling at night? What's happening? Are they watching the movie again? And
oh my word! Please stop.
I think I remember at the end. I think he's living with the leopard, and I think the French army finds him and they like kill the leopard. Or
oh wow!
I know. According,
I can give you the plot summary from Wikipedia.
Do it up.
Okay, wait. So it says he saves the leopard. Okay, wait. Augustus is terrified at first and astonished when the leopard gives him food and leads him to water. They develop a strange and mysterious relationship. He begins to mirror her behavior. He strips naked, painting his body with dirt and sand to resemble the fur. Augustin finds himself jealous when Simoon goes to mate with another leopard, but returns to him. Or maybe they didn't actually have sex. Maybe it was just like a weird...
He was just jealous he got cucked by an animal.
There you go.
The French are like that as a people. Yeah.
However, the bond between them is tested. He saves her from a group of lost French soldiers who wandered by and aimlessly and are aiming to kill her for food. He, however, decides to return to his regiment rather than being branded deserter or traitor. He dresses again in what's left of his uniform and ties her to a pole, but she escapes. Enraged by his attempted departure, charges and pounces upon him. He's forced to kill the leopard in self-defense.
I'm telling you, don't stick your dick in crazy.
This is very sad.
It is sad.
She's probably
this is such a fucking weird French movie. What the hell?
It's one of those weird art. I fucking hate these kinds of movies. The weird, super mega artsy, everything's allegory
on the podcast so much.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I was just following Sitch's example.
I'm only playing, obviously. I think
he did it, so I did it.
Oh, well, woman made this movie. Of course, women.
She wants to fuck a leopard.
Well, she wants to be a leopard and be fucked by a man.
If it was a wolf, it would be too on the nose, so she had to change it to a leopard in post.
There you go. Terrible.
Because
terrible.
It was originally
white women are. Yeah, you know how white women are.
There you go.
I know how white women are.
Take the dog pill. The leopard pill.
Take the leopard pill. French Foreign Legion.
Fat Brown Buffalo, our favorite young Turk, for $5 says, if we develop the medical technology to transfer an embryo development to a lab or another woman, should abortion be fully illegal? No.
Can you say that one more time?
That's so weird because it's like
if they could take if a woman's pregnant and they could take the fetus or the embryo
it into another woman
out of the body and put it either in a lab or to another woman, should abortion then be illegal at that point?
So what would that change in the abortion argument?
Well, it would change the my body argument because you'd say, well, it doesn't have to be your body because it can be removed from your body.
Good point. Excellent point.
But doesn't that mean that it would require the use of someone else's body? And if you didn't have enough people
who
wanted
would
that,
volunteer.
Well, either volunteer or let's say hypothetically.
But that would be a service, right? You wouldn't have enough volunteers because in reality, right, you wouldn't have nearly enough surrogate. It's already been cummed on.
Well, let's just say, for the sake of the conversation, it can be grown in a lab.
If it can be, if it can be put into an artificial room,
artificial room.
But that
all
would
rooms
require
are artificial rags.
Artificial womb room, okay.
No, you can have like natural rooms, right? The one that you fuck the leopard in. That's probably a natural room.
It's a natural room.
I guess you're right. Yeah, the cave room.
Get a room.
I stand corrected.
Drag that leopard back to the cave and
there you go.
Fuck it.
That is a natural room. Okay.
I would assume that. So essentially, what this means is that every fetus has a right to be born, right?
Well, that would be the argument, I guess.
Well, that would be essentially what this ruling is.
What if the mason jar fetuses were 10 times smarter than normal fetuses?
Well, then there'd be a lot of people named Mason.
Everyone would be like, please put my baby in the mason jar.
That's very misogynist. You're saying because they weren't born of a woman, they're smarter?
I mean,
no, it's just that it just happens. That just happens to be what happens when you grow up in a mason jar. You just are really, really smart for some reason.
You're exposed to the world sooner.
Definitely. But I would assume that essentially what this is if you said that it was now illegal to have abortions because there's an alternative, what this means is that every fetus has a right to be born.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how that would be certainly not enforced, but
there's other issues too beyond, like, yeah, there is the rights issue for the zygote, the fetus, whatever it is at the point, but
there's
it's
a
like,
parenthood issue.
There's a parenthood issue, like, does
lots
that
of kids without parents? Yeah,
do
you have the upkeep of
right? Like, is the
what
government
responsibility does this
well? That's
give you?
the. I mean, listen, we talk about rights all day. The real issue is no one's going to want the government to fund the program and to have to pay for all those kids.
Yeah, especially because they would not be. I mean, they grow up without parents. They'd be raised by the state. All that money that goes into all of those programs, they'd be ostracized from society. They wouldn't socialize properly with the rest of us. It would create an insane amount of problems and issues. Science fiction story time, they're all turned into government employees and soldiers, and we don't have to draft anymore.
And they work for free.
That's right. That's yeah. They're essentially.
No, they have to work to pay off their debt of.
Well, no, we pay them. They just were.
There's your dystopian science fiction novel. Okay, in the future, abortions are illegal, but the government raises all the babies that they suck out of the women to be government employees because they have to work off the debt that the government, pays them to exist.
But it's like an indentured servitude thing.
Like essentially, it would be. Yeah, it would be. You're born as an indentured servant. Yeah,
right. That's
they continue
scary.
to tax them.
Yeah, and they'd of course be treated as essentially a separate caste of society.
I like
that.
Yeah,
until they can pay off their debt.
Until they can pay off the debt, and even then, they'd probably know.
Right. Oh, he was a mason. That's what they call him. Oh, he was a mason.
Yeah, he was a mason.
Amazing.
And the people who just make bricks for a living, they resent the terminology. So they
I'm literally a brick maker. I wasn't born in a jar, I swear.
Are they allowed to get married and reproduce, or is that like off the table?
I assume so. I assume that there'd be no reason to exclude them.
I think we should call them ineligibles.
But I don't know if society at large would find them as, I don't know, maybe there'd just be the stigma kind of attached to them.
Ineligibles. They're ineligible to get married.
It's like learning that you have, it's like learning that someone has a really, really weird like sexual fetish or something, or that they wear Crocs with socks, and you're like, yeah, well, like you're a human being, but like I don't want to hang out with you or anything,
Holy cow.
What?
Weird stuff I post for $2. Baby adoption has a 6-year waiting period. What?
I wonder what the reason
the baby's going to be like 6 years old when
I feel like that's
time
not
you get it.
True.
Oh, really?
I wonder what if we do take that as true, I wonder if that's mostly because we don't have enough people adopting, or if the red tape and all of the rules that go into it are so stringent.
Pedophiles or something.
Baby
we
adoption.
have the background checks.
Same day service.
Just as in you go and.
As in, I get my baby today. Same day.
Well, okay, so there's a 2015 study, it's old, but whatever. It says 2015 study said they found 63% of families in the U.S., this is only when it came to newborn adoptions, were matched within a year. 37% were matched longer than 12 months. The average expected adoption time is 9 to 12 months. Well, it says it depends on specific agency. 6 years seems like that can't be right.
This is saying there's 30,000 children in foster care just in Los Angeles. That's a giant number. But I guess those are older kids. Probably.
Why adoption times are longer for some families? How long will it take to adopt? The answer is it depends. The most significant factor is how long a family has to wait for a baby. Is their willingness to adopt a child of a different race? Really? Or gender? So there's a few, I guess it's like the pickiness. Also, if there's a tolerance for birth mother substance abuse and prenatal care.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, so there's all these like different, I guess that's a bunch of different factors. Maybe
all the babies that they're putting up for adoption are babies that are like.
Nobody wants.
The mom was a drug addict.
Yeah,
she has an IQ of 15.
Okay.
The baby
starting to make a little more sense. The wait may be 3 years or longer if you want a full Caucasian girl. The birth mother had
of course.
A full what they do.
I'll
half
accept
babies?
nothing less
half.
than a full Caucasian girl.
Oh, I guess half race is what they're talking about.
It says a full Caucasian girl. The birth mother had prenatal care throughout the pregnancy, never consuming drugs.
Oh my.
The birth father provided DNA as well as a signed parental release. The birth parents are in peak mental and physical condition, and the adoption must be closed or semi-open. Well, I mean, I'm assuming most people are not in that level of like choosiness for adoption, but
I'm sure
maybe
they
that's
are.
like this. You think so?
That's why there's 30,000 kids in foster care right there. All those kids in foster care are kids that were born to like drug addict moms.
Right.
That makes
that's the problem.
total sense.
So, okay. So maybe it could be very long if you have a very specific thing. I wouldn't think there would be that many kids up for adoption that would meet that. Well, I guess that's why it does take so long.
Well, it's like it's a total gamble. You got some drug addict woman that's, been doing drugs for 9 months of the pregnancy, or you're like, okay, what's going to happen when this kid turns 3?
So closed means
Baby's gonna get turned up.
Closed means neither the adoptive parents nor the birth parents meet, see pictures, or stand touch. Closed adoptions are rare today, however. Semi-open is when the adoptive parents and the birth parents communicate through the agency over the years. And open is when they contact directly with each other. Okay, well, there's all these weird factors, so I don't know. Interesting. Rob CD, thanks so much for becoming a discipline equals freedom. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, that's great.
Tim J94 for $10 says, have you guys done any abortion debates? I'd be interested in seeing you guys debate a pro-life person. Admittedly, as a pro-life person myself, I think that could be very interesting. We've talked about it a lot in the past. I know we've debated chat on it. Have we ever debated like a person on
we can debate it tomorrow. I'm sure Mike is pro-life. He's coming on tomorrow, so.
My problem is, and I've said this every time, I'm so not interested in debating abortion, like, at all.
Well, it ends up becoming a religious debate, which I don't feel like I really want to disparage people's religious beliefs. So,
Well, if you guys aren't going to have an abortion debate, do you have a plan B?
Yeah. I have a subscription.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not like a question that has a definitive answer. And I think it just really boils down to, some religious questions and some unanswerable questions about like where personhood begins, and no one knows the answer to that. I don't know. And no one's mind is going to.
I do. It's exactly where I think it is, wherever that may be.
There you go.
I'm down for limiting it to like, I'll go 12 weeks. Look,
I'm going to go, I think I'm going to go 16 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I've always said it should be 18 years. So
yeah.
12
before
weeks.
that, you're property of another person or the state or something. So.
At 12 weeks, you can, the person can legally buy property and own a firearm.
There you
go. Personhood bills.
David Sumner, filmmaker, for $10 says, how many of these, quote, pro-choice support the COVID vaccine mandates? They spent decades arguing my body, my choice, only to then support the worst assault on bodily autonomy in modern history. Yeah,
true. Hypocrisy on display.
There was people don't really have principles; they just have tribes. So
yeah, that's the easiest epistemology. Everyone else told me what to say, and here I am saying it. Look at me, Brown Buffalo. I'm on Vice News. Woo!
For another $10. Thank you, Fat Brown Buffalo. Says, the topic of discussion was, quote, is feminism dead? The problem with this conversation is that the host didn't clearly define feminism, the disjointed conversation, because everyone has a different definition.
I feel like it kind of is, like it's just sort of past. It was in vogue for a while, but it just doesn't seem to have really caught on for the most part with most people. So I kind of feel like it's just not like it's not dead so much as it's just out there, it's quietly in the background and no one pays attention to it.
I don't know anyone who's not in the feminist cult that really wants to call themselves a feminist anymore. So that makes me think it is kind of dead. You know what I'm saying? Like unless you're an intersectional feminist, you're really not comfortable with the label. Even though you probably exhibit all of the all of the outward behaviors of a second wave feminist. You're like, these third wave feminists are making us look bad, so I don't want to call myself a feminist.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's sort of passe to some extent.
Yeah.
Apparently there was today, there's a football player for the Jacksonville Jaguars, which only has a
Jaguars,
which only has, well, it's, you know, that and you say that.
I feel like they're only in the news when one of their players like goes to prison or something.
Is because we were talking about the movie about the guy having sex with the jaguar, but also just because
Passion in the Desert.
Because I liked The Good Place, and one of the characters is obsessed with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I see.
But no, apparently one of the players from the Jacksonville Jaguars died today, or wait, no, they said someone died like on TV. Well, this says this guy didn't die on TV. There's another NFL guy that died today. This guy died at his home. So who's the guy that died on TV? Someone supposedly died on TV today. Was it a player or was it like a person in the stands?
I don't know. Big announcement, though.
He got hit in the head with a football and he wasn't wearing his helmet.
Ouch.
Because when I type in, the keywords for this, it's just talking about this Jacksonville Jaguar player who died.
What's his name?
Oh my God, I can't even say his name. This is like name it. Uncheku Nawarniri.
Common name.
Listen, I'll put it in the chat. I don't know how to say this. Okay. There you go. That's the guy's name. So, a football player for the Buffalo Bills was taken to the hospital after hit. He's not dead yet. Oh, he's not dead.
Look at that.
They said he was doing CPR on him. Here you go. Damar Hamlin in critical condition after collapsing on the field.
Oh, geez.
Ouch. Because they said you could see on TV that he was getting CPR, which is pretty dark. So
that must be terrifying to just see a guy collapse like that, especially if it's your teammate, you know?
Well, no, he got hit. So he didn't just.
Oh, he got hit. Tackle or something. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Damn. That's even.
Well, especially if you're the guy that hit him, you're going to be like, fuck.
I feel like, terrible. I think that happened with, like in baseball, every once in a while, someone gets hit with takes a baseball to the head and they die. Yeah. And if, the other one who hit the ball, you're like, fucking hell. Like I killed someone and it was obviously an accident. No one blames me, but like, geez, that was me who did that.
Right.
I think they have did they start having it to where pitchers needed to wear helmets of some kind or like hard hats? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I don't watch baseball.
I don't either. Do pitchers have
they don't wear helmet. They wear a hard hat like they look like a construction worker.
A player
I don't
they
think
have to
they
wear
a
cap.
Yeah, they just have a normal hat. They don't wear like a helmet or anything. Only the batter wears a helmet and like the catcher, I think.
Because sometimes you see because the pitcher's right there. And when a ball comes at him after it gets, smacked by a baseball bat,
can go pretty quick.
And so there's that. I know if I was a pitcher, I'd be terrified that this guy right in front of me, this big, strong adult human in his prime, is going to launch this ball at me.
I don't know if
and just like conk me on the head and kill me.
How many pitchers have been hit in the head? It says about oh my God, I don't know if I should tell you guys this. 1 in 84 people die in a car crash? That seems way high.
1 in how many?
84.
Maybe it's 1 out of 84. I guess 1 out of 84 deaths are a car crash.
That's what they're saying, yeah.
No.
They're saying, wait. About 1, well, I don't know what they're saying. 1 in 84 die in a car crash. Yeah, does that mean that 1 out of 84 people that died in a car crash, or 1 out of 84 people in general die in a car crash?
Or does it mean 1 out of 84 people who are in a car crash die?
It says 1 in 105. 1 in 105 pitchers get hit in the head by a pitch during their career.
During the career, I guess that's pretty safe then, because
that's pretty low. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's 1 out of 105.
And how many pitchers are there? So.
Well, I mean, how many pitchers there are, but how many, balls you throw in a season Well, let me take a look.
Right.
How many pitches per baseball game? So
20.
there's about
I'm gonna guess 20.
Each team throws an average of what? No, it's no. It's 146 is average pitches per game per team. So it's 146 times how many games of
Well, it wouldn't be pitches, it would be hits.
I guess, but for every, well, I guess it just depends on how you measure it. So 162 times 146, and that's how many, times you throw that ball with the risk of it coming back and conking you in the head, which is astronomically low.
So, okay, it says 46,000 people die a year in car accidents. The traffic fatality rate is 12.4 deaths per 100,000. Okay, that makes way more sense. So I think that number was being interpreted incorrectly, or it was worded very bizarrely. So 12 out of 100,000. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But still, that's a lot. 46,000 people. It's a lot of people.
That makes sense.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $10. Danville says, tons get hit in the head. One famous pitcher went blind and taught some kids the true meaning of baseball over a memorable, nostalgic summer. There you go.
Is that a movie?
Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says, the topic of discussion... Oh, I read that one. Majin, thank you, Majin, for being a 6-month free will seeker. Says, these feminists pivot so well you think they have omnidirectional gear on. Sitch, prepare for another depiction of your gator antics. Yeah, they were chewing on the... there's like screen on the patio, and sometimes they try to chew on it.
Oh,
and
really?
There's some, I don't know whose it is. There's some random like neighborhood orange cat that likes to like sleep on the car or sleep on the patio.
Just the Amazon delivery guy?
No.
Sure.
But anyway, I don't want the gator to like eat the cat, so you got to try to like shoo him off your property. So you guys don't know Sandlot?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's been so. Was that the plot of Sandlot? It's been so long.
No, it's. I don't think no one goes blind in Sandlot.
Is James Earl Jones blind in Sandlot?
The
guy at the
I
end
can't
with the
remember.
dog.
I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. I don't know. I can't remember much about that character with the dog.
Yeah, I just remember them running away from the dog at the end.
Yeah, I know it was that takes place in like the 50s. So when they find out he's black, they just call him the N-word and take their bell back. That was kind of a bit of a tonal shift in the movie that I wasn't expecting. But yeah, it's kind of strange. But it was a good movie up until then.
I feel like I've seen this.
The guy James Earl Jones' character was blind after being hit in the head by a fastball.
Interesting.
That's why he had the autographed ball at the end with everyone's name on it.
Is it like, have you guys seen, what's it called? Quest for Camelot?
No.
I'm familiar with it. I've never seen it though.
Yeah, there's a character in there who got kicked in the face by a horse. And so his character is blind. And he has like a falcon that makes noises and he could hit things with sticks.
Oh, there you go.
It's a magical world.
Who is that? The main character?
No, the main character is some chick.
Oh.
That's one. It's had the 2-headed dragon in it. The dragons, they don't like each other. They never get along. But then at the end, they want to be together, which I always had a problem with as growing up.
Zeno Adam, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Ross the Ninja, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 2 months, says women can overcome the pay gap by working as hard as the men. True.
That would require them working hard as the men, though.
Aha! Dr. Diddler, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 9 months. Says, my New Year's resolution is to be worse in every way. You're welcome, you little shit.
Nice.
Ouch.
Maybe the logic is that I always fail my New Year's resolution. So if I make that my resolution, there you go. There you go. I like it. I like the way you think, Smalls.
That's a great idea.
Awesome.
I should do that. I mean, I already failed my New Year's resolution. I was.
What was it? Not to come on stream or what?
Not to cuss on stream. Yeah.
Oh, not to cuss on stream.
Well, I think you shouldn't come on stream either. But
Well, I'm successful at that. I've never done that, so I'm killing it.
You know what? I think it's a good resolution to swear less. I didn't really decide to do a resolution, but maybe that's a good one. I should swear less so that when I do swear, I think it's a bad habit to get into. You want your swears to really like be impactful. You know, like the first time you hear your grandpa say the N-word, you know, you want that to really hit you like a freight train. So
you want when you say a swear word to someone, you want them to remember it forever.
I've never heard my granddad say the N-word.
Remember that time Rags casually blurted the N-word at the pizza place? No, he didn't say the N-word. He said the SP word, okay?
What's
another word for ghost?
Oh, another word for ghost?
Yeah.
I don't even know what
Rags said that at the pizza place.
What, Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, he said, look at all these
N-words in the ball pit.
Exactly. He said, look at all these specters. And I was like, my God, Rags, what the fuck?
Look, I worked hard on those tickets, and having them get stolen like that really made me upset. All right?
Little did I know, Rags is actually psychic and was referring to actual ghosts that were in the Chuck E. Cheese.
When I was saying, who's that disgusting rat on stage, it really hurt Chuck E. Cheese's feelings that I said that.
There you go. Where was I? It's called Seaman for $10. There you go. It says, does anybody here mind dating tall women? I was on a date with a tall woman until I noticed she had a full-grown beard, a deeper voice, and more importantly, was LeBron James in a wig.
Oh,
now,
man.
That's a woman.
Sounds pretty hot.
There you go.
I guess the answer, I have no problems dating a taller woman or a shorter woman. I think that they're both pleasant in their own ways, and I think they put out nice vibes. I just don't. I don't have any insecurity issues being with a woman who's taller than me. I'm all for it. I'll fuck the shit out of an Amazon.
That's hot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very hot.
I don't decide, like, the height makes no difference to me whatsoever, one way or the other. No. Really? Tall, short. No, not at all. Are you like anti-tall women or something?
I mean, I've dated some tall women, sure, but I mean, my wife is short, so.
So I think, we know how that went. Yeah.
There you go. I think, well, in my experience, different for Adam. Maybe it's a generational thing, but from my experience, it's really women that I hear that really have some height issues. I don't hear that.
That's what I hear. Yeah, women really want taller guys.
They want to look
up into your starry eyes.
They want to look up to you like they did their father. So
I think that
now you make it weird. Why?
I don't think so. I think it's just that a taller man really helps to put out a more masculine vibe better. Sure. They associate that height and tallness with masculinity and virility, which women find attractive. Of course,
they know you're in control.
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah,
they know any minute you could dispense the beatings.
That's right. They know that they're walking a fine line every damn day.
Yeah,
you better watch what they say, or else you're going to put them in the crate.
It's just like a sense of danger, and they know that's like sexy.
Nothing gets a woman hotter than the constant fear of domestic abuse.
It's the thrill. It's the thrill that keeps a marriage.
The ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what keeps marriages lasting. The fear that if they leave, you'll track them down and fillet them and put them in the freezer.
I made a joke like that. One of my in-laws thought that I was serious, which really like. Really
were they on your side or your wife's side?
I think I said something like, "Oh, yeah, now we're married, so I'm allowed to beat her legally."
I'm saying, were they like on were they your wife's family or your family?
You had to tell her about the rule of thumb.
They were my wife's family, yeah.
Oh, okay. So they're like, oh, is he beating you?
Yeah, I think
Blink twice if you need us to call the police.
I think they went to someone else in the family and was like, "Oh my goodness, we might have to stage like an intervention."
Right.
He made an offhanded comment. They set him straight though.
With a beating.
They said, "Listen, don't."
They turned him straight.
You're gonna make it worse if you mention anything. Okay, she's already got the women's shelter on speed dial. Right.
There you go. Thunderstorm for $5 says, "My theory is short people are angry because they can't reach stuff."
True. Oh.
Joe the Meg
theory.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear. Of course, I just don't really. Yeah, I don't know.
Not being short, I couldn't relate.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm a dog, of course, and I'm Shiba sized, but still.
But you're tall
I just
for
have
a dog. So.
No, I've got a vibrant, confident personality,
There
and I'm
you
just
go.
energetic, and I'm full of oomph and pizzazz, and I come a lot, so people, it doesn't really, it's not really an issue.
TMI.
I've got
What the
big
hell?
dog. I've got big dog energy.
There you go. As a 6'4", 240-pound man of muscle, I've never had to experience this. So I'm too tall. It's actually annoying. You go on airplanes and you just have to hunch over. It's a problem.
Airplanes are tough for everyone, even short people.
Oh, but less so. They can get their own little private cabin in the compartment up top. So, Joe the Meg, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 9 months. Says it's true though. You are taller in the morning. Gravity during the day compresses invertible discs, which rehydrate during sleep up to an inch. Well, there you go.
That is true. You are very slightly taller in the morning.
So if you want to impress a woman, what you do is you gotta measure your height as soon as you wake up.
That's right. Just
that's
like if you want to weigh less, then always step on the scale after you take a big old shit.
Time to measure my height. This is great. Good advice. I like that.
Dr. Diller, thanks so much for the $5. Says A-Team has a Gawker subscription. Wow, I didn't even know Gawker was still around.
Yeah, of course.
No, they don't. The
subscribe to
Gawker they went bankrupt after the Hulk Hogan thing.
I thought so. A-Team has a Gawker subscription and definitely pisses on the floor of the men's bathroom.
Oh,
why, dude?
Why? There's toilets in there specifically for that purpose.
We have a bunch of
and urinals.
We have a bunch of gender neutral bathrooms here in Los Angeles. So
S-class is
Is it the men's room? I kind of feel like it's
if there's men in there, it is.
Okay.
Why are you peeing on the floor, Adam?
Look,
and if there's not men in there, then they will eventually be.
Look, you want gender neutral bathrooms? I'm going to give you gender neutral bathrooms, bitch.
Right.
By being a man in her bathroom?
Take a taste of the men's room.
Like it averages out to be neutral.
Take a taste of the non-binary bathroom for a bit.
Samuel 527 for $5 says, also, can you guys talk a little quieter? I work night shift and I'm trying to sleep.
All right.
Why? What?
Sorry.
Just turn your phone off.
You're gonna have to turn your volume down.
Madness.
We can do some ASMR. Really annoy Adam if we just whisper into his little ear.
They told me to turn my mic up in the beginning.
Snoopy, thank you so much for being Order of Enlightenment for 1 month. Says Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Snoopy.
Happy New Year, Snoopy.
Thank you. And thank you, Sir Rebel Palsy, for joining the Free Will Seekers. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Adam, natural rights relate to a legal or moral justification system. Even if you have natural rights, that doesn't mean people can't subjugate you.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
People can subjugate you regardless.
Sure.
If they just don't care.
Natural rights.
If you believe in those things, potentially.
Yeah. Right.
Of course, that's the thing that there's like rights are worthless if they're not respected and enforced ultimately, which is ideally the primary job of the government.
I haven't thought of a good metaphor for this. Something that just explains it pretty easily. Feels like
explains
language.
What?
Well, people are like, if you don't accept natural rights, that means rights come from government, and government can just change your rights whenever they want.
Yeah, that's right. However, that's not an argument, really. That's just the description of how the world works. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to be active in your political process and vote for good people and be vigilant, because rights are things that you could lose. And they're things that you can gain. So that's why you have to be a responsible, good citizen.
Yeah.
Well, it's a definition thing. It's people, they're carving out a select section of actions and just making a determination that these are natural rights. And
right.
I mean, you can do that. And I think it's safer that we have that concept in our minds. Like it's safer for our government and our society, because it means it's less likely for those rights to be infringed. But I don't think that they're true. So,
well, they also say natural rights are the ones that don't require anyone else to put in any effort.
Right. They're things that you it's things that you do on your own naturally, right? That's the definition.
Well, I would say that this comes up in the is healthcare a human right kind of discussion where can you really
my wife's a
consider
doctor. Okay, you're gonna make my wife like gunpoint give you medical services?
Instead of talking about how his wife is a doctor, he should talk about his sister's big tits.
There you go. My wife has giant. My sister has big tits.
That would be.
It would be strange.
As my sister's tits, is that natural rights?
If he used that as like an argument from authority,
does everyone have the right
my
to my
sister
sister's
has
tits?
massive jugs. So. But in the discussion of whether like healthcare is a human right, is it a right if you have to take it from someone else, or should be rights should they be something that kind of comes from within? It's something it's a capacity for you,
right?
And which I think is a strong argument, against.
Doesn't this kind of play into the pro-choice argument though?
If it did or didn't, I wouldn't particularly care. It is what it is.
Because if you're the woman and you're forced to carry the baby, then you're obviously forced to do work. It's not, but like being carried by a woman is not a natural.
Well, no,
right
because
then.
they say no. So the argument, I think you've heard them say this, is that by engaging in sex, you're taking into account the possibility that you'll have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of kind of my elements of frustration that I have with this abortion sort of discussion. Babies don't just appear from nowhere. They're created in a very, very, very specific manner, and this idea that people don't have ways to control that and plan around it is nonsense to me. It's just a lack of responsibility. Is what it is. If you create a human being, you knew this was a possibility. You played the odds. You gambled. You lost. You need to be open to the responsibilities that come next. Probably. I'm not like a human life begins at conception person, but you know how babies are made.
Are women only spaces a natural right?
No, but they can be. No, those are just sort of emergent things. Generally, is when for the most part, as long as they're just emergent, I'm fine with them. But in a lot of ways,
that they always use it's not a natural right. It's a positive right or negative right.
A civil right. I don't know, positive. Well, that was the positive rights versus negative rights is sort of the way it's
women only spaces is a negative right? Because everyone else has to agree not to go into those spaces.
I guess. Well, I don't know.
Well, you would have to enforce those,
right?
But if you had a room and 5 women just happened to walk in, that's a woman only space, which is fine if it's incidental. It's the same thing with men's only spaces, but it's probably good and healthy if men and women have their own segregated places,
right? So a woman's only space would not be a natural right because you're making an artificial distinction or restriction on an
well,
area.
I don't think that there are natural rights.
Right, I'm saying, but for people that
it's a negative right.
So
women only space, women's sports is a negative right.
So in the sense that you have to exclude men from participating in that kind of a structure.
Gun ownership is a negative right.
What do you mean is negative? What do you mean is a negative right?
Because someone has to manufacture the gun and the ammunition and stuff, right?
Oh, like it's reliant on someone else to do something. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Unless you're making your own gun.
Which is why I think
your own gun.
Yeah, like a right is something that would exist. Like even if you were the only person left on the planet, you could still have rights.
3D printed guns are a positive right.
A woman's
someone has to
only space is not a negative right. I don't know why you'd say that.
Because other people have to stay out of the space.
No, but they're making a determination in the first place.
Forcing them to stay out of the space.
Right. So I'm not sure I'd agree that's a negative right.
Oh, okay.
It would depend on, for a negative right, well, whatever. What was I going to say? Where were we? Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for being here for 9 months. Says women at the time wanted nothing to do with women's suffrage. It was 100% astroturf by men with a few women. Is that true? I feel like that's not true.
I think I've heard that, and especially as it pertains to the women's right to vote, that most women initially were against it because it implied that you would have to sign up for the draft and things of that nature, that it carried some, civil responsibility along with it. And women just weren't that politically active at the time to, go for it. But they were given it anyway. We dragged them down with the rest of us.
Support women's suffrage. I mean, they didn't have to sign up for the draft, so it didn't matter. But
they didn't. Yeah, it ended up being where that wasn't the case. They were essentially just given the right to vote. Yeah, without any of the stuff that men had to do. Which is it's good that they can vote, but they did just get it handed to them essentially. Which is again fine. They should have the right to vote. Of course, I'm not one of these crazy weirdo MGTOW extremists. Like women shouldn't vote.
Right.
Like I know there was obviously women that were probably against it, but I don't.
Oh, there was a
like
bunch.
The actual breakdown of like numbers. Or is that information? Is it too long ago for us to get like a clear?
I think we're pretty certain of it. I've heard it regularly.
I've heard it regularly, but from people I'm not sure. So I'm not familiar. But regardless of whether women want it or not, that would be irrelevant to whether they should have it or not, too.
Yeah, they should have it, and they can choose to exercise it if they wish.
Right. Oh, someone sent me the video of the guy getting hit. Ouch.
If you
CT
force women to vote, do you think more men would vote?
To negate the women's vote?
I think more men would vote if you forced women to vote, because if women have to go and vote, they'd probably bring like boyfriends and husbands with them.
There you go.
I don't think people should be forced to vote, though.
CT sent you the Pokemon, Adam. The Pokemon for the day.
Oh, we're doing Pokemon? Nice.
You can do a Pokemon, yeah. People like it, so you can do the Pokemon every time. Huck Finn, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 9 months. Says thoughts on Pearl Davis. She does well in this, but usually to me she just comes across as a cringe red pill grifter. She just repeats fresh and fit. Well, I've never seen her except on this thing. I think she did good in this conversation for the most part. I'm unfamiliar with her content outside of it, so I can't really comment on whether I think she's a grifter or not, or a cringe or whatever. But she did good in the conversation. I think it's unfortunate if that's the case, but
do you have this Pokemon's a little weird.
Well, what? Well, what are you gonna name the Pokemon?
I don't know. It's so strange.
It's not that strange. What do you mean? There's like a million names you could think of.
I'm gonna go with Garden Raptor.
Garden Raptor?
Garden Raptor.
Word.
Oh, so you have to figure out what Pokemon Adam is referring to.
It's the Garden Raptor. We've already discussed this.
Garden Raptor. Oh, let's see. So I guess garden would imply it's a plant type. Raptor means it's like a kind of dinosaur or a bird.
Yes.
Garden Raptor.
Good thought process.
Am I just wasting my time with that thought process?
No, you're
Rags is off to a good start.
You're in a very good
Garden. Is this one of the originals? Because those are the only ones I really know.
We can't tell you any information about that.
Then at least just tell me if it's one of the originals, because it's literally the only ones I know. If it's not one of those, I'm just not going to know it anyway.
You're not going to know it.
Okay, well,
it's not one of the originals.
All right, go for it. And you might as well just tell me. I know
chat, we wait till someone in the chat figures it out,
because I know the originals, and I know some of the second gen ones from Gold and Silver, but that's really it. I see the new ones every once in a while in porn and stuff, but that's really about it.
Right. What is you should send me what the actual name is.
Septile is not correct.
So
Septile sounds like something made of shit.
I actually don't even know what the name of this is. So Derek,
what about
I mean, you can check them just by looking up.
Oh, doing like a reverse.
Wait, Grovoil and Septile look like the same guy.
Yeah, but it's annoying to like highlight every single person's individual. So.
Really?
Whatever. I just did a reverse image search. Okay, I see what it's called. That name is terrible.
The one I picked or the one they picked?
No, the real name. Stupid. Stupid name. Derek Moriarty, thanks so much for being free here for 1 month. Says, been a sub since Rittenhouse. I got gifted last month and another this month, and I promise to keep the ball rolling. Love you guys and Happy New Year. Well, thank you, Derek.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year! Have a wonderful 2023.
2023.
I've got a question. Do you guys prefer ADBC or BCE in BC?
Oh, I think the ADEBC thing is lame. As a Jew, I think it's very lame. Just say
really?
AD and
Why?
BC.
It's named after the most famous Jew of all.
No, I'm saying the one that's like the one that's supposed to be like
BCE.
the non-Christian
BCE
one.
and CE.
Yeah, that one's lame.
Yeah, I think it's lame too. I'm not even religious, but I just ADBC just I just like it.
Era.
I just like
it's just whatever, you know.
Current era.
It's fine.
Common era.
It's totally fine.
Current era
era
and before what? No, that's lie.
Common era.
Anno Domini and
I mean, we are using a Christian calendar anyway.
Before Christ and Anno Domini. The one problem that I have with AD and BC is that they're not the same language.
Oh, they're not.
One is English, one is Latin, and I feel like they should both be Latin.
CE stands for Common Era.
No, before Christ and Anno Domini.
I don't think it actually stands for before Christ. I thought it stands for something else.
Pretty sure it does.
BCE stands for before the Common Era. What?
Yeah, I know.
What are you?
We're talking about
BC, not BCE.
BC and AD. BC stands for before Christ, and AD stands for Anno Domini.
But you kept saying before current era.
Okay, so there's two sets.
Oh, whatever.
All right, there are
era.
two sets.
What do you mean, whatever? I was right.
I'm going to explain this to
Don't
you,
make me
Adam.
go
I'm going to
full
explain this to
doomer
you.
on
I'm
you.
going to make you wiser and
okay.
more
So
learned.
you're right. You're right. BC stands for before Christ in English, and AD stands for Adano. That's
Anno
weird.
Domini.
I thought when I was younger, I
after
thought
death.
Yeah, I thought it meant after death.
That's what
but
a
it
lot of
doesn't.
people think, but it does
No, it
not mean
doesn't.
that. Yeah,
I knew that wasn't correct. to be honest.
that's good on you. But
I had a
there's
good Christian upbringing. I was completely
excellent.
I
Yeah,
knew
that was
this
one of the
stuff.
things. Yeah, I was raised Catholic.
No, you thought
I was really into
current
it.
era, but who thinks that?
Well,
No, I don't. Listen, there are two sets. One is ADBC. That's what we pretty much all use. However, the new one that's more progressive and inclusive and less religious reliant is BCE and CE, which is before current era
Common
and
era.
current era.
It's common era, not current. But
Is it?
Yes.
Just either way, those are the two. You see, I
Look
don't
at
use
this.
that one, so I don't know
my
it. I've only heard of it.
So,
I've only heard
Good
it said it's current era.
Emperor, Good Emperor brings up a good point and why I think it's kind of dumb because BCE is still based around when Jesus was born. It's like you're still basing it around the same thing. You're just changing the name. So it's like, well, wait a minute. What's the point?
I've been arguing about Latin for 30 years. Okay.
Yeah. So CT says Soldoge got it right. It was Rayquaza. Rayquaza.
I've heard of that one. I probably know what he looks like.
That's a terrible name.
Rayquaza.
Rayquaza these nuts. That one doesn't work.
Sammy says Rayquaza. Adam is trash.
What? It's Garden Raptor.
So you didn't like it, Garden Raptor.
What's the matter? It looks like a garden hose.
I would have called it like
garden hose.
Plumber's Dragon.
It is the garden hoe.
Plumber's garden hoe. Oh,
garden hose.
Look at
Yeah.
this. It needed more makeup for the garden hoe.
Well, it has lipstick.
Does it?
Got those red lips.
Where is it? What's a picture?
You don't get to see it.
Well, I could just Google it, or you could not be a dick and just show me. Put it on the stream for the audience.
We actually never do that.
You have all these hundreds of people watching, and you're talking about a Pokemon, and you're not going to put the picture on the screen. You're like, I'll show you rags.
You're right. From now on, we're
Rayquaza.
From now on, we're bringing up the Pokemon.
God, that's a terrible name.
Everyone's going to judge. Everyone's going to judge
what?
my name for it. Then they're going to be like,
"It's not your name;
sucks.
it's the name of the Pokemon."
Well, wait.
You
a
didn't
second.
make it up.
If we show them the Pokemon, wouldn't it? Isn't it that much easier to guess? Isn't it like instantaneously they get it?
Well,
They're
no,
like,
it'd be
I don't
after the
know.
fact.
It depends on how in tune they are with the Pokemon.
You would know. Yeah, you couldn't show the picture before. You'd have to show it after.
Yeah, but now that we know who it is,
Here it is.
Like I think I've seen this one before. But if you were to show me a picture and say, "What's this one called?"
It's called Garden Raptor.
I'd probably say green asshole. I just don't really know. I'd say green snake or Verdotile or Snakeatron or something.
Trogdor's younger brother.
Trogdor, son of Trogdor.
Son of Trogdor. There you go.
Trogdorson, yeah.
Son of Trogdor. That's what I would call him. Son of Trogdor.
Blorg Trogdorson, yeah.
We have the name.
Is it weird that it looks like he's just all gums because he has that one tooth? So it looks like he's missing all of his teeth except for that one.
Yeah, that is weird.
That's an odd design decision that I would not have at all made.
I'm not a fan. It's Rayquaza, son of Trogdor. I think that's a mistake though, because in other pictures it looks like the red gum are teeth. Like, oh no, he has 2 front fangs. Okay, there you go. You just can't see it from the angle.
Okay, I was about to say I'm not good at math, but
yeah,
I can count to 2.
Yeah, he's supposed to. It's like he has like snake, like just the 2 front
snake
little fangy thingies. Snake.
Oh, you sent me a picture of Rayquaza. That's very nice of you.
Rayquaza.
Adam didn't send me. You see,
I brought it up
all
on
that,
the screen.
What Adam did was Adam read out my DM on stream, and then when he finally got back around to me, he said, "Okay."
That's true.
And then literally nothing else. There was no invite.
Link.
Luckily, Sitch sent an invite, and he sent a picture of Rayquaza. So I know who my friends are. Is all I'm saying.
So you're saying that you're S class?
Well, let's not go crazy.
Clearly, if you're 2 politicians, then one of you's giving me all the stuff. All right, one of you is clearly showing you want my vote more than the other.
Look at this. You're a believer in democracy. You gotta be a team.
I believe it exists.
Are you not? You're not anti-democracy, are you? I can't tell if you're poking fun at us.
I mean, democracy has a lot of problems. It's all right, but it's got a lot of issues. I'm more of a constitutional representative republic kind of
Gerrymandering is a giant issue.
I will never mander Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry can mander his own self.
Gerrymandering's a huge problem. There's all kinds of problems. Yeah.
Oh, is that where the name comes from? Because he's supposed to be like Quetzalcoatl, so it's like Rayquaza,
plumed
like
serpent of the Aztec.
Play on like Quetzalcoatl or something. Or Quetzalcoatl. I don't know. I never pronounce things right. Everyone gets mad at me.
When are we gonna watch that other video?
We're not.
Apocalypto.
What?
Rock Oro, formerly Solidosh, who got it right for $2, says, "F off, Sitch. Rayquaza is amazing. His movie was too." Well, there you go. Apparently he has.
He had his own movie.
Apparently he has a movie. So
that was the most popular poll of all time, and I did it. I want
good job,
cred. Also, our first poll of 2023.
I'm all over the place, Hayden, so I might not have got your super chat yet. But
what?
Light.
How dare
Because
you?
I'm actually going backwards, but I'm also reading new ones as they come in.
Look, I'll find it, Aiden. I'm going to find it right now. This is an outrage.
Lightning Ninja 36 for $2 says, "Adam, how did you get Garden Raptor from Rayquaza?"
Look at it. It looks like a garden hose and a cross between a garden hose and a raptor.
I mean, it looks like a dragon. It doesn't look like a raptor.
Your mama.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
It's got 3 toes.
It doesn't have. Those are his arms or hands. It doesn't have any toes. It has no feet.
It has 3 digits.
So?
Well, first of all, you can't tell if that's his toes or his arms.
What do you mean? Who has toes? You think? Okay, wait. You think those are his feet, and then he just has a super long tail?
Like you block out the part of you block out the tail with your hands, kind of.
That's
you
like,
imagine that's just what he is.
It's like a tail. It's like a garden hose tail.
It's like his body is like 90%
Those are
tail.
absolutely arm. He probably like floats around or some magic shit.
Look at
you would actually love if you saw that Pokemon and it walks on this little. It has a really long
just dragging that big ass fucking tail around with it.
Super long tail. It'd be so stupid.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to do the Pokemons anymore. You guys.
We're giving you shit.
You guys are too cruel.
Don't have your feelings for that. Okay.
That's okay.
I ain't feeling bad for no Pokemon.
I'm gonna call Doomer after this. And
yeah, I feel like we miss Hayden's super chats a lot. I don't know why, but
Hayden Dill. Hayden,
something about his name. It just blends into
well,
like.
Missed my E500 super chat about. Well, we're legitimately sorry if we didn't get to your super chat. I could have swore because we, really, he writes them all down, and he's got pages and pages of them that we try to get through. If we missed
you
yours,
don't do his either on EFAP? Wow, oh my god.
That must have been a coincidence because we try to get to everyone's. We spend a lot of time and effort to go through all the super chats and do catch-ups. And it's very possible that we just haven't put it out yet. We have a bunch that are recorded that are not public. So it may be upcoming.
Hayden.
Wasn't drunk in public.
Is it a super chat or a StreamYard?
I haven't even read any of the StreamYards yet. So.
Oh, okay. Jeez, I thought I'm going to put the video on.
No.
Adam, we already read that. We'll
Hybrid, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months. Says Happy New Year, Adam and Sitch. Let's hope 2023 will be a year of centrist enlightenment and free will. Really hoping we must respect all women. Well, thank you, Hybrid.
I mean, I do respect women.
Dr. Diller for $2 says in all caps, now's your chance to get Riggs on EFAP. Rags, do you want Riggs on EFAP?
Riggs? Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. Reminds me of someone I know.
Riggs is?
No.
How do you know who Riggs is? Oh,
who's Riggs?
He's some weird guy who's part of our Discord who had sex with his cousin.
Look,
he had sex with his cousin. Look, I may be from Arkansas, but that doesn't mean
supposedly
I have to approve
it was
of that behavior.
accidental. Like he didn't know it was his cousin until afterwards.
Oh, like he just met up with some random person,
and he just met a hot girl at a family reunion.
So happens that well, if you if you're playing spin the bottle at the family reunion, and you hope you get the hot ones, I guess.
Right.
Would you rather have sex with your mom or your dad?
Why?
Because it's because you see, Adam, this is called the nature of the hypothetical that I'm asking you. The why is literally not relevant. Unless it's the why factored into which of your answers you give.
Is this like a trick question or something?
No, it's a brutally honest and direct question.
Do you perceive it as a trick question?
There's no trick involved here.
Oh, I'm sorry, some weird guy. I don't mean to slander you. Some weird guy and Riggs are not the same. Riggs got banned from the Discord for Holocaust denying. Oh, really? Okay.
Did he really?
Apparently. So there you go.
Ouch.
There you go.
Look, that's not good.
That's not good.
You guys couldn't look.
You would think a guy who fucked his cousin wouldn't be on board with the eugenics. You would think. It's kind of.
Listen,
but okay. Whatever.
Yeah, so I guess the point here is, would you rather fuck your mom or your dad?
Sitch.
I'm waiting for Adam to answer the question.
Well, actually, I believe this is called the Sitch and Adam podcast. So sit you first.
Oh wow.
I don't see how that's even a question.
Oh, what do you mean? Okay, so it's got a question mark and everything. Like
I mean, I would assume that the answer for most people is like they're gonna, if they had to have sex with a parent, they would choose the one that is the opposite sex.
Do you think so?
Or I would assume so, unless they're gay, right?
Really? Which is interesting because
why would you want to? So okay, here's my thought process. You're gonna have like the
give it to me. Give it to me.
You're gonna have the traumatic experience, right, of having sex with your parent. But do you want to compound that with then also having gay sex? If you're not gay,
you see, I think this is a much deeper question than just which is the opposite sex. Even though that doesn't apply for me because I'm bisexual, right? So if you have, would you, right? Because I feel like a lot of people might want to spare their mother that, and they know that their father would want the same thing, and so he'd take one for the team, so to speak, right?
My father could take it, or I guess I could take it from my father.
Right, so it's similar. Take a similar attitude where if you had to kill like a member of your family, who would it be? Your parents would probably want you to choose them because they wouldn't want to see one of their children killed, right? They'd say, no, pick us. You're our kids. We love you. We want you to live. Pick one of us. We're a parent. We're a lot older. We have less life than you anyway. There might be a similar vibe to that in the sense of your father might say,
yeah, maybe.
Listen, son, you fuck me so that you don't have to, have
I don't know, but
spare your mother for that.
It seems like I feel like that'd be worse for everyone involved.
You think so?
Yeah. Because I said it's like if you're not bisexual or gay, it's like an extra layer of trauma on top of what would already be a potentially very traumatic
Your dad would come in and be like, "Oh, you had to do what you had to do."
Did you see the
terrible?
Do you see that Rick and Morty were like they're going?
You
to all
know
the
that Sitch,
planets
that's
that
an
are
excellent
exploding?
attempt to deflect and segue into a different topic. But I
Oh
believe
no,
that...
it's literally about this thing. Did you see the
Oh,
Rick and
excellent.
Morty where they're going to the different planets that are exploding? They're having like, a party.
No.
Oh, that's funny because like Carl
he has
hadn't
sex
watched
with his mom.
his sex with his dad. Carl hadn't watched Rick and Morty forever, and then he sees this episode, and it's all just about them going to like these alien planets, and all the aliens are like having massive orgies. And Carl's like, I was just so horrified with how degenerate Rick and Morty was. And but the end bit joke is that Rick ends up saving the planet from being destroyed at the end, and it's like it's just a guy and his father apparently had sex, and now it's very awkward because they're all still alive. So
why did they have sex?
Because the world was ending, and I guess they wanted to.
A little weird.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Adam, it's your turn to answer the question.
I'm not. This is so weird. This is like.
Don't be a bitch.
Oh, don't worry. We're all in agreement on that.
That's why you ask the questions.
Yeah, this is a very weird question.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a very strange question.
I can't answer this question.
Don't be a bitch. Don't be a bitch.
I mean, that's all right, but I just want you to
be...
know that everyone will know that that you are the only one here that didn't answer it.
Well, I can live with that. I'll be fine.
All right, you think so?
I'll survive. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Summer saved the planet, not Rick. I forgot.
It's somewhat disturbing that I know Sitch is gonna have sex with his mom.
Sketch says, I've seen the Pornhub year in review. Most search terms. Most people are not forced to choose their mothers. They're choosing their mothers.
On Pornhub, they're choosing their dads.
No, they're choosing their moms on Pornhub.
Ugh.
Anyway, what were you saying, Adam?
Isn't it like this? It's like the stepmom thing that people get off on.
Right.
They still have that revulsion to actually, having sex with their biological mom.
Well, I know they were saying that the search term was just mom, not stepmom, but I don't know. You'd have to look it up.
This is like,
answer the question.
Nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
Like what is the situation here? Am I like, is this like a war-torn thing? Am I in a gulag? Am I?
You just have to
shipped off.
The God has decided that you have to do this.
I mean, it's going to be at gunpoint if it takes place, right? I mean,
well, it's by exit. God is going to banish you to hell.
I'm going to say, shoot me. I'm just going to be like, shoot me.
No, hell, not death. Hell.
I'm actually in hell, and Satan.
You're going to go to. You and your parents will go to
to
hell if you don't answer this question.
I'm going to say, listen, Satan.
Yeah.
Disembowel me right here. That's just such a horrible thought. Why would you even want to entertain that notion?
Mm-hmm. Sketch says it's stepmom. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Well, if it's stepmom, sure, I'll have sex with the stepmom then.
Okay, no, that's not. Oh my god. Whatever. Adam, bitch is out of the question. It's official. It's official, guys.
I mean, I'm more on Rags's thought process.
Okay, so you're gonna have sex with your dad.
Well, I feel like you'd be better off taking one, taking like you and dad going, okay, we're gonna leave mom out of this and save her of the.
Well, there you go.
But it
Son
have
to
to
man,
be. It would
we're
have
gonna
to
leave
be
your mother out of this.
It would have to be some. It would have to be like some gunpoint situation.
Obviously.
Would you do it for $1 billion?
No, of course not. But listen, if it was like in a gun in like we're in war-torn Ukraine and some fucking Russian soldiers want to get their kicks, I mean, I'm gonna go, okay. I mean, Dad and I are gonna know,
you're adding too much context to this.
I'm just gonna be like, nah, I got this bussy like fire. Line them up, boys.
Listen, Sitch is gonna be in one room having sex with his mom, and me and my dad are gonna be like 1, 2, 3, grab him.
You're adding all this like context that's not part of the question.
I mean, this is important context.
No, it's not. You're adding a bunch of bullshit. That's not there. You're trying to divert away from answering the question.
Look, in my universe, everyone gets away safe. There's no
divert.
There's no incest that takes place.
I think this is called disassociation.
Yes.
When your mind is trying to block out, these thoughts and memories.
Yeah, Adam, you're gonna have this hallucination about you, beating up the guards, but it's going to be like the end of Brazil. It's all just in your head. Okay, it's fake.
Oh man, you hate the ending of Brazil
because that fucking ending is one of the worst endings of all time. Yeah.
Listen, I can't believe you're endorsing the ending of Brazil now.
I'm not endorsing it. That movie sucks. I'm saying that's what's going to happen to you. It's going to be like that. It's going to be like the ending of
it's not.
Repo Man. It's all just fucking fever dream as you die.
As we're walking away, all of the Russian soldiers dead. As my mom and dad and I are walking away, all of us still sexually pure.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't want to lose my virginity to a bunch of random conscriptoviches.
We're going to be going, what happened to Sitch?
War-torn ruins of our home.
And then it zooms out. And
I think he's still having sex with his mom.
Then it zooms out and it's all in your head, and you're getting hit.
And you actually just have this weird fantasy about being kidnapped and having sex with your mom. Yeah,
by your mom.
Your mom. Yeah,
you're not like I don't. This is I understand what's going on here because immediately I'm thinking like as soon as you're even contemplating this situation, I'm starting to think, okay, how do we get out of this? So that's why it's important. Because you
cannot
context.
No, it's because you cannot deal with actually answering the question. So you're trying to create some hypothetical fantasy scenario on top of the hypothetical where you could somehow escape.
Well, I mean, which
defeats the entire point of asking the question in the first place.
Rags put. So you're saying this is a Kobayashi Maru test?
I'm saying you're coping is what I'm saying.
I'm saying that depending on, I think it's a question that you have to think about. It's like how Sitch was like, well, surely you'll default to your mom because you're more sexually attracted to women, but you're like, yeah, but that's my mom, and like, yeah.
But if you're in a situation where there's any possibility to escape, obviously you're going with your dad because your dad is going to help you.
I mean, well, maybe if you're guaranteed safety, if you fuck one of your parents, then it might not at all be worth the risk of trying to escape and the danger that comes with it.
No, I think it's kind of worth the risk of trying to.
Well, depend.
I don't know. I feel like if you're like surrounded by a whole bunch of people with rifles, there's just you're just fucking your dad, and the real person is. Are you topping and bottoming?
Okay, here's the next question.
You're gonna die anyway, to be honest.
No, you're gonna die anyway because you're mortal. But no, in the hypothetical, if you have sex with one of your parents, you are going to live and be unharmed.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on what you choose. And
yeah, Adam, you're doing a whataboutism.
Yeah, you have to engage with hypotheticals. People who can't engage with hypotheticals, we call those low IQ individuals.
Here's actually maybe this is a tougher question.
The high IQ individuals are the ones that go and fuck their moms.
The high IQ individuals are the ones who can engage with hypotheticals.
I'm so glad. This is a one point in my life when I'm glad not to be very high IQ.
Okay, here's the.
You have a switch and you could just turn off and on your high IQ.
I'm saying I'm like, okay, I don't need a high IQ.
Oh well, the Marvel movie's starting. I have to switch off my brain.
If high IQ ends up in a scenario where you're having sex with your mom, is it really high IQ?
Your IQ has nothing to do with you ending up in this situation. Your high IQ, if you have one, is about potentially how you're going to resolve the situation that you're in.
Well, look, resolve. You're talking like you got to know the situation if you want to know how you're.
The situation is the situation is exactly as I have described it.
Okay.
It could no more or no less be the situation.
Okay. So the situation is.
This, as I have described it, there's men around you surrounding you with rifles. They could be Russians. If that's part of your fantasy, that's fine. It doesn't matter. The point is, you're in a situation
there is some sort of force component to it. Yeah, I'm going with the dad. My dad and I are gonna like jump the soldiers.
See, that wasn't very okay. So that's you'll
a non-answer.
You'll just die because they'll shoot you with their guns.
Okay.
Well, then you have to die.
That's a non-answer. Death was not an option.
You're gonna have to put your mother through both of you dying in front of her eyes. And I don't think you should put the mother through.
You don't have to listen. You don't have to even put up with this. Death was never an option in the
Death was never an option. That's correct.
Okay.
The hypothetical is you have to fuck one of your parents. Which one is it? Which one do you choose?
No death option is not an option.
And preferably, why would you choose that one? Just for a little bit of extra flavor.
Okay. Okay.
Well, there you go. Lord of the Brains for
Alrighty.
$2 says Saint Difina, save these wayward fools. There you go. Lord of the Brains is triggered. Triggered by this conversation. Anyways, Ronaldo A. Ramirez, thanks so much for $5 says two are not women. There you go. They were trans women. True. Samuel 527 for $5 says women like this make me proud to be a 29-year-old virgin. There you go.
Who? What?
The women in the panel.
The person who is sending in the super chat, for some reason, decided it would be wise to not just support this podcast financially, but to say this strange hypothetical, which will never happen, is why I'm glad to be a 29-year-old virgin.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that in some way that has anything to do with anything.
This hypothetical does happen, actually. I mean, I've read about this hypothetical in books and shit.
Really?
Yeah, it happens.
Same too.
It's in the book A Long Way Gone about child soldiers in Sierra Leone. They love to make sons fuck their moms. That's like one of their kicks.
That's weird.
They snort brown, which is cocaine and gunpowder, and they go to a village and they abduct the people. Yeah, this happens. This is like a real
there's
thing.
some.
It's not a hypothetical.
There are some sons in those village who are just waiting, just hoping that
they have a real hot mom that they're into, and just there you go.
I mean, that's a pretty screwed up situation to be in, but I mean,
speaking of screwed up situations,
hey, I mean, yeah,
humans pose these hypotheticals to people.
That's true. I mean,
speaking
at least
with real ramifications.
Speaking of screwed up situations, Lucifer, I had to take your wrench away. What are you doing?
What
Lucifer?
happened?
You can't ban someone for having a conversation about the conversation that we're having on stream, even if you find it gross.
Okay. Yeah, if the implication is that if the stream havers are having the conversation, then it is also okay for the chat people.
Of course. So Zero Fox will be, it was timed out for 300 seconds. Mod abuse, Lucifer. Mod abuse. For shame. For shame. Let's see. Where was I? Happy New Year. Read that one. Two aren't women. Gotta watch C. Michael Davis's video. Kono J for $10 says, Happy New Year, Sitch and Adam. In regards to this video, I'm not even going to try to imagine what the uncut version of it would be like. I suggest both of you do the same if you value your sanity.
We're dying to see the uncut version. What are you talking
I'm dying.
about? Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, maybe someone would leak it. That's a possibility, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Some people were saying Sydney Watson
if it might not exist. Like if someone would have to have recorded it secretly, or someone at Vice would have to like it, which probably wouldn't happen. But
someone, I don't know, maybe someone recorded it, right?
I don't know. Lucifer says, I asked you to take my wrench away months ago. Well, there you go. You got your wish.
You couldn't handle the responsibility of it?
Couldn't handle the responsibility. I
mean, I'm pretty just... I guess I have banned some people.
BMO, thanks so much for joining the Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you.
I think currently all the people I've banned have been unbanned by me, and maybe rebanned. I'm not sure, but
there's people that have been unbanned and then rebanned again.
Right? Yeah.
Can't help themselves. Blake Campsale, thanks so much. Campsole, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. John Watts, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 1 month. Says, anyone else notice that the conservative women on the panel are more attractive? I mean,
that's
wasn't
just life,
going
though.
to say it, but
what do you mean? I did say it. I said that very early on.
I said I wasn't going to say
it. I was like, yeah, it's like they're conventionally attractive, so they lean towards conservative. And if they're not conventionally attractive, they lean more towards the equity, right?
Right. I mean, I don't know. You could say that. I don't think there's like evidence of that, but J-Mac, thank you. You gave actually 100 gifted subs. I didn't see it. Thank you for the other 50 gifted subs. Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac.
Do you think? I mean, it's super strange, but I feel like not being conventionally attractive as a woman doesn't really
You can just say ugly, you know.
Sure. Being ugly as a woman doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to get a husband or a boyfriend or whatever.
That's true. There's plenty of ugly guys out there who need someone to compliment
So
them.
what are they complaining about?
They're understandably upset that maybe they got dealt a bad hand genetically and they look not pleasant. And now I will say there's a lot of people who, like, yes, you can't change your genes and stuff, but you know, you could work on keeping fit and staying healthy and having a good attitude, and you could work on your voice and your inflection and being social and charismatic. You could do stuff with your hair and your eyebrows and, you know, makeup and things of that nature. There's a lot of stuff you can actually do.
But
all of us have our days
to the patriarchy, though.
Get it, girl.
Oh yeah, well, that is true. I should have considered that.
Yeah, you'd be sucking up to the male hierarchy. That's
Yeah,
what they
we'll
don't wanna
show
do.
them. We'll show them by staying ugly.
Yeah, why do I have to become attractive to a man who I hate? That's what they're thinking.
Zombie Squad, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 5 months. Says, which of the two of you is more ticklish? I don't know.
Which of the two of you is more ticklish? Because you two obviously know
this,
because
though.
you've tickled each other.
You wait. Why have you wondered this? This thought has never entered my brain in my entire life.
You don't get in tickle fights, Sitch? Come on.
As long
not
as I
with
don't have any
guys.
clothes on.
Well, obviously not with guys, but you've never gotten in. And
Oh, obviously.
tickle.
But wait, okay, but if you
Guys-
What if it was your
guys-
dad?
wait a minute.
Would you
Guys
rather get in a
usually
tickle
don't-
fight with your dad or your mom?
Mom, easily.
Yeah, because it would be pretty gay
Dad-
if it was with your dad.
Dad is like, I was thinking more like dad is ruthless. Like the tickling would never stop.
Oh,
So,
like you'd never get over it.
No. Okay, isn't she saying that you've been in a tickle fight with like your wife or whatever? Why would you then think like, how does Sitch fare a tickle fight? Like, why would that thought process ever enter into your mind?
just, you know, for fun. I just wonder.
What
For-
kind of
for-
weird fantasies you think about?
First of all, it is. I wonder, you know,
Yeah.
it's just interesting to think about. Like, what would a tickle fight with Sitch and his girlfriend look like?
What the fuck? It's so weird. No.
Well,
Those
look,
thoughts out of your head.
there's no reason not to answer this question.
Giving
obviously.
stop giving Sammy G free storytelling fantasies. Okay, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. I'm gonna say the fact that you thought about this
Look-
means that you're more ticklish than I am because I just
Have-
like never.
That's true. Only
entered
ticklish
my-
people think about who is more ticklish than
Yeah,
them.
I
That's very
just
true,
wasn't-
Sitch. That's really good.
I don't walk
First of
around
all,
thinking
that
about
is
like
There's a
how
reason we
ticklish
keep you
First of
people
all,
are.
that is completely incorrect. When the tickle fight comes down in the Adam household, like
Yes.
I am always the one that like must control myself from just going crazy and like over tickling my wife. So obviously,
Okay.
like her tickles are completely useless against me in a tickle fight. But obviously, yes, I'm much stronger.
I mean, I don't think I'm that ticklish either. So. But,
Yeah, see, it's
Okay.
you're just gonna destroy him in a tickle fight, right? Now, guys tickle fighting. Now that's gay. Come on, that's wrong.
yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely.
So,
CT
I
said
don't
there's
know.
a documentary called Tickled, and it's really fucked up.
That the tickle documentary is completely.
Oh, you've
messed
seen
up.
it?
Yes.
What is it about?
So
I mean,
there
obviously
is
it's something to
some
tickle,
weird
but-
fetish community online that gets off on these videos of people being tickled. So
Mhm.
some
Yeah.
super
there's,
rich player
there's-
pays guys to get tickled on camera, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jack Murphy appears in one of these tickle videos.
It says David Ferrier, a New Zealand journalist, encounters online videos depicting competitive endurance tickling.
Yeah.
An activity
Competitive
where
endurance tickling. That sounds like a Monty
Yes.
Python sketch.
It does. Or something sexual. An activity in which young athletic men are restrained and tickled by each other. Well, that's
Gay.
okay.
It is very gay. Yeah.
Right. He begins to research it for a story and requests his interview with the video's producers. The company responds with a volatile email refusing to quote, associate with a homosexual journalist. Oh, they're calling him gay?
I know. That's
the
documentary's crazy because the guy's like totally. I mean, he's homophobic throughout the whole thing. He's like,
that's hilarious.
He's like, I just like the tickling. What's the big deal? There's nothing gay about this. It's like I just like the videos.
I just want to be strapped down by another man.
Look, in the whole
There's
time,
nothing gay about
the big mystery in the documentary is like, I mean, he's whacking it to these videos, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Why else would you watch that?
But he swears up and down, no, this is not masturbation material. Okay, he's like,
all of our dicks are ticklish. It's just that instead of laughing, we come.
I don't think that's how that works.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how that works.
He's like, I'm not masturbating. I'm tickling myself. I'm tickling myself to climax.
Should I read the rest, or should I leave it up for people to discover on their own?
I mean, someone I think on the show mentioned it and told me I should watch it. I think I did watch it based on a recommendation.
Do you want me to spoil it, chat? Let me know. Do you want me to read you what happens in the Tickle documentary?
Tickle Talk?
I've already seen it, so.
Well, I know you've seen it, but I meant for the chat.
I don't know.
The crappy robot for £2 says, "What do you think a mountain chicken looks like?"
A mountain chicken.
It looks like a chicken with more feathers. I don't know.
It's probably
maybe it's a chicken that's more evolutionarily adapted to like higher climates. Like Rocky Mountain
fluffier feathers, better for like the cold or something.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's just fluffier, so it could withstand lower temperatures.
Right.
Maybe they taste more. I don't know. Alpine.
So apparently, it's a trick question. A mountain chicken is the name of a frog. So it's just a frog.
Well, I guess you sure got us thinking way too hard about that.
Oh,
do you tickle on the first date, Sitch?
No, that's weird.
No tickling on the first date.
I don't know. It's like, how often do you tickle people? Is this like a big part of your relationship with your wife?
I mean, it's fine.
It's fine if you said yes, but like that's not like a thing that enters my mind most of the time.
Okay.
Did you tickle your wife on the first date? We're learning all sorts of weird things.
I never tickle on the first date. First off, how dare you?
Is that a bad thing?
To not tickle?
Tickling seems so innocent to me. You guys
I know, that's what makes it so fucking creepy.
Completely want to sexualize it.
Well, we were just okay. Wait a minute. There's something, I don't know, sexual. There's definitely something intimate because you wouldn't want to be tickled by a guy because he says it's gay. So
it is pretty gay.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
So there's some element to it. It's like the conversation in Pulp
Fiction.
Fiction.
It's either gay or rapey.
Like, would you give a man a foot massage? You're like, no.
Oh, no. I wouldn't.
Wait a minute.
I'm just not into that. I have strict like personal space, rules when it comes to other men that I don't necessarily have with women.
But for women, I don't respect their personal space at all.
As for women, I don't at all respect their personal space or my own.
So people want me to spoil it, so I'll read the rest. The journalist David Ferrier, he's bewildered at the hostile response. He partners with television producer to dig deeper into the mysterious producers of the tickled video. After initial.
Whoa, shit!
Yeah,
I disavow.
After their initial,
here, Susan, I'm just a guest here.
It was tickled. It was tickled. After their initial blog post about, I'm not going to pull a Destiny and say cringe again and again and again until I say the N-word. After their initial blog post about the story going viral, the duo received legal threats from Jane O'Brien Media. Blah, blah, blah. After their interactions are superficially cordial, their media try to bully the investigators into dropping the project. This is so weird. They're turned away. They head to LA, but they're turned away at the door. Researching the phenomenon further, they uncover a person known Terry DeCito, known as Terry the Tickler.
Terry the Terror Tickler.
Who pioneered recruiting and distributing tickling videos online in the 1990s. They interview independent tickling video producer Richard Ivey, whose operations are comparatively low-key, and also acknowledges the homoerotic aspect. Former participants in Jane O'Brien's media video described coercive and manipulative treatment by the producers, such as defamation campaigns against them, exposing their personal information, and contacting associates to discredit them as homosexuals or sexual deviants, all in retaliation for speaking out against the company.
Yeah.
A local recruiter describes the audition videos he had helped them make, which were published without the participants' consent. They then discovered documents on a defunct tickling website, which linked to Jane O'Brien Media to a guy named David D'Amato, the former school administrator behind the Terry Tickler alias. They learned that D'Amato had served a 6-month prison sentence for tickling. Now, for disabling,
That's gotta be some pretty serious tickling to land you in the slammer.
He caused someone to pass out. So
he caused someone to pass out because of tickling. Holy fuck!
No, it was for 6 months for disabling computer systems at 2 different universities in retaliation against an 18-year-old male student who attempted to terminate an online relationship, which began when the young man was 17. That's fucking weird as shit.
That's very specific.
That is very specific. They now determine that D'Amato now lives on a substantial inheritance from his father, a successful lawyer. After a considerable effort to locate him, they confront him on the street, to which he responds with additional legal threats. Before returning to New Zealand, Ferrier contacts D'Amato's stepmother. For comment, she implicitly confirms her stepson's tickling past. Mm-hmm. And Ferrier informs her that he believes D'Amato is still involved in tickling.
Still tickling to this day.
The tickle terrorizer, the terrible tickler is out there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Tickling to this day.
Tickling without consent. I mean, is there ever consent for tickling? It kind of feels
all the time.
Of course.
I would imagine the vast majority of tickling that happens on this world is consensual tickling, Adam.
I would say far more non-consensual tickling takes place.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my!
What a world. Oh my goodness.
Non-consensual tickling is assault. So you understand that, right?
Well, but it really depends upon whether or not they want to press charges. So.
Guys, there's some confusion. I didn't say that Rayquaza is a shitty Pokemon. I said the name is stupid.
The Rayquaza is pretty mad. It's pretty mid. It's what we call mid.
Pretty mid.
Pretty mid.
I mean, she picks them for that reason, right?
Mid names are picked because they're mid. What?
Yeah, she picks Pokemons that are like.
They probably picks one that you like. Oh, I'm gonna have like fun looking at this thing, crafting a name for it. But...
Yeah.
Sammy G for $5 says, Rags, do you want a draft copy of the Sitch and Adam Dojin? You seem like a man of culture interested in this area.
What's a Dojin?
Uh-oh.
It's like a Japanese...
Probably like tickle porn or something.
If it's Japanese tickle porn, then I'm not interested. I'm going to be honest. Thank you so much for the offer, but I'm not into Japanese tickle porn.
Sammy's a degenerate who's drawing homoerotic art of me and Adam. So
yeah. I mean, it's good art. It's very technically adept.
That's the face of adept. See, I think Adam really likes this Pokemon, Rayquaza.
It's like an old grandpa snake. He's got no teeth. It's just
it looks like he's being tickled.
All he can have is cooked carrots and soup.
He's like, tickle me harder, Adam.
Right now, that thing's going, stop tickling me, please.
Sorry, Sammy. Rags is anti-weeb.
I am anti-weeb.
Sammy, how is your drawing ability for tickling? That's really what people want to know.
It's weird that they have a specific name for Japanese tickle. What is it? Japanese tickle porn?
People.
Fusion.
Let me see if I can.
Fusion. No. Rakaro, formerly Solos for Jar, says, happy late New Year stream. New Year, new name. Oh.
New year, new
Rockaro.
Name, same place, same time.
How'd you change your name to Rockaro?
Rockaro.
The clock
Rockaro. Instead of Solidoge.
Rope.
Is there a story there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Brain for $5 says, congratulations on the quality of your entertainment. Thank you. When are you having Kurt Metzger or Mr. Girl on again? Are you committed to keeping them off? I think we are. I'm committed to keeping Kurt off. And I don't assume Adam wants to talk to Mr. Girl again, so that's a yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not not totally opposed to the idea. Like if Sitch wanted to have a conversation with Mr. Grohl, sure. Kurt, I mean, I love Kurt. I'd love to have Kurt on again, but
nope.
Obviously.
Who's Kurt?
Kurt Metzger is a friend of mine who is a comedian who's very aggro about politics and stuff like that. But I mean, it's all just good fun. But
I don't care he's aggro. I care that. So in the conversation, the first conversation we're supposed to have with Dave Smith, he just randomly invites Jimmy Dore, which at first like, okay, that's good. But then he like poisons the well in the conversation to have them act crazy, or specifically have Jimmy act, very bad in the conversation. And then in the conversation himself, he acts like a total piece of shit and like tanks the conversation. So why would I put up with that?
It's all in good fun.
It's not in good fun though. He's being a total asshole in that conversation.
It's miscommunication. He said
it's not. What's the miscommunication of it being a fucking asshole? How's that a miscommunication?
I mean, Dave said it best when Dave came on. He said Kurt is just insane.
Well, that's what I said. I know he's just insane.
Kurt is crazy. So
yes, Kurt is insane. Yes, I'm aware.
But I mean, that's what's lovable about him.
Okay.
Look, how about can Kurt come back on?
No. Andrew Clark for $2 says, I called it. Carl argued that elites ignore the will of the people to cater to special interest groups. The democratic process is an illusion, that democracy is bad. He's totally been captured by the quackademic agent worldview.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to set up a debate so we can talk.
Like, a debate or an intervention?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, guys, what do we do? Maybe we should put a poll up. I don't necessarily know what to do.
Yeah, moms or dads?
No, I do. Oh my God. Well, do you have a take?
Yeah, Adam, put that poll.
That poll's not going up. Do you
There's already a poll going up.
Do you have a take on the Carl Benjamin arc?
The Carl Benjamin
I don't
arc?
think Rags aware of the Carl Benjamin.
He's become more conservative and right-leaning as time goes on.
Yes, but in kind of a weird way, in kind of a weird anti.
Well, he wasn't
anti-democracy, anti-liberalism.
He said he wasn't
way.
against democracy in that conversation, so I don't think that's fair.
Okay.
I don't keep too much tabs on a lot of people.
Right.
I just know that he's changed over time.
Sure. But yeah, he said he wasn't against democracy.
I've got more of the same.
It seemed like his point was he wanted to do the whole selective voting thing.
Yeah, he talked about limiting the franchise.
Right.
So I guess making sure that your political adversaries can't vote and you can. That's not anti-democracy.
Well, I guess did we ever? What was the? I don't think because we get to what was the criteria for voting? I don't know if we ever got an answer on that.
He was like, you got to be 30 and.
Oh, that's right.
30. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Sounds like something that someone over 30 would say.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah. I don't see how you can talk about limiting the franchise. You're basically disenfranchising all the people that you don't like and then say, oh, yeah, I'm pro-democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Can you? I mean, I'm skeptical that you are. Look, they're all for elite theory. They're all for liberalism as the root of all evil. I don't know. Interesting debate, right?
Liberalism is the root of all evil. That's an opinion.
That is an opinion.
Yeah, it's a pretty common opinion by a lot of conservatives now.
Conservatives think that.
A dumb opinion.
Really? Well, it maybe it's because when, especially in America, liberal has the people say liberal to mean like a lefty. Someone who's really
maybe.
far left.
I don't know. I'm assuming the person that said that meant
when
liberalism.
it's tainted. Yeah, when I say that I'm a liberal, it means like I'm a like a lot more Lockean kind of
that form of liberalism.
Individual
rights,
live and let live,
rights.
Individual rights, that sort of thing.
Right. Some weird guy for $5 says S-Class got nervous and cried a little when they heard a quack at the New Year's party, and was caught blushing a little too hard when they saw the duck in person. Meanwhile, A-Team was too busy reigning supreme. There you go.
Of course.
There you go.
Yeah, of course. A-Team always reigns supreme.
Dill's hot elephant in yo area for $2 says, I typed women into the YouTube emoji search, and the first thing that came up was a woman with a beard. Interesting. Good luck with non-cursing, Adam. Say coño for good luck. S-Class is the best class. A-Train has a brain.
Sweet. Thanks for the well wishes. I'm not doing so well, but I'm gonna next time it's gonna be a whole stream. That's a new goal, is to get through a whole stream without cursing.
Without cursing? Impossible.
It does seem highly unlikely. If I can just curse less, that would be a good thing.
Like a witch?
Yeah.
You just put less curses on people?
Yeah, stop putting curses on people, Adam. Jeez.
Do you say cussing or cursing? It's like
cursing.
It's spelled
cussing
the
is like
same way.
really Southern. I only hear Southern people say cussing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we say cussing. Cuss words.
Y'all cussing in there?
Y'all cussing in there? No, Mom. Just fucking my cousin. Like, all right, just keep it down.
No, I'm just cursing.
Maybe we can get a debate, a double debate with Quackademic Agent and Carl Benjamin. Maybe we can.
Okay. You're losing sight of the goals I thought here, but okay, we can talk about this.
Oh, the goal. Okay.
Yeah, at least what I thought was the goal. But okay.
Yeah.
Some weird guy for $2 says, Sitch never put any points in the strength, so he tried to roll charisma on the alligator outside. Little does he know the alligator has a higher charisma stat than he does, and it's about to roll to seduce. Ew.
Ouch.
Wow.
Is that what happened?
That is not what happened, no.
Seduce these nuts.
Did you get in a tickle fight with the alligator?
I did, actually. You don't know this. That's alligator's one weakness is to being tickled.
I didn't know that.
I've heard
I didn't know that.
Yep. They laugh.
Wow.
Only when they laugh, it sounds like hissing. Only when you tickle them, they try to bite your hand off. So, Native American lady. Hey, it's the Native American lady who was actually not Native American. You bigot. For $2 says, ah ha 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 ha, cackling menacingly.
That's exactly what happened.
That is what happened. Rockaro, formerly Solo Doge, for $2 says, you should bring Shad on to talk AI art because he has some pretty spicy takes about it, including the idea that no artists actually like the physical act of drawing, just the end result of making art. He's getting dragged on Twitter right now. Well,
is he?
Go.
I'll have to look.
Maybe we could talk about him about that. It sounds like it could be interesting.
Mike S. Miller, Shad's artist, on his graphic novels coming out tomorrow. So
we'll talk to Mike about it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can ask him, Mom or Dad.
There you go.
It's Shadiversity, right?
Ask him because he's a artist, which would he rather draw himself having sex with his father or his mother? Because to an artist, that's even more, because artists obviously don't get laid. So that's what you have to do.
Mike S. Miller is like a Christian conservative. I mean, I would.
You don't want to ask him that
I
question?
hesitate to call him a fundamentalist Christian, but I think the label might be apt. I don't want to insult the guy, but
that's a question for Shadman's artist, not for Shadiversity's artist. So.
Oh, okay. But I mean, Shadow of the Conqueror is his book, and Mike S. Miller is the artist on that book.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, the drag show discourse is so funny because even by their own framework, drag story hour makes no sense. Drag queens aren't indicative of any lifestyle but drag queens. True. That's my exact point. Yes.
I just want to know why drag queens want to talk to kids so much.
It's a very suspect.
It's kind of weird.
Shad's book is up to $614,000. Almost 6,000 backers. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Backers or dollars?
Almost 6,000 backers.
Oh, I thought you said $600,000.
I said 614,000.
Oh my God.
Almost 615,000.
Impressive.
I think they're yeah. Yes. Oh, it's closed. So I guess you can't buy it now.
Is it a book or a comic book?
It's a book. I think I asked.
Oh, is it the artist just for the cover?
What do you mean? No, he's drawing the whole book.
No, I said, is it a book or a comic book? And you said it's a book.
It's a comic book.
Okay, that's not what you said.
It's 124 pages.
Wow, that's a lot.
So that's a big book. Mike S. Miller is the artist for it. He's coming on tomorrow to talk to us. I think he's a right winger. Mike S. Miller did a book on Jesus. I think Trump.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it cringe? It's probably cringe.
I would call it cringe, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably cringe.
But yeah, no. Go Shad, go Mike.
Go Shad. Impressive. Dr. Liv for $2 says, you're right. Sports are inherently unfair because of bodily mutations. So why have rules at all? Why does anything matter, really? These arguments all fall apart as soon as you push the nihilism lever higher.
Because people just want to take it to the extremes.
True.
No,
it's like, no, the reasonable people want to build like a civilization here. Could you fucking chill?
That's a good technique if they do that, is to just keep upping the nihilism to points of it.
It's like minimum wage. It's like, why stop there? 30 an hour, 40 an hour, 50. Why not 100?
Why do we keep score at all? Why in soccer can't you just pick up the ball with your hands?
I disagree.
What was the Worf quote?
If the score doesn't matter, then why keep track or something?
No, it's something. If something doesn't matter, why keep score? Or if winning doesn't matter, why keep score? Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Right.
Someone's like, Worf, it's not about winning. And he's like, if winning doesn't matter, then why keep score? I think that's a season 1.
Season 1 Worf?
Yeah, I think that was season 1 Worf.
Might be. Remember season 1 of Star Trek where they had the plan of
TNG,
black people
was sick.
Who kidnapped the white lady?
First season, I don't recall being very good at all.
Wants to marry her.
They had to find their way.
So that was an interesting episode. That was a little yikesy, Star Trek. Dr. Diller for $3 says, I think selective nihilism is useful in these people because it forces them to either build your argument for you or concede their argument is garbage and doesn't help. There's no outlet for them to win at their own game. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I agree.
I'm interrupting the
Some guy for $2 says, Sitch, you don't have to watch the whole anime, but I recommend checking out the opening for Chainsaw Man. It's got references to movies such as Reservoir Dogs, Constantine, Pulp Fiction, even The Big Lebowski. I actually do want to watch that. I've heard nothing but good things about Chainsaw Man, so I'll watch at some point.
So Shad made a video. Stop the lies. AI generated art does not steal art. So it's like an hour and 30-minute video. This is fascinating. I mean, I got to tell you, I've been listening to a lot of the videos on AI art. Obviously, I'm an artist myself, so I'm kind of curious where people are coming on this. And I'm interested to listen to Shad's video because I do feel like a lot of people are just talking out their ass. So
I assume they're saying if they're using other people's art styles to build the AI, they're saying that that's stealing. I'm assuming that's what the argument is, right?
Yeah, but oh my God, every artist in the world, builds their style off of other artists.
That would be
what makes it different?
You think it's done in the exact same way? You think that the two are comparable?
No,
the counter argument would be, are they comparable? Yeah.
The AI obviously is doing it like far more efficiently. They're like learning it in fucking hours when an artist is taking, their
efficiently
lifetime.
is one way to put it. I'd say exactly would be maybe another way to put it. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I get where people are coming from. I totally do.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer for where I fall on that one. I have to think
ban that shit as soon as possible. Strike it from the records.
There is a book, Who Owns the Future? Who the fuck wrote that book? Some technologist guy. And he kind of predicted that this was going to be a problem in the future. And I mean, this book was written, I might have read it like 10 years ago. And his solution was really kind of radical, but I mean, how would you even implement this? Obviously, he thought you could do it through some sort of technology, but he was saying that the real, basically all value in the economy comes from humans somehow. And that the problem with algorithms and automation is that they are taking value created by humans and then kind of forming different products that are valuable but are off the books. They're taking, obviously in the case of AI art, they're taking what humans have done with art and learning how to do it themselves better, faster, cheaper, all of that stuff. But he was saying that the people who train, the products of human beings that are used to train the AI, even just in data, data collection, liking and resharing stuff on social media and stuff, they build profiles of people and figure out, different algorithms and stuff. Those people should be compensated for that. Like however much money the algorithm ends up earning, you would be compensated going forward, in perpetuity. But I'm not sure I even really like that answer because, we're living off of the generosity of our ancestors all the time. You drive on the interstate highway system, which was paid for by
me.
Like so much of technology is decades or
we're built
centuries
off
old.
of the people who came before us, but I don't know, there's something about just I really don't want to have human artists be devalued and pushed out of having a purpose. I really worry about that more than kind of anything else. Whatever can be done. I don't want human artists to just be replaced by these fucking bots that you just pump art into and they just algorithmically create something. I don't like that.
Okay.
But I haven't thought much about it. I just don't want. It's hard enough as it is for a lot of extremely talented artists who put a lot of passion and effort into the craft. It's hard enough as it is for them to, make that work as a job and get income from it. And I've talked to a lot of artists, and there's some insanely talented people who are just like struggling to get people to, to get hired for commission work and things of that nature. And
this is the reason why people talk about UBI, and a lot of the conservatives like shit their pants about UBI. But it's like we're rapidly moving towards a world where there's going to be a lot fewer jobs. People are talking about, why don't we just culturally move to a 3-day work week? Like, why are we, one person has a job working 5 days a week when, we could just pay people more money to work 3 days a week?
Well, we're not. I don't think we're there yet. But
I don't know. I read this other book, Automate This, by Christopher Steiner. This book came out in 2012. I think I read it when it came out, and I was just floored by the stuff in this book. I guess
I don't think we're at a 3-day work week yet. But
in this book, he talks about like a lot of the pop songs by the big like Justin Biebers of the world are written by algorithms. And this was in 2012. I was like, what?
Sure, but that's a very specific job, right?
Well, it's an artist job, right?
Okay. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, I would say it's stolen if the AI reference database is fed from other people's art without their consent. It's like tracing on crack.
Because it's not inspiration in a way that a human takes inspiration. It's just like it.
Well, I don't buy that. It's pattern recognition. How is it any different?
Well, there's a difference between like you as a human looking at something, you interpret it like not precisely, and then you kind of add something that makes it unique.
It's like the Borg.
Right, versus a computer program that it's just
we're going to take this and add it to the collective.
Specific elements from something. It's not really adding any. Like it will be unique in terms of maybe how it rearranges the exact duplicates of the different art styles. But it is just it's far more like a copy.
Is it not pattern recognition?
Yeah, but it's a version of pattern recognition that humans are not generally able to emulate.
When an artist does it, they are emulating it, though. I see artists all the time, and I've seen this for a long time now. Like a big artist, an artist will get big. Like Mark Ryden became huge. Like he was he was doing a bunch of album covers for big bands and stuff like that. His style was just off the charts. I think he did one of Michael Jackson's album covers, and I think they were trying to. They might have actually sold it to Michael Jackson, but they were talking about selling the original painting to Michael Jackson for $1 million. This guy was like huge, and everyone started emulating his style. And I mean, I would be at the gallery and I would see people buy paintings that they literally thought was like a Mark Ryden, because it looked like a Mark Ryden.
Yeah,
it looked like the same style, but it's a totally different artist.
That's not right. That's just like
people say all kinds of things are not right.
To copy someone's but wait a minute. To copy someone's art style, but then like trick someone into buying it.
Is it a trick? I mean, I don't.
Well, if they thought it was Mark Ryden and it wasn't, that would be a trick, wouldn't it?
And also, I feel like when it comes to people, it's so like you can directly trace what a robot does to an algorithm that of its production system, as far as I know. But with a human, right? You could look at art as a human, and you can be inspired by that in a way that's totally different from what it ends up creating. In the sense of like, I watch this movie, and it gives me this feeling. I have these emotions. I connect with it in this certain way, and that, combined with other things, inspires me to create something else in a way that's totally removed from the art itself.
I mean, you're losing me, man. It's like you're going into
I can watch a movie
land here.
And
it's
not woo. It's not woo at all. I can watch a movie, and that movie can inspire me to create a drawing. Right? We've completely changed mediums, but the inspiration can get carried through. It's not just
some pattern is being duplicated though from one.
Yeah, but the way the human brain works is very different than like some AI algorithm.
Is it?
Yes. What do you mean? Is it? We don't even know exactly. We don't really even understand the exact process.
First of all, the AI is definitely like a black box. You don't necessarily know what the AI is doing, but you got to admit it's some sort of pattern recognition, right?
Yeah, but
does
saying it's pattern
brain
recognition is too broad.
Does
everything is pattern recognition?
Yes, that's my point. Does the human brain work on pattern recognition?
Yeah, but that's like saying, okay, so like the way in which the computer pong paddle blocks the other ball is some form of pattern recognition. Now, does that mean it's the same as like a human thought process because they both use pattern recognition?
Yeah, I read about these guys that came up with an AI that would play video games, and the game, it was basically like an evolutionary computer program that would just do trial and error, and they would let it run overnight, and by morning, like the thing would just be an expert at whatever game they plugged it into. It would just be playing like fucking Centipede.
I understand, but my point is, you can't just say just because something operates on the principle of pattern recognition doesn't mean it's the same. Like every animal alive's brain operates according to pattern recognition. Doesn't mean that their brain is going to be thinking about the world the same way a human is going to be thinking about the world.
Well, there's two different criteria here that you're judging on. You're judging on, and this is, I guess, kind of where it breaks down. Are you going to judge what you're looking at on aesthetics, or are you going to judge it on where it came from?
Well,
Providence, I guess.
There's another element here too, which is that there's an element of like, as I said, it feels like the human is going to be, the imprecision of the human adds an element of originality to it, which doesn't exist in the AI algorithm.
Okay.
There is a sort of messiness, that comes with
right.
And you don't think the algorithm can mimic that messiness?
Maybe at some point.
I mean, I'm worried that it will.
Why?
Well, there's an element of like work, because like, okay, a human, takes this, he's inspired by art, kind of draws their own kind of version of it. There's still there's valuing like the work that the human does.
Said, effort. Yeah.
Right. The effort that the human puts in, where the machine has, very little effort comparatively.
Sure. You're saying the cup of tea that somebody toils over is better than the one that Captain Picard gets out of the replicator because it just took nothing.
Well,
like for instance, I put
yes,
more,
but not. But wait, when we're talking about art, that's a very whether it should be copyrighted or copying, it's a very different thing than talking about like a product like a tea or something to that extent.
I think the issue also comes down to the idea that like the algorithms we have, they're not like these sentient, expressive things, right? It's just an algorithm you put pixels into.
Right.
And there's some element of creativity and expression that makes art that you don't have with these systems as they are. Like Data, right? From Star Trek. When he makes art, he's expressing him.
Look, he just rage quit.
What?
Who?
You cut out for a second there.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I was like, Rags, rage quit.
I would never rage quit. I'm in control of my emotions.
I know. We're all doing great now.
Nick Fu for £5 says, guys, look at Shad's video on AR. It's an hour long and he goes through all of this. Well, I assume so.
Certainly seems to be very contentious. Seems like a lot of people really don't like that video.
Well, I do understand why it's contentious, obviously,
Of
because
course.
a lot of people, and I was thinking about this too, which is a super interesting perspective to have, because somebody had posted online that I think there's only like 9,000 working illustrators in the United States, which is not a lot of people, obviously. So he was basically saying, even if all of those 9,000 people are unemployed tomorrow, like it's not really even going to make a dent in the job market, which, yeah.
It matters to them.
Or so, yeah, that's not like a moral consideration.
It matters.
Right.
It matters to the 9,000 people, obviously. But you have to admit, 9,000 people is in the scope of, I mean, we have millions of jobs. 9,000 jobs is, I mean, it's.
Yeah, but I certainly don't want to, my issue with that element of it isn't the percentage of the job market that's going to be lost.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the value that human art brings to our lives, and it's in the sort of virtue that comes along with the creative process. I think something should be.
Sorry, keep going.
I don't want a world where people are so disincentivized to make art, to create things, and to express themselves because there's just a machine that'll make a prettier image in an instant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought about it from a different perspective. I think even though there's only 9,000 people who are actually working illustrators, it's a job that probably hundreds of thousands of people aspire towards. And the fact that a machine can do it and that job no longer exists doesn't just put the 9,000 people out of work. It puts the hundreds of thousands of people who are aspiring to do that job in a uncomfortable situation, because they, you're working whatever job you're working and you can no longer aspire to that job. I mean, I would feel the same way about film directors, which is there's even fewer film directors, right? But imagine film director was no longer a job, which is a job a lot of people aspire to be.
So Rex, it's the same argument painters made when the camera was invented. What a dog shit argument.
It's kind of close to what you're saying, though.
No, not at all.
How so?
With two completely different medias that are created in two completely different ways
for different purposes.
No paint. Yeah, they're just completely different things.
Well, no, I'm talking about the aspirational aspect of it.
Oh yeah, not that. I was talking about the whole. That's what painters said about cameras. Like that. That's dumb.
Oh, okay, yeah. What the painter said about. Well, I do. Though this exactly played out with portrait painters and cameras, though. Like the portrait painters were worried about losing their job.
Think that a portrait painter nowadays still offers something that a photograph simply does not give.
Right. But more people will use the photograph just because it's not efficient.
But it's not a replacement for the thing. Whereas
I
AI
agree.
art, if it continues on, it will simply be a complete and total replacement for human art.
Well, are we judging on aesthetics, or are we judging on making humans work? This is another I'm so more apt to go with the technology, because it's just, I don't know.
Metalworks for $11.90 for $5 says, Adam, it sounds like if I made a printer copy of your comic and sell it, you can't get mad because the printer perfectly emulated your drawing style.
I mean, that's completely different. Like if you wanted to do the comic that made that was, like our comic, but was different, I mean, I'd read it. Send me a copy. If you could put our comic into AI and the AI was going to like make a similar comic, even if it used similar characters and stuff, I mean, I'd be fascinated by that. Fucking send me a copy.
But here's the problem. So like, if someone say like, you spend all this time on the comic and then someone buys some algorithm for like $10 and, is able to emulate it and gain success off of it, does not seem unfair to you in the work that you did?
Well, I mean,
you're not being compensated for your work.
Life is unfair. I mean, I started drawing like on.
I don't know if that's a defense. You're a slave. Life's unfair.
Well, just like, I mean, look, we're lucky to live in the time that we live in. I'm sure, older people were,
yes, we're fortunate.
What are you saying? Like, so the technology gets to the point where people can make.
No, I'm just saying, well, I don't think there has been a question that I can think of that is relative to this. Because basically what you're talking about is the question is, should the original artist be compensated for a program that's essentially using their work to create its own future works in the future?
Yeah. Okay.
And the thing is, so here's how you think about it. If let's imagine a hypothetical world where humans didn't draw. Okay. So humans could not draw whatsoever. We couldn't draw until an algorithm AI art was created that could draw. Okay. Under that framework, we would 100% say, obviously, the AI that uses other art from other sources should have to pay that person, right? It's only because we have this conception of human artists who don't have to do that because of the way humans perceive information, the way human art works. But since the AI art works differently, should it be held up and thought of, and how there should be a different legal process for that consideration? And I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, but this is a question. Like, Marvel has obviously commissioned thousands of artists and owns thousands of other people's pieces of art. So they could technically, take any one of their Marvel artists and feed enough information into the algorithm that the algorithm could basically do the artist style for them.
Right.
But I mean, they paid that art was work for hire. They paid the artist. I mean,
yeah, but that's different. If you pay an artist and say, okay, we'll pay you to contribute to some algorithm, that's different because you're paying them to do something. That's true. Yeah, it's taking their art without their permission or without paying them, adding it to an algorithm, and then the algorithm is spitting out things based off of that. That's essentially, how is that not the same thing with how when you use Twitter or YouTube or Google, they use all your information to program their algorithms. Correct. And now you say, well, the justification they give you is well, we're providing you the free service of using Google or Facebook or whatever for free. And so you're basically paying us in your information.
Right. And the artist is getting nothing.
Right. But in this situation, they're getting literally fucking nothing.
Yeah.
For their information. And maybe that's the way to conceptualize it. It's essentially like digital property rights. You should be paid for your information. So I guess I'm talking myself into the position of saying, I do think that if a person uses an algorithm to generate art that they use for commercial purposes, obviously if you do this for your own sake, but for commercial purposes, that you should have to pay something to the people whose art you use to create the algorithm.
Yeah.
Assuming they're not dead and it's not public domain or something to that effect. But
yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be possible.
It might not be, but I think it morally makes sense that way.
Oh, okay.
So Metalworks 41190 for $2 says, I don't know, man, this might get iffy with copyright. True. Salty Trisket for $5 says, it's sort of funny seeing the same people who are mocking NFT owners by copying their pictures are now saying, quote, that art isn't yours, you can't do that. Well, is that similar? Is it different? I guess I can understand what you're saying. It depends on the context of the situation. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. that makes sense. Angry Man, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 5 months, says Destiny threw shade at centrists in his recent video talking to Anna. He called every centrist a massive Trump fan. I like Destiny, but he's so partisan.
Destiny's got some weak points. I think the way that I mean, I really like him. I watch his stuff a decent amount. I enjoy listening to him.
Sure.
But yeah, sometimes I wonder if he just gets aggravated and says some things.
I mean, we seem like massive Trump fans on the show here. So
do we?
No, of course not.
Right.
There
are lots of centrists that fit that, but
I'm sure there's plenty of centrists who love him and hate him.
Sure.
Because you could like a lot of he's so spastic and all over the place. You could like plenty of things that Trump does and also hate plenty of things that Trump does.
Right.
Yeah.
CT for $2.23 says I kind of wanted to donate $20.23 for 2023, but I think I would get yelled at. You would get yelled at if you did CT. So thank you for not donating $20.23. Carl, hey Carl Benjamin, the real Carl Benjamin, definitely
the
not
real Carl Benjamin in the flesh,
in the digital flesh. For $2 says we must never ignore the sanctity of the fetus. The feminine form is to be considered as a sacred home within which the innocent child is grown. To destroy that home could only compare to the desecration of Eden itself.
Okay, calm down.
There you go. Thank you, Carl. That was beautiful. I teared up.
Poetry.
Rockoro, formerly sold Doge for $2, says, okay, here's the plan. To break Sargon from his bubble, you just need to get hired onto Lotus Eaters. Execute Operation 1776.
That would never work. Not in a million years.
I've sent Sitch a 20-second clip to atone for his Rayquaza sin. I saw it, yes. Rayquaza vaporizing a Pokemon to Lion Sleeps Tonight.
I mean, I watch Carl videos from time to time, and I mean, he always seems to have very reasonable takes when he's on Lotus Eater's channel.
Then he comes on our show.
I know what happens. What's going on? Why are we like the testing ground for the radical ideas?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Oh, the Afghan lady sent us another $2. She said, ah ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. So she's become Mandark.
Oh no.
I knew it.
I like Mandark, man. Come on.
Why do you like Mandark?
He's hilarious.
Mandark's evil and shitty.
Yeah. Arch nemesis of
Dexter.
Yeah, Dexter.
I'm surprised you know
Mandark
who Mandark is. Mandark.
What do you mean? I love Dexter's Laboratory.
Oh, okay.
It's a fucking amazing show.
Based.
I wanted to be the one to save the future.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That was a good movie. Ego Trip.
Yeah, I have that.
Not Gay Ben, thanks so much. Our Forever in Suspense. Our favorite super chatter, Not Gay Ben. A free will seeker for 9 months says copyright law should be abolished. A property moving into the public domain has never been a bad thing in the history of ever. Also, I'm not gay. Well, I think there's an argument to be made about Not Gay Ben says no suspense. Says I think there's an argument to be made that copyright law should be changed to not be so long. You know, people want to say
probably
20 years, 30 years. But I don't think it should be abolished altogether.
It shouldn't be abolished.
Yeah.
I think ideally you want copyright law to protect intellectual property for the creator's life so they can get all of the use out of it that they've earned and deserve. And then, probably after that, it should become part of a, cultural, pool of, of artistry that people can use to pull upon and redefine and mix and match and put their own spin on.
Well, there would have to be some consideration.
Yeah. Because obviously what I said was very, very broad and general.
Yeah,
that's
right.
kind of vibe I went.
Because I'm thinking like, okay, someone, some company buys someone's story to make a movie of it, and then they die next year. Like, does that mean it becomes public domain? Right. Like, I would say no, but there could be some framework. I definitely think it's too long the way it is now. It's definitely too long. But I think it needs to exist for the reason
Definitely,
that you said.
yes.
Yeah.
Don't want people stealing your shit, but
Right.
you want
I
people's
think,
works to contribute after they're gone. You know,
right. Right. And I think it would heavily disincentivize artists, writers, anyone to do anything related to copyright from working if there was no copyright. Someone's just going to immediately steal your stuff. Like, you couldn't, like, how could you couldn't make any money? Or you could, but it'd be much more difficult to make money in any sort of process that has anything to do with copywriting. Someone could just take it and just re-upload it and say, fuck you, for free. So anyways.
Is that it? Did we finally get to the end? Look at this.
God, we've reached the end. See, you want to watch a video. It's 1 a.m. and you want to watch another video.
Let's cue it up. Let's get started. What's going on?
And we have to stream tomorrow, so no.
We have to? Come on. We want to. This is my...
I mean, we want to stream tomorrow.
Look, I'd be drawing. This is like my shoulder is destroyed from like drawing for 5 days straight. So this is like me. This is my recovery time.
You haven't been jerking off too much.
Mm-hmm. That's how he draws.
I guess that's nice. That's good inspiration. One hand is below the desk and the other one's just.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations.
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
on,
What a
Rags.
nice bunch. They're pretty. Yes. They're all right. They're all right. There's a few of them that I don't know, but that seem to be a pretty all right bunch.
They were all wonderful.
Group. Thank you for the very high IQ hypotheticals. I feel like my brain. I feel like I'm a galaxy brain now that I've contemplated.
I'm glad. I want those brains to just swell with potential and high, with possibilities. I want you to grow. I want those little gray cells to just blow up like balloons. I'm always ready to engage in high IQ discussions.
Intellectual, high art.
Yeah, I just want to. I come on here, I field all the controversial stuff to sort of test the waters, and then if it passes, I'll do it on EFAP. So
you should read.
It's safe.
You should read A Long Way Gone. It's a great book.
Have you asked that question on EFAP?
Oh no! I will though, because it passed the test. This is just a proving ground for all the questions.
I think that question went over very well.
I think so too. We got a good amount of answers. We had a good discussion about it, and it's really just something to think about.
Someone lost a wrench.
A good amount of disgust. Yeah, I think it was perfect. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Rags, for coming on. It was lots of fun. It's always great to have
you. It was fun. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Maybe next time when I
I'll actually put Discord on.
Yeah, I just saw your little thing and I listened to it while I was doing some work around the house and making dinner and listening to all these yammering bitches talk about feminism and
oh my
God.
God.
It was really fun. It reminds me of the good old days when feminism was the big thing.
I know, right?
Takes me back. Me back.
I don't think we ever called them yammering bitches though. That's like
we did not know. We should have. That's why we need Rags.
Yeah, I say the things that everyone else is too afraid to say. Plus, it's not my podcast, so I feel empowered to say all sorts of stuff.
There you go. It's like if it's your child, you're not going to spoil it. But if it's like your brother or sister's child, who cares? Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Should we raid somebody? That's a good question. We have to do that before we turn off the stream. Thank you for reminding me.
Can you even do it? I mean, you got to do it when you set up the stream. What are you talking
No, I think you can do it. No, you can do it now.
How do you do it?
Redirect. Choose a specific. Who's streaming right now? Who can we possibly raid? Who's going? Well, Ricada's going right now. Do you guys want to go over to say hey to Ricada? Let's see if we can send you over.
What noise is that?
Ricada. That's his. That's his cat.
The fuck is your cat doing?
He's we have to ask Ricada Long to give us permission to redirect. So there you go. Maybe
I see the cat. The cat had to catch. The visuals had to catch up with the. Okay, there he is. There's the cat.
Yeah, cats are great. She freaked out about the harmonica. She's never done that.
Cats
before.
are great.
She's like,
Cats
what's
are
going on? Harmonica.
Have you ever blown it like in her face like that?
Have you blown it in your cat's face?
Anyways,
evolution has not prepared a cat for this situation.
Of being blown in the face.
Being blown in the face by a harmonica. Yeah.
Intellectual hypotheticals.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of stream are the true heroes, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.
Bye-bye.
No.
Yes.
No. Oh.